All right, guys, welcome one and all. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is the Anime Sovereigns Anime Awards 2022. So this show is going to be a little bit different than the show that we usually do because obviously we're going to be covering more than just a season. We have a lot of ground to cover. And there's a lot of shows that both were spectacular, and then there's others that were spectacular but kind of flew under the radar. And there's also some stuff that was pretty bad. And so like you're gonna get a lot of different stuff throughout this show. There's a lot to it, and I hope you guys really enjoy it. We have almost everyone here. We're down one sovereign at the moment, but you know I'm sure he's flying on his way here, and he'll get here whenever he needs to. But really the purpose of this award show, and what it's always been the purpose, is kind of giving people the knowledge where other award shows may lack. So there's some award shows out there that don't include entire seasons, and so like no, that's not what you're gonna get here. We're gonna be very comprehensive. We're gonna cover a lot of different stuff, and so we hope that you really enjoy it. And yeah, we can just get started with it, honestly. And so at the beginning of the show, you might be wondering, what would be the first award that we hand out? And you know, we sat and we thought about it for a while, and I thought, man, what is the most appropriate? And we found that the most appropriate would be to start, of course, with layer one. We've separated the shows into a bunch of different layers, kind of varying on importance and what we think is, you know, kind of deserving of later time slots or earlier time slots. But the first thing in the first layer, at the beginning, you got to start with the ending. And there's a lot of reasons that we have to start with the ending. The main thing being, bro. Yeah, I know, right? I'm 5 and this is deep. Like, I'm 5. And the reason we decided to start with ending is because ending is kind of the forgotten part of anime production. And it's really a shame, because I do think that there are some studios that do go above and beyond to put together spectacular endings, and we had a lot of really good ones in 2022. But unfortunately, the nature of being an ending means that most people do not watch them. That is the very unfortunate nature of endings. And so like you guys, I don't know how many of you in chat have actually watched a lot of endings in 2022, but we did take it upon ourselves to watch all the endings that we thought were definitely standout. And you know, at the end of it all, they're kind of missing out, don't you guys think? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I don't think it's like outlandish to say that like the ending sequence of any show is probably like the most overlooked part of it, you know. At this point, it's like pretty common knowledge that most anime viewers are chronic ending skippers. It's kind of like a habit that has like been like, you know, pushed to the forefront, like especially with like streaming services adding now like a skip opening and skip ending button. Like nobody like wants to like skip the opening if they don't have to, but like if you skip the ending, like man, I got to the next episode. And so people just like do not get to experience like the endings that really stand out. And like this extends to like the creators as well, because you know it is common knowledge that like these are skipped most often, so like many creators don't feel the need to put a lot of effort into them. But to me, like a sign that the staff is having a good time like making the show is if it has a good ending, you know.
Yeah, I mean, endings are pretty dope, honestly. Like it's always really cool whenever they go above beyond to like, you know, express themselves stylistically in a spot where they really like don't have to. Like I feel like a lot of anime staffs and studios like kind of recognize that as well. Like, you know, we don't have to go super hard on the ending, because by the statistics, you know, there's a lot of people that don't actually watch them all the way through. But it's definitely it definitely sticks in my mind whenever there's that show that, you know, kind of puts in the effort the whole way through, you know, opening from the moment that you boot up an episode all the way into whenever that episode ends. You know, they put in the love and care that some of these shows deserve. So definitely a ton of good endings this time around. You guys can see some of them that we put on the screen. And man, like I'm just like, I feel some type of way looking at some of these portraits, bro. Like, I remember how I felt the first time I watched some of these endings. It was like, oh, hold on. Some of these are better than some shows' openings. Like, better than a lot of shows' openings.
They really like do jump out at you because like usually like you would expect an ending to just be like, you know, very like PowerPointy, like just like a lot of like character shots just like not really moving. That's what you typically see in most anime endings. But like when you have like endings that are on this level of quality, like from this year, like it was really spectacular. Like how many of them there were this year.
For sure. And above all of the shows that we, you know, watched the endings of in 2022, because I don't know about you guys, but I watched a lot of shows last year. I think it was the most shows I've ever watched in a year.
Dozens and dozens. It was crazy.
I think I broke 60. Like, it was a lot of fucking shows.
I watched the least out of us 5, and it was still over 40.
Like, genuinely, like every season had multiple bangers, and it was like, bro, are you kidding? Like, how did we get here?
So difficult, right? So difficult. But we went through all the endings, and we decided that the recipient of the Golden Whistle for the Best Ending Award would go to Shikamori, Not Just a Cutie. If you guys did not see this ending, I don't know how many of you watched the show outright. I did watch this one, and I remember the first time I saw this ending, I was like, bro, why did they snap so hard? It's not just the animation, because the animation style is obviously incredible. The song is also an absolute banger, and I think that's like a super important part of it, right? Because I want to add these things to my playlist. I don't know about y'all, but
it also like fits the show. Like, it's just like, if it's like a little just like a little unlucky little lad, and he's just being saved by his great little girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like really cool, because it's like, you know, it's like one of those endings where I feel like you could get the vibe of the entire show through the ending, and that's so interesting, right? Because in essence, this ending is just her trying to save him the entire time, and that is the show. It's her just trying to keep him out of absolutely mauling himself. I don't know how he gets into this situation, but
like the style and everything too. It's just like, it's so, I don't know. I mean, we're all gamers, so maybe we're a little biased, but I mean, it's just so fun, you know.
It's very happy. It's a good vibe, you know what I'm saying? It's a very good vibe whenever this ending comes up. So
absolutely, there's really a distinct charm to like indie animation that is really irreplicable, like by like modern like animation standards. Because like this was done by an indie animation team, which I kind of like want to give them a shout out now, just because like this is like very rare that that people like on an indie team work on something like this. So like this ending was made by Team Hooray, which is an indie animation team composed of 3 main members. Paprika, who we see credited as the director, who is mainly in charge of video direction and production. There is Ohajiki, who specializes in 2D and 3D animation, and finally there is Magatsuki, who specializes in character design and concept art. And all 3 of them make up this team, and they were like 100% responsible for this ending, and they really delivered something special and memorable, which are 2 characteristics that are not typically associated with anime endings, like in the slightest.
Yeah, endings are kind of like the forgotten middle child. Like, the family forgets that they exist, and so definitely super shout outs to them for putting in so much work on this ending. And you know, we're not just gonna tell you guys about it. We're gonna let you experience it. So let's take a look at the ending. But first, go to HD, because they don't want to cook us.
だからひとときさえ見逃せなくて僕らのハートは焦燥それでもこの距離で歩きたいぬるっとブルブ君と羽がふわり輪郭をなってて風がさらに出会いに吹き抜けた日どうやら始まったカラフルこの感情
such an endearing ending, bro. Like
I love the end. I love the last part of it. It's so
oh
funny.
yeah.
Where he takes the ball to the face anyway.
He did all that work for this.
Almost character development.
Yeah, like this one starts off just kind of like it just looks like a pretty typical ending. It's like, oh, they're showing you some pretty much some slides or whatever's going on, and it just goes ham, and then stops. It's like, oh, we're back to slides, and then it just goes back.
Yeah. And like the craziest part I think about it is that, you know, after the first like video game section, you think that that's just kind of gonna be it, but then like the second video game section is like absolutely crazy. Like there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff she has to defend. There's like 5 skateboards on the there's like 5 skateboards on the road. Like what's going on here? Why were they carrying a tent on the road like that? I don't know what has happened here.
But
absolutely crazy, but definitely once again shout out to the team behind this ending. You guys definitely deserve it. Definitely a great way to start the show with spectacular ending. I need them to do more endings. I need more from them.
And just need them to do more things in general, like endings or openings or just like their own independent projects, bro.
True. All right, moving on.
Click on video clips.
yeah, I know, bro. All right, moving on. Next, we have the Innovator Award. So this one is not one that we have ever done before, but there's something to be said about shows that kind of trailblaze. Like, you know, anime is a medium that has been around for a while now. And, you know, while some genres and some shows may kind of just fall into, you know, what's most common or what's easiest to, you know, turn a profit or whatnot, there are shows that kind of break the mold and kind of, you know, open people's eyes to what the medium can truly be. And so there are quite a few. There are definitely quite a few that I feel are like standout. But the Innovator Award is meant to, you know, pick that one show that was really a game changer, right? That's like how I would describe it the most. Like this changed kind of the face of a medium in one way or the other. And you know, once again, like 2022, no shortage of great shows. And obviously we can't award everyone, but you know, it is like you know, even within the Innovator Award, there's a lot of different ways to innovate, and I think that's what makes it really interesting. Whether it's, you know, bringing new animation techniques to the table or, you know, a different writing style, like there's just a lot of ways that you know, you can be an innovator, and I think that's what makes this award really cool.
Yeah, definitely. Across like all of 2022, it really felt like the anime medium, like as a whole, like really progressed forward in a lot of meaningful ways. Like they're like the shows that we were considered for this category, like created new standards, so to speak, where unless like you meet these new standards, like then your show in certain aspects is not going to be serviceable anymore. Like that's how much like these changed the game, so to speak, and changed the landscape of anime as a whole.
Anime definitely like it falls into a lot of tropes and trends and stuff like that, and it's, you know, we just keep seeing the same like 20 isekai shows come out every season.
I wasn't gonna say
but,
it.
Don't remind me, bro.
but obviously the potential of the medium is much more limitless than that, and it's really cool when we see things expand in directions that, you know, that we're not necessarily used to. You know, it's awesome to see new novel things come out year after year after decades of the industry pumping out shows.
Yeah, just to give like a quick brief summary of like what we mean with like what we mean like an innovator. It's like just like all the shows like what we consider is like either shows that like change the way you think about like anime or like push the medium like maybe like on a technical or audio visual level, or like maybe reimagining like a genre or type of thing. So like a super innovative show that we all watched is like just Madoka. It completely changed the way anyone thinks of magical girls and just in general.
True. I mean, we could sit up here all day and talk about, you know, things that kind of change the game, you know, change their genres, change the way people look at things. The Madoka example is definitely one that I resonate with heavy, being, you know, one of my favorite shows. But there's a ton. There really is a ton. Like even Dylan's favorite, you know, Utena, like that's a game changer too, right? Like there's a ton that just kind of break the mold for one reason or another, whether it's socially, whether it's, technically there's a lot of things that go into creating a really standout show. And so we wanted to give this award to the one that we felt changed the game the most, because obviously just because you don't win an award here doesn't mean you didn't do your job very well. We can't stress that enough. We just don't have time to give awards to every single show. It just be like that. And so for this time around, the Innovator Award, the Sovereign Award for 2022, the golden whistle for Innovator is going to go to Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Change the game, eh?
And like literally, right? And so like the reason that we thought that Cyberpunk was such a game changer is because you guys probably could not you probably couldn't count how many good game adaptations there are into anime on one hand. You probably could not. You probably could not do that. It's something that's very, very hard to do because the nature of video games being an interactive medium and translating that into one that is, just strictly audio visual, and some writing influence in there as well. It's very, very hard to get right, and that's why I think we've seen so many shows in the past not do as well with it. But I think Cyberpunk definitely changed my expectations on game adaptations.
I just figured out the idea that like if you try to copy something one-to-one through different mediums, it doesn't work. And it just doesn't work. Way. And it's also going to bother people. It's also going to piss people off because they like what they see the first time, Yeah. So if they decided to do the Cyberpunk game story and then they just tried to adapt that story into the exact same thing, the people who randomly did like Cyberpunk, there were not that many of them, they'll be like, why did you change the thing I love? And it's like that.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Obviously, and there's so many moments in Cyberpunk too, like the execution, like the way that the world is set up in the first few episodes is absolutely phenomenal. Like even though that we are not playing the game, the type of society that they kind of portray through just like the first few episodes even is just so clear to like understand like exactly what makes everything go round here. And it's really awesome that they were able to kind of not only do that, but influence like the actual game sales itself. Like people really genuinely, they love this show so much that they went out and bought the game, And so it's like, it's successful, but on its own two legs, like it still is able to stand fairly strong.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the shows that kind of set the internet on fire as well. Definitely a whole lot of talk when this dropped, especially around its characters, like Rebecca. There was that whole thing, this whole giant tirade about that going on. But I think one of the coolest things about Cyberpunk is it is a really good example of how certain studios or certain staff members can really bring certain narratives to life. And I think like Trigger and the staff behind this show were like literally the perfect pairing. Like I cannot picture any other studio doing Cyberpunk now having experienced Trigger's rendition of it. I think it's really cool. And they're just really good with like just weird, like really weird, eccentric, crazy worlds, and Cyberpunk definitely falls in that category, I think, without a doubt.
For sure. Like I think like the approach that the staff like took to like this show like speaks to like how innovative it was, because like I'm sure most of you are aware and most of you have seen Cyberpunk already, but like if you haven't, it basically like made an original story with original characters set in the universe of Cyberpunk, the video game. And I think that is probably the best way to do any video game adaptation. Obviously, most video games aren't built for like that type of transition, but the people at Trigger like saw this opportunity to make something that doesn't get invalidated by the existence of the source material, so to speak. Like, because like this is extremely complementary to the video game, and its existence does not like undermine anything that the video game did, and vice versa. So the video game does not undermine this new reimagining of its universe. And I think that that is something that takes a lot of like creative effort to make sure that you get right, because this type of thing is very, very easy to mess up, as history has shown. And I think on like all accounts, like this was definitely an undeniable success from them.
For sure. There are plenty of people that I know that don't necessarily like watch a ton of shows. but they've seen Cyberpunk.
One thing I actually want to shout out that also applies to this category.
Okay.
Like the themes of this show, the way that the nature of the conflict that is set up, it's very Western, and I think that in that sense, it's really cool that we get a show like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, because obviously the game and the story backbone are made by CD Projekt Red, who are like a Western studio, and so it's really cool that like a lot of anime is obviously the storytelling is very Eastern focused, but the types of problems and the nature of the society that's in Cyberpunk is incredibly Western. And so for an audience like us, Western, English speaking, etc., I think the type of story that Cyberpunk is, like, it'll really have its like place here, given the values and the cultural like significance that it kind of talks about in the show, like to our demographic.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. And that's impressive, and just honestly, like that. It sometimes it feels like it's hard to get things to translate in that way that you were talking about, like making it appeal to the West in some ways, because Japan's kind of weird sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like they be out here doing shit, and sometimes those cultural differences make things kind of awkward. I think. And so yeah, for it to have such strong West appeal, I think Western appeal is definitely impressive in and of itself, for sure. I think we'll see a lot of shows try to kind of emulate the way that Cyberpunk did things, and that's a good thing. If we're gonna get more game adaptations that are like this, then I will not I will not frown upon them nearly as much as I did in the past, because I gotta admit, going in, I was like, man, another game adaptation, bro. Like, when have I ever enjoyed watching one of these? But they definitely changed my mind, for sure.
This is for sure like the new gold standard of video game anime adaptations, and if you don't live up to this standard, you are going to get tossed by the wayside. Like, people will just forget about you so quickly if you do not abide by these new standards that the show put out.
Yeah, so come correct, or else.
Yeah.
All right, moving on, we have the Palate Cleanser Award. So, guys, there's a lot of violence in the world, man. There's a lot of people killing each other. There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of really strong language out there. And sometimes you just need that show that you can sit down and just feel really, really good about yourself watching. Whether it's, used as eye bleach, maybe you watch something that was really, really graphic, really gross, and you just need something to, cleanse the palate. Or, if you're just that person that just likes really calm, down to earth, very, very enjoyable shows, the Palate Cleanser Award is something that I think is, we absolutely had to do, because not only do a good amount of us watch a pretty good amount of slice of life at this point. Obviously Jeffrey super into slice. I'm also a very very big proponent of slice as well. But it's like one of those things where, like, a lot of the most popular shows are like they're revolve around fighting. It's just kind of like that. But I think the most valuable thing is, like, in certain seasons, you gotta have that show that just, no matter what, you can put it on after whatever you watch, and your mood is just gonna be increased. Your mood's gonna be much better after that show is over. And there were definitely no shortage in 2022. Just so comfy this year. You want to talk a little bit about how you feel about this year, Jeffrey?
Yeah, sure. So, like, the way I would like describe this category, like, in very simple terms, is like they deliver raw good vibes to the viewer, and like they're fully committed to that. And like you said, every season this year had at least one of these, and the effects of these shows can range anywhere from like a bad day cure to something that is like, low-key, like very inspirational, I feel. Mm-hmm. And again, speaking as a collective group who watches most of the shows that happen in any given season. Dylan's here. You're welcome.
What's up, man?
Anyways,
keep going.
But like, speaking as a collective group that watches most of the shows that air in any given season, these shows become pretty much a necessity if you want to stay grounded about your perceptions of the medium. These are really like guarantees of uplifting experiences, and I feel like there's something to be said about those types of shows. And where most of like the anime ecosystem like consists of like very like high profile, high octane shows that get the most attention.
Mhm.
And yeah, like that. I really do love these types of shows. Like,
Yeah.
I can't really get enough of them, and I'm so glad that every season this year had one that stood out to me.
Yeah, for sure. And like, you know, if you're out there and maybe you don't watch a lot of shows, and maybe most of the shows that you watch are kind of in that mainstream vibe of like, you know, it's based on the fighting and the, you know, the high octane animations and whatnot, I would say, you know, perhaps consider giving some of these shows a try. You never really know what you're gonna like until you try it. I think whenever I started in my anime watching career, you wouldn't have been able to convince me that I would love shows like this so much. But now, you know, this far into it, I can't really see myself. It's a very strong part of my identity with this medium. Like, I definitely have a special spot in my heart for shows like this. And so, you know, you never know what you'll be open to until you really give it a try. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Embrace the comfy. And so this time around, the golden whistle for Palate Cleanser Award is going to go to Do It Yourself. Man, where do we even start with this show? This show did so many things that were so cool. It's definitely stand out as a palate cleanser, but I think even above that, like going above and beyond with, you know, the way it does its character developments, the way it establishes its themes, the way it feels very, very relatable as someone who has been passionate about something and, you know, facing those struggles as you go through, you know, trying to adapt and trying to find your own value and how you contribute to a group. I think those are like things that really stood out to me about Do It Yourself. I had an absolute blast watching it every single week. From the moment that OP came on, I was in there. I was locked in.
Yeah, for sure. Same here. Like, that was definitely my earworm that season, that opening. But like this show like really did go above and beyond like what it needed to do to like fulfill our expectations like of a like, you know, the type of show that we thought of as going to be, but also like stand out as, in my opinion, one of the strongest shows of its season. It definitely delivered the good vibes that I said like every single week, while also like conveying like a very encouraging message about valuing creativity, even when it seems less and less practical, like as you grow up and as you mature, and like as certain other things like seem to become more important than these creative urges. But it was definitely a joy to see a show like this able to exist, like I said, in the larger anime ecosystem. And do it while championing the creative urges of its staff members, because like I can definitely like feel like the human aspect in the show. Like it felt like very like hand drawn and handmade, which is definitely like very reflective of like what the show like wanted to say about, you know, creating things. And it's just like a nice like marriage of like what the show like wants to say and the people who wanted to make something like this. And I definitely felt a connection to this, you know, more so than even like, you know, the high profile stuff in any given season. Like I really do want more people to like know about like shows like this, and this show specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's like one of those shows where the premise, I think, like will kind of be foreign to some people, because I'm sure not everyone may have experienced, like I personally, I had a woodshop class when I was in middle school, and so like I kind of understand like what is it like. I never thought I would be watching an anime about it though, like, you know what I mean, like I never thought that I would be watching, you know, and legitimately like super enjoying just a show that's about, you know, these classmates in their club, in their school club, just making stuff. Like it's not like, you know, woodshop and do it yourself is not something that necessarily aligns with my personal interests, but I'd be lying if I told you that this wasn't an absolute just joy to watch every week. And it's just a very strong show overall, and I still to this day don't understand why Yua's mouth is just a white void. I'm not sure.
The unsolved mysteries of the universe.
At the end of the day, you know, like it's the premise. The premise is one thing. It doesn't matter what you know. My experience in watching anime has just told me one thing, and it's that the premise doesn't matter if the characters are just to die for, you know?
Mhm,
Like
mhm, mhm.
when the cast is like as good as this, and like they have like conflicting values, and they like, but you know, also watching them work together and resolve those things, like it's just the writing for the characters is just amazing. And so it doesn't matter what the heck they're doing.
Mhm,
It's
mhm.
great that the medium in which, you know, the do it yourself club is like kind of participating in is very reflective of the themes, and that just only like serves to bolster the message that the show is trying to get across. But
Mhm.
it really is like a solid show.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. So definitely man, they snapped. They done snapped on this one. I don't know if there'll ever be any possibility of more from the series, but I would definitely not say no if they decided to, you know, drum up some stuff for the future. So definitely congratulations to Do It Yourself. Definitely well earned. And moving on to the next award, we have the most heartwarming award. So heartwarming is a little bit different than your you know, your palate cleansing, and so like we're isolating into specific moments in this particular award. And in 2022 there were some very, very tender, very delicate moments, and you know, it's interesting because some of the shows that, you know, had the most heartwarming moments were in situations where you know, it's very hard to switch up from something very, very, you know, super serious, very dire, and all that, and kind of creating that bastion of, okay, this is actually a very, very cool organic moment between characters that, you know, just gives you the warm fuzzies type deal. And there were some pretty serious narratives that these moments were kind of put in. In some ways I think it makes them more impactful because, you know, that disparity and being able to kind of switch up and make the characters translate from moment to moment is important. But man, just yeah, these were like moments that I found myself. I did go back and rewatch all of the like most of the ones that we were talking about in the conversation for these. I was like, man, that was really just fantastic, wasn't it? It was like maybe life isn't so bad.
Yeah, these moments are like super like impressive to me because I think it goes without saying that like crafting a moment that is like very emotionally charged and really resonates with the viewer is like a very tall task. Because like it takes like an acute understanding of like the human condition to make these moments feel like sincere and authentic when depicting like the characters as like real living people that you feel connected to. And like these are the moments where you are supposed to feel the most connected to the characters and their stories and their experiences. And like not everybody like has it in them to like really understand like why these resonate with people, but you know, there's some kind of magic to them that is like almost like inexplicable of like why it makes you feel the way you do. And like, you know, that feeling is mostly positive, but also like, you know, evokes a lot of other like strong emotions like sadness or you know, reflectiveness or whatnot. This is like the type of like the artistic part of anime where it makes you feel these things, and I think that's very powerful.
Yeah, definitely not easy to do. Can't stress that enough. That is already you know, that's something that a lot of shows struggle with, is kind of making the viewer feel something, you know what I mean? Like it is very, very difficult to do. It takes a lot of, you know, building up of the characters and really making people invested in the situations that they're thrown into. And so, you know, the shows that were in the conversation for this, we feel like did that to such an extent that we just had to give them some type of recognition for it. And so if no one else has any more input on this one, I'm not sure if you guys do or not, but
I think we're good. I think everyone knows what heartwarming means.
Cool. I mean, you never know, bro.
Yeah.
All right. And so the Sovereign Award for most heartwarming moment in 2022, we are going to go ahead and give that to Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting. Man, this show was so amazing, man. This show did such a good job of creating you know, such a amazing dynamic between, you know, our two main characters, and on the surface level, you might think it's just like the standard, like, oh, you know, he's tough and hardened, he's tough and hardened guy, and he gets thrown into a ridiculous situation, and he eventually, you know, finds that softer side of himself. But I think the really cool thing is that it was kind of always there the entire time. Like Kirishima was always a very caring character. It's just like he never was put into the situation where he was able to show that or needed to show that, like, because of what his job dictated. And man, Yaika is just adorable. Like, I don't know what else to say.
It's a little character you just want to protect.
Yeah,
for sure. I think it's appropriate to like give a little bit of context to like these moments, because like we are going to be showing them off. So this moment, Yaika, like the little girl, like has been injured when like a group with a grudge against like her family, which is like a mafia family, like kidnaps her, and Kirishima, like the main character, saves her, but he eventually like goes berserk on the group because he is Yaika's caretaker, which leaves him bloody and disheveled. And up to this point, he's really like been working on himself to be kinder and gentler, like in his time with Yaika, and this seems to have like upended his progress to some degree. But after he realizes like what he's done, like he rushes to the hospital to see Yaika, even though like he's still rubbed up from his fight. And he reaches out his hand to her. And like this is important because like the show has like a very like reoccurring visual motif using people's hands to represent their true nature. And you know, going against what the general perception of them. And this motif is like used to like great effect to characterize Kirishima in particular, because even though that he's like a widely feared Yakuza, he is in reality like very good-natured and a very like, you know, well-intended person, which has been brought to light like throughout the entire show. If you watch like literally any of the show, you know like how good of a person Kirishima is in reality. And this scene is like a culmination of all the experiences that like Kirishima took to like find like this most authentic version of himself, because he reaches out his hand to Yaika, but he hesitates because he knows like in the state that he's in, like very bloody, like this is gonna like traumatize her. But Yaika ends up reaches out her hand without any hesitation because she knows like what Kirishima's true nature is. And it's just such like, I mean, like this is like the definition of like a heartwarming moment here. It's just like everything that like was built up to like this moment, like you could just like feel for the characters, and like I said, like this is where you feel the most connected to Kirishima in particular because of the progress that he's made, and you know that this is him, like this is how he truly is,
very
against
genuine.
what everybody thinks of him, you know.
Yep, 100%. Let's show you guys the moment. Oops. Okay, I'm getting good at this. I got the rotation down.
Got a lot of practice.
I got the good.
お嬢、
霧島
大丈夫ですか？どこか痛いところは？あ、すいません。俺。
霧島
はい、お嬢。霧島はここにいます。怖い思いをさせて申し訳ありません。
安心しましたね。
ああ。
そうだ、霧島頭怪我して。あ、霧島？
霧島さん。お。
霧島寝てる。
気が抜けたんだろう。まったく人騒がせなやつだな。
Why they do this to me, bro?
This
Why
thing
they...
is
Club, bro.
Yo, bro.
This thing is so great. I love like it just kind of goes into like the way like kids are. Like, yeah, obviously the situation from outside looking in looks a little bit scary. You know, it's like, oh my god, he's covered in blood and going with this girl. But like she knows the guy, and he's like, oh, I know he's a good guy. Like I know, people seem to say so many bad things about him, but it's like, what the fuck? I don't see it.
Yeah, I think what really sticks out to me is like, you know, this really like gives you such a great idea of how good Kirishima's character is in general, because like for him to even consider in that situation after, you know, he's been worried sick the entire time, but even in those moments he's still thinking about like, I really don't want to put her in a situation where, you know, she has to look at blood or anything that, you know, is very serious. He still recognizes that, you know, Yaika is still an innocent little kid, and he wants to maintain that innocence in any way he can. And like he always had that part of him, and it's not like it wasn't there and he had to create it over time. It's like you really learned that Kirishima has been that guy the entire time. It just like manifests itself so well in moments like this, for sure. It definitely had me fucked up. The first time I was like, bro, why they do this to me?
Dude, something I forgot to mention, but like shout outs to like Kirishima's voice actor, like Yoshimasa Hosoya. Like he did a phenomenal job like throughout the entire show, but especially in this moment, because like usually most of the time Kirishima is like, you know, very like snarky type of yakuza. Like he just like oozes like confidence in everything he does, but like, you know, in these more tender moments, like he really knows how to like, you know, dial into like the essence of his character. Like it's just like, oh man, I mean, you just heard it. Like I feel like it speaks for itself.
Yep. We definitely, it's definitely a show we could recommend to you guys as well. Definitely a very comfy.
I think it's like a easy, like if you never really experienced like the comfy shows, the Palate Cleanser you mentioned earlier, it's like maybe an easy one to get into.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I don't know, it's just sweet the entire time, pretty much.
It also has like those kind of, I mean, there's some violence in there. You know what I'm saying? This is some yakuza involved. You know, you don't have to.
Most of the characters are also adults, so like, you know, if you're older, like you'll have like an easier time, like, you know, getting into like what the show is like trying to bring to the table, you know. Agreed. All right, moving on to the next one. Like, wipe the tears from our eyes here. Moving on. Are we really? Oh well. Moving on to best duo. So not all of our shows in 2022 had a best duo award, but we did think it was appropriate to bring back this time around, just because, you know, with the amount of shows that there were in 2022, there were obviously some very, very standout duos, and duos are really, really cool because the dynamic between them can be so drastically different despite there being the same number of people involved, obviously, too. And so, you know, even the four that we show you on the screen, like these four relationships are all quite different, like and the way that they progress and the way that they interact with each other is like so different from duo to duo. And so we definitely thought we wanted to bring back this award, just because there was just so much to talk about with these two. And you know, I just want to say really quick that, like, you know, Dress Up Darling duo was like it was like really towards the beginning of the year. And
yeah, forever ago.
You know, it's like hard for people to, I think a lot of people don't even remember that this aired in 2022, but definitely a standout duo and a standout show altogether. So like that's like kind of the one of the main mission statements of the award show is like, because some of you guys definitely, I'm sure you guys forgot that this aired. So
yeah, we didn't even like begin doing this until after the season that it aired in. So it's any indication of how long ago it was. So
yeah, and there's always new ways to like create interesting duo dynamics. Like obviously there's like kind of forced ones whenever you have like family members, like obviously there's like father son and, you know, mother daughter, like stuff like that. But and then there's also, you know, characters that are actually in formal relationships. There's like, you know, we see the Kirishima Yaika dynamic where it's like he's our caretaker, and like that's what I mean by like there's so much variation in how these relationships are, and I just think it makes it really, really interesting, and definitely worth talking about, which is why we wanted to make sure we had this award this time. For sure,
around. Like shows that are like crafted around a duo dynamic like offer like really like fundamentally like different experiences than the ones that like, you know, focus on like a single character or like a more like expansive cast, for instance. Because like these shows like really emphasize like the profound effects of like human connections and how like, you know, the most important people in our lives help us like grow into the best versions of ourselves. And I really love shows like this because like they like I always like love our want to work towards like the best version of myself, and I realized that like a lot of my growth across my whole life has been because of the people that I keep in contact with, and the ones who have had the most impact on my values and such. And this just goes to show that like people can inspire and like support one another, like on a spiritual level, even going that far. And to me, like that's beautiful, man. It's
Yeah,
like
100%.
there's nothing like it.
Definitely. And amongst all of the amazing duos, unfortunately, of course, we can only award all. Like I would give an award to all of them if I could, because all of these, of course, are incredible. But there can be only one in award shows, and so the golden whistle for best duo in 2022, we had to give it to Chisato and Takina from Licorice Recoil. It just these two. There's like just so much to talk about, right? There's so much to talk about with the entire dynamic of their relationship from the moment that Takina joins the group and whatnot, and how Chisato kind of is really a main conduit for her character development throughout the entire time. It's like kind of having her eyes open. and it was just definitely super, super cool. But Jeffrey, I know this was definitely a standout for you, so I'm gonna let you take the reins.
Absolutely. Like this is like these two, like to me, are like undeniably like one of the best showcases of how strong a duo dynamic can be in anime. Like the show, like the whole show, like allowed their relationship to like develop in very organic ways through like subtle changes in their behavior and attitudes as they become more comfortable with each other. And like as I said before, this is the type of relationship where both characters like gradually discover themselves and like what they truly value through their shared experiences. And I think it was made better by like the narrative and thematic elements of the show, because like the society that they live in really devalues like authenticity and freedom. And like in that type of society, like they really encouraged each other to like find something that is real to them. And I truly adore this type of dynamic, and they're the main reason like why Liku Rico like as a show was like one of the strongest and most standout in the entire year for me, in my opinion.
Definitely, like these two made the show, like right. Like when you watch Licorice Recoil, you're watching it because of this duo of Chisato and Takina, and how different they are and their different outlooks on the world that they're in, which is a very messed up world in and of itself, is just very, very inspiring to watch how they kind of develop within themselves and how they push each other to become better characters as time goes on. It's just absolutely adorable. And for those of you who were doubting that this is like a relationship, like y'all are wilding, like, do you see the picture right now, bro? Like this
like external part of this show like pretty much confirms that it's like that type of relationship. I don't even think I need to like specify what I mean by that.
There was no doubt in my mind personally, but
they bang sometimes, man.
They're just really close roommates. What do you mean?
just pals being pals, bro. You know what I mean?
I will get you someone that holds you like Chisato's holding Takina here. Holy shit!
This is definitely like a I want what they have type of duo, bro. It's like, oh man.
Let me get that, bro. It'd be like that. But yeah, definitely an incredible display of best duo, and just writing in general. I think this show did extremely well, but definitely the center focus was the duo. Definitely Licorice Recoil, incredible. But we've talked about palate cleansers, we talked about heartwarming moments. You know what? Fuck all that. All right, we're here to talk about hype. We're talking about the moments that get the blood pumping, really make you feel something, really make you feel like your fight or flight instinct gets activated. And there were some crazy ass moments in 2022. Holy shit, my boy. Even these 4 moments on the screen alone, it's like, I'm reliving what I felt like when these scenes were taking place.
These are the moments where like you just need to like impulsively say like, oh shit, let's fucking go, baby. Here we go. Oh man, it's like the adrenaline, the blood pumping.
Miguel, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, they were like they're like really different too, because obviously, okay, so there's a sport like just from the ones we have here. So there's like a sports scene. One of them is a performance being done, but it's a lot more than that performance too. The summertime rendering one on the bottom left is an agglomeration of a bunch of crazy stuff happening at once. It's a fight scene, but it's not a 1v1 fight scene. It's like it's a bunch of other crazy things happening too. That's kind of hard. That's kind of hard to go into. And then like it's just there's 1v1 fights in some other shows that aren't pictured here. Like there's a whole bunch of different things, but they're all just hyped in some way.
Agreed. Yeah, that's a good point because like you can get hype for different reasons for sure. 100%, because there's like the type of hype that's like, yes, he's finally, you know, they're making a breakthrough, they're finally, you know, getting what they deserve. And there's the hype shit that's like, oh my god, bro, what the fuck did he just do? He did what with a soccer ball? what how is that even possible? Like
you didn't think it was possible either.
Yeah, no, I mean hold on. Yeah, definitely amazing. In terms of like the, you know, the way that these moments are able to just like really like these are like moments that will never leave you, I think, like, right, they'll leave a really strong impression in your mind, and you won't forget any of these moments whenever they happen, and that is impressive in and of itself, right? I think all shows in some way aspire to have at least something that always sticks with their viewer, but these shows definitely, you know, there were some of them even had multiple moments that were like this, but these were the you know, the shows that were in deliberation for this one definitely stood out amongst the crowd. But as we said before, there can only be one, ladies and gentlemen. We can only give one. Well, we could give more, but, you know, that would kind of defeat the purpose of an award show, you know. It'd just be like that. The golden whistle for most hype moment of 2022, we had to give it to Dancer, the Swan Lake recital. Sometimes I like lie awake at night thinking about this scene. Sometimes there are shows, there are moments, there are experiences that really make me question, you know, just life itself. Just like really thinking about, you know, what can a medium truly be, right? And this was definitely one of those moments where I was like, man, if this is what anime is, like, I'm so glad I got into this medium, bro. I'm so glad. I'm so thankful that I was able to experience this. And yeah, Dancer in general has a lot of moments that kind of make you feel like, you know, yes, they're doing the thing. Yes, that's what we've been waiting for. But this one was special.
I distinctively remember that this season, this was spring 2022.
Yep.
And this same week, every show just decided to go.
Oh, you remember that?
It was like Awachi went crazy. Summertime rendering. Actually, I think the summertime rendering thing. Oh, I know it wasn't the same one, but whatever. The point is, summertime rendering did some stuff. It's like I was like, yo, every show is just putting us through the ringer. No one's letting us like take a break.
Yeah. That week, I remember us talking in Discord that week, like, what are shows doing this week? What has happened? It was like episode 5 of every show just went fucking bonkers. Like I don't know what happened. They coordinated and we're like, all right, we about to blow their minds real quick. But man, yeah, definitely.
I just remember watching Dancer on multiple occasions, including this one. I had to let you guys know because I was on my Fitbit grind, and I was like, guys, my heart rate this week was 116 watching Dance.
My watch thinks I'm freaking out right now, bro. For no reason.
Right, and like think about how impactful that has to be, right? Think about how impactful it has to be for you to be literally sitting at your desk at home or whatever manner you watch anime in, and your blood, like your heart is beating, like about to beat out of your chest.
A like, literal physiological response to the content.
Like, it is like actually so that's something so special, and we can't stress that enough, guys. Like shows that are able to do that, those are the ones, right? Those are the ones that define a medium and really make us appreciate, you know, what anime has done for us in our lives. And so we're gonna show you guys the Swan Lake recital. It is something. More than something, some would say.
About to click to the end.
Hello? No, like the full screen button is full screen button. Okay.
The UI
audible. Okay.
Oh, here we are.
Audible.
There we are.
なってるのよ。もうすぐ曲が終わっちゃうじゃない。
まだ納得できない。あ、この目の前にいるのは理屈の通じない純粋な底なしの憎悪の塊。
あれ、悪魔だ。
叶わない。ざまあみろ、ざまあみろ。あいつもあいつもあいつもあいつもあいつもあいつもあいつも。
That moment of stunned silence, right, of the crowd, like I feel like that's so relatable. Like,
That was me.
like you don't know, like you're
Sure,
trying to
bro.
you're trying to process like what just happened to me? What happened to my body during this? Like I feel like I had an out of body experience while I was watching this scene. It's like absolutely insane, and like the build up, I can't stress enough. The build up to this point was just like so well done by the
feels
show
like
in general. Yeah, go
It was like a 5 or 6 minute scene. I don't remember how long it was.
It's long. Yeah, it's long.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole dance is very long.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
like-
can't just insert a 20-minute clip into it.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah,
The whole
Yeah, but it-
in reality,
just
like
this
the
thing
entire like second part of the episode. So we just showed you a little clip
Yeah.
from it, but like the entire scene is absolutely spectacular. And just to give a little, I think, necessary context to like what part that you saw. So like Junpei and Luo are performing like their Swan Lake recital like with their studio, but near the end of the program, Junpei suddenly breaks out of the script, where he like his character is supposed to die, but then he comes back to life because he wants to do more ballet. And what follows is what you saw. It was like an exhilarating like impromptu like extension of their program, climaxing in Luo's like fury, overwhelming Junpei in what was like a breathtaking finale. And like this scene was really like an unbridled expression of like both of their passions for ballet, and how like it is like a culmination of the things that both of them had to overcome to get to this point. There was like social pressure, there was like brutal expectations, and there was also like deep-rooted denial. Like there's so much that these characters like had to go through.
The thing that makes it
truly
powerful,
feel like themselves,
the thing that makes it powerful for me is the fact that the performance beforehand is so classical. You talk about breaking the script, and it's the intention is to like confine yourself to like this established idea of perfection, but Junpei's emotional side of him just kind of forces that like his own self-expression into the performance. And you can see how Luo, someone who kind of is a paragon of what is correct and perfect ballet, he also, has that human side of him that's broken out by Junpei. And the burst that is their performance at the end, like here shown in this clip, it was just incredible to see.
One of my favorite
Okay.
things, one of my favorite things about the scene is just like seeing like audience reactions to like everything, because I'm a big just fan of like contemporary stuff. Like it's like breaking the mold and like doing things like in a different way, as obviously was not going according to plan. But like the audience, who like some of them are like more understanding of like the way ballet is supposed to be, some of them are not. They're just kind of like here for the performance, whatever. Like maybe they know somebody there, but like, and you see like this different reaction between like the two people, like seeing this divide, like the contemporary people and the classical stuff that like Bobby was referencing earlier, and like that like fun conversation like thing that happens from there, where it becomes like a part of like the second half of the series, I guess. But it's just that was one of my favorite things about it. It's not even the performance, but just seeing all these people like reacting to it, because like they're basically represent us here. So like, how are you gonna, you know?
I think it was also really cool that in that moment, like while this performance is going on, the reactions of the audience and the reactions of Junpei himself are like kind of synonymous. Like they're all thinking, they're like all on the same page, right? Like when Luo is like going crazy, like and by the way, like I think the artistic direction they took with it, especially with the animation and like doing like the shadow and like the demonic figure behind him while I think that shit was super dope. But like the coolest thing was like, you know, like Junpei being like, I can't win, like this guy's a demon, and then it pans to a crowd member that like you don't even know if they have any experience in ballet or not, but they're like, oh my god, that's a demon up there on the stage. Like it's like so cool that it reached the point where everyone is kind of thinking that same thing, where this guy is not to be trifled with. It's what it comes down to.
It's like even if you're like not experienced like watching like classic ballet, like you know that this is like different and that this is like breaking conventions of the art in ways that like can only be like seen and experienced in the moment.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely more than standout. Definitely the definition of hype, I think, in 2022. Yeah, without question. But
Bobby is a testament to that. He has the actual
he has the data, bro.
The literal numbers.
Shout outs to Bobby's Fitbit. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, we're moving on into the second layer. So we're getting a little bit deeper down. We're getting a little bit under the surface level. But still, and like, by the way, there's not, I mean, I don't think the numbers are exactly the same for all of them, but you know, we just thought we grouped them in terms of what we thought was like, you know, most relevant to each other in terms of importance and whatnot. So yeah, second layer, Force of Temptation, and we're gonna start with best character design. And character designs are something that, you know, character designs into that, and characterization, of course, is a conversation we can have, are really, really important, because I think an overwhelming majority of anime watchers, of course, are those like surface level like watchers, right? And so like if your characters don't look enticing, then a lot of people like won't bother. I think a lot of people will just be like, that doesn't look like it's for me. And you know, in some ways it's a shame, because I think you know, when studios or staff members decide to go out of their way to create something unique and different to bring to the table, I think sometimes people are like, that's uncomfortable, I don't really want to deal with it. In particular, you know, Dance Dance Dancer, right? The character design of it is very relevant to the style of show that it is, right? They're very lanky, they're ballet performers, and so, you know, that in of itself would be jarring to people that are not used to watching shows that have characters in that way, but it makes a lot of sense, right? It's like one of those things. And so in some ways it could be a double-edged sword, but there are a lot of absolutely fantastic character designs. When you don't know anything about the show and the character still stands out to you and looks interesting, then I think the character designers have done a great job in that aspect.
Yeah, I always say that like character design is like one of like the most essential elements for like crafting the visual identity of like any given show. Like just like at a glance, if you like look at the characters, like you should be able to like glean a lot about the characters and also like the world they come from and like their personal like way of life. Like it really is an opportunity to say a lot. Even like with the character designs, like you said, like Dance Dance Dancer, where like they are, you know, in reality just like normal looking people, but you know, the body type has a very large bearing on like, you know, their way of life and what they do in ballet. And like that's one of the aspects of character design that I feel like gets overlooked, where like, yeah, like this is just like a human, but you know, what can you take away from like how they look and how they present themselves, you know?
The symbolic aspect of you know, because people don't just throw darts at like a dartboard and say, yep, this character is a blue hat and for some reason wears a cross.
maybe
like,
some of them do.
maybe one or two, maybe a couple,
Yeah,
but the good character design, there's going to be intentionality behind the the clothes they wear, the way they present themselves and everything. There's deeper meaning to it than what's just on the surface, and what's on the surface has to be also memorable enough for you to even recognize that there's depth there.
Absolutely. It is not it is definitely something that is much more of an undertaking than most people would think, because you guys got to keep in mind, like, you have to design each character individually. Like, that's how I go. Like, it takes a lot of time to create something that, not only do you think is interesting, but something that actually will resonate with the audience that is watching it. And if you're not able to keep them compelled with that design, then I think some of the greatest characters in the entire medium would not be nearly as highly regarded if their character designs were worse off, right? So it's definitely kind of that underrated aspect that kind of flies under the radar for people, and so we want to
you can like create a character like on paper, like you can like write their stories and like how they're going to like develop over time, but like without the character design like being like incorporated into that, is just like, well, I'm simply just like reading like raw data or something. Yeah. And it definitely gives, or character design gives shows like a more artistic quality of it, where like I said, it's an opportunity that you should take and you should like invest in.
Yeah, and the last thing I want to call out before we actually hand out the award is, like, bro, some casts are so large. Like, it is, I definitely have like a super big appreciation for people that are able to do character design work, because like in some cases, like, casts are so incredibly large, it's like I can't even imagine how long it took for them to really like land on something that was good, right? Like and sometimes spectacular. Like that is like how many iterations it had to go through, right? Because characters usually aren't just plopped down on a page like, oh yeah, no, this design just like kind of came out of nowhere. Usually, they start with a concept and it takes a lot of painstaking like iterations, like, should their hair look like this, or maybe they should be wearing this instead, maybe this is the right color palette for them, right? And so character designers definitely not appreciated as much in the industry as I feel like they should be, and so only appropriate that we have an award section for them with best character design. And so the golden whistle for best character design of 2022 this time around is going to go to Cyberpunk Edge Runners and their designer Yoshinari. And man, like, all the things that we talked about when we talk about spectacular character designs are really like exemplified in this show. It is a thematic powerhouse. All the characters in it like abide by that cyberpunk theme, but all of them are also so varied and so interesting that I don't feel like it's anywhere even close to like copy paste. Like, it's just so, all of them are just like very, very clearly, this is unique, right? This is interesting. Like, even some of the side characters, like the dude with the long arms over there, like he was one of the cooler designs to me in this show, because I was like, bro, what the hell is he doing? Why are his arms 10 feet long? What's happening? I don't know. It's like
they have like that extra dynamic with Cyberpunk because of its setting. It obviously gets to have the, I forgot what do they call it again? Whatever. How like there are some people who are more organic. There are movies who are more organic, and there are some people who like had like their modifications and crap. So like, they have that extra.
Yeah.
I forgot what the hell they called it. Whatever.
It's cool because like a lot of the changes that are in the characters, the reason so many of them look so wacky and eccentric is because this is how the characters chose for themselves to look, in a sense, because there's so many cyber modifications that people are getting, and it's just like you understand that this is the form that the characters have chosen to take on for one reason or another, right? Like somewhat out of necessity, like maybe some of it is like personal decision for like how they choose to identify, and it's like it's really cool because it's the premise of the show really ties into the character designs really well, because they're not only really indicative of the types of characters, they're not only like very varied in terms of like how the characters look, everyone looks very unique, but it's also like very functional for how each of the characters kind of lives their life, and you can kind of see how like the way that they've chosen to quote unquote, the characters have designed themselves plays into, what they do in the show. And that, I mean, what else are you gonna give the award to if not this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the coolest thing about Cyberpunk character designs is that they evolve, right? That's kind of like what Bobby was getting at. It's like over time, as the show goes on, those character designs don't stay static, right? They're continually changing depending on the aspirations and the ideology of the characters, and I think that's impressive. That's even more work you have to do, right? Like, every single time that someone in the show gets a modification, right, you have to update the character design, and you have to make sure that is something that looks appealing and also makes sense for how things are progressing in the show itself. And I think that is definitely worth a ton of praise. Yeah, Yoshinari definitely in their bag, 100%.
You snapped, bro. I do want to highlight how much Trigger as a studio kind of prides themselves on their character design, because I think a lot of people are aware of kind of the controversy that arose when people were dissatisfied with certain characters design, like Rebecca especially, or there was outcry for a change in design, and Trigger was very adamant about no, this has to be the way that the characters are designed. And at first people thought that was a little sus to some degree, but as more people watch the show, they kind of got behind the idea of no, this is the character design had to be this way in order for it to get its themes across, in order for the character design to be very indicative of the cyberpunk universe. I feel that the way that conversation evolved was actually for the better, because I think it got a lot of people on board that this is the things that go into considering character design as an important aspect of any given show, you know.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely was a ton of buzz about it, and at the end of the day, it's still art for sure. And I definitely feel like Yoshinari was expressing himself a ton whenever he came up with the character designs, and for good reason. And so I'm really glad we live in the timeline where, Trigger as a studio, kind of had his back, and they're like, no, he put a lot of time and effort and consideration into these character designs, and so we're not going to change them. I think that is something that's so cool, especially in an industry that is known to be a little bit brutal to its staff members. It's really cool that this is the timeline that we ended up with, where they kind of stood up for him. So a little bit of a nice heartwarming end to the story when it comes to this one. But Yoshinari, definitely very, very impressive work on Edge Runners, and he snapped in the past too, because obviously he did Little Witch Academia character designs and stuff like that too, so he definitely knows what he's doing. He definitely is no stranger, and I'm sure we'll see him again at some point, whenever that is, who knows, but I'm looking forward to it. All right, next up we have Best Non-Humanoid. So we decided to make this category because obviously throughout the course of any year, an overwhelming majority of the characters you're going to see are going to be humanoid characters, but there are a lot of characters that are non-humanoid that were extremely standout this year, and so we had enough of them that we thought that a category would be appropriate in a lot of different ways, and sometimes it's so funny because some of the non-humanoid characters actually end up being the most endearing or most popular characters. I know people were raving about Bond whenever
Shout
he
out
showed
to
up.
Bond. Look at him. Big loaf. He's just a big loaf, man. Look at him.
Look at him, bro.
He's such a good boy.
Nah, he is. He absolutely is. And speaking a little bit more in depth of it, right? It's not easy to make a compelling non-humanoid character either, because obviously when you're designing and creating a character that is human, you have that point of relation where, yes, you, the person that is creating this, is a human, so you kind of understand how humans work, how they function, right? But in terms of designs for non-humanoid characters, sometimes they're just completely foreign concepts. Like, what, this guy's a gas cloud in the top right. Like, what is that? Who knows what they're supposed to talk like and supposed to think like and what they're supposed to move like? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot more that goes into it than it may appear. Obviously, dogs, we have those in real life, so it's a little bit easier, but it is definitely not something that I think is definitely much harder than to create a human character, for sure.
I was gonna quickly just mention like a character we don't have pictured here, but just like Ma, for example. Ma's just a fucking blob, right?
Yep.
And like we had to hate Ma, and then we had to love Ma. We had to do that with just a pink blob design, and then someone that only says one word with different pitches.
Yes.
So,
when we say a pink blob, we literally mean like Ma is a pink blob with butt cheeks. That's what Ma is. That's literally what Ma is. And yeah, that's definitely a good point, Miguel. Like it is something special to make characters that people can care about, especially when they're non-humanoid, especially when they're something super far away from human as well, right? Because even if you're non-humanoid, you might have some relation to the human form in some way, like obviously like Shide on the screen, right? He's non-humanoid, but he has, arms and legs and eyes. Like we at least are comfortable with that. But some characters are nowhere even close to human. And so I think in those cases, it's really, really hard to get people to like really, really, to really, really care and really, really invest into in a lot of cases. Definitely much harder than like human characters, I think, for sure. And so that's why we wanted to make this category. And yeah, I love all of them. I can't say I necessarily want to protect all of them, but I do love all of them. I'll give them that.
I mean, some of these can protect themselves.
That's
Let's
facts.
be real.
That's facts. Actually, maybe all of them.
Bond protected like a 4-year-old for like a day.
True. Look at him, bro. Look at Borf, as he said. Okay, so the golden whistle for best non-humanoid this time around is going to go to Faputa from the second season of Made in Abyss. And there's a lot of reasons that I think why Faputa gets this award. This character was incredibly deep, introduced in season 2, and they really, really took a lot of care with not only her design, because I think her design is really fucking cool, but as time goes on and we get more of the backstory, right, and more of her goals, her aspirations, her upbringing, and kind of like that purpose that she's trying to fulfill, she is like the purest expression of season 2 of Abyss's themes, and I think that's super, super impressive. And on top of that, her VA snapped. Oh my god, it is crazy. Like, if you've never heard Fabuta's like her monologue sections, when she's really talking about like, I have to do this because it's a part of me and whatnot, bro, Misaki Kuno went so hard on these voice lines that she literally lost her voice while the show was being created, and she was afraid she was gonna lose her job because she went so hard on the voice lines that she thought the staff around her was going to be really angry and upset with her. But thankfully the staff of Abyss 2 was very understanding, and she was able to recover her voice and continue going on. But that is like dedication, bro, if I've ever seen it.
It's a dedication to her job that I do not have for mine.
See, like, that's how you just know that these VAs are passionate, bro. That's just how you know. But there's a lot, like, aside from Fabuta's character, right, she's also just like really cool, right? Like she has a few different character design changes throughout. Like I remember when she gets first introduced, she like has this like Sonic the Hedgehog thing going on where she can like fly around as an orb. I'm like, what is happening? I don't know what's going on. And they definitely took a lot of extra care with animating her as well, because none of it, like, it's definitely like very fluid the entire time. When she goes through her transformations, when she does the whole like needle arm thing, like she's kind of brutal on top of it. Like there's just a lot. It's a very complicated character. But I want to protect her at all costs. It must be done.
I don't think you need to protect her.
Yeah. I'll do it anyway. They can't stop me. But yeah,
Bro, Fopta gonna protect you, bro. Come
that's
on
facts.
now.
I'm down for that too. Fuck it, man.
I would be protected by that.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. And like really, like it was cool. It was really cool because when I was getting introduced to Fabuta with season 2, right? A lot of the same feelings I had about Nanachi in season 1, right? I see in that, and I'm sure that's on purpose. They're both hollows, obviously. But like a lot of the same feelings of endearment I had for Nanachi's character, I felt with Fabuta in season 2. And that's impressive to make me feel on that level, because I really love Nanachi as a character. So definitely stand out. Just all through and through. There's just like so many cool things about the character, but I don't want to gush too hard. Yeah, I'm sorry. It just be like that. But definitely impressive.
Go off.
Hey man, hey, listen man, these hollow children are amazing, bro. I don't know what to say. What are these red things? I don't know what they're doing. Like, all right, most hilarious moment up next.
Here we go.
Now listen, comedy is something. It's all over the place in 2022. Regardless of whether your show was a comedy or something that was supposed to be like very serious, there were a lot of moments that like literally made me pause and just like die laughing for a few minutes before I was able to continue. And some of them are just so ridiculous that I'm just like, how did we even get here in the first place? But yeah, I found myself laughing quite a lot, even like I said, non-comedies. Like some of these shows are not necessarily supposed to be like comedies, but like they definitely will get some yucks out of you for sure.
House is definitely not a comedy.
Yeah.
That was the most out of place episode ever.
It was.
Like my boy Big Scorch.
The moments like that we had considered for this category like really had to like stand out, because comedy is like one of the most subjective parts about any type of like entertainment media.
Agreed.
But like these were like almost inarguably funny. I feel like in the ways that they were like built up and like executed, because like you could just tell by watching any of these moments that we have here that the comedy was more like sophisticated, I would say, compared to like what is like normally like considered like conventional or like box standard or something that like people will like just like not think anything of. It's like, yeah, that was like, it was supposed to be funny, but it didn't really like hit with me, that type of thing. I like these, like I was dying, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And like there's different types of comedy, of course, but there was one thing that was consistent throughout all of these that I definitely had more than a few laughs at each of these. Definitely. It's like these are like the moments that you talk about with your friend, like yo, did you watch the new episode yet? And you just wait to see their reaction.
Gosh,
they're like, what the hell, bro? Be like that. So
lol.
Yeah, no, actually out of control. And so we are giving the award for most hilarious moment of 2022. This time is going to go to Komi Cannot Communicate Season 2. It's a male photography scene. Bro, this came out of nowhere, bro. Like, where did this come from? Bro, this is just
I think this scene was also an anime original too, so it actually came out of nowhere.
That's actually
literally.
I actually went back. They sequenced it a little bit out of order, but it is in the manga. But it's only there for like it's only there for like 10 pages, so they went all out.
Okay.
They went in.
They went. And that's like something so cool is like when a seemingly like insignificant panel in manga or whatever, like a short scene in a manga can like just be like they could just take it and run with it. They can just take it and run with it when it gets adapted. They're just like, let's just have a little bit of fun with the scene, and I definitely think they had fun when they did this one. So we'll show you guys.
I think it's impressive because like like taking something that is like supposed or a moment that is from a comedy that is supposed to be funny like may not seem like anything like special, but like Komi like just like self-contained like within its series like has so many of these moments that we could have like chosen from, but this one still managed to like stand out amongst all of those, and it's like to me there's something to be said about that type of thing.
Yep. Agreed.
Like,
So
we're gonna
let's
show some-
let's show you guys what we're talking about here.
And thank God it works.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
and
does
that's
it?
probably exiting out of the slideshow mode. I
So
think.
like this.
Yeah, and then play from here.
Oh,
Oh, there. Oh my
No.
God, full screen
Where's the
plays.
full screen? Okay, hold on.
Is it working before the
Okay.
show?
It was, but you know,
Yeah,
can we do this? Can I finesse it? All right, yeah,
Can we?
yeah, impromptu, yeah,
Impromptu.
yeah. Hey, we adapt on the fly around here. This is we'll just have to do it this way. Jesus Christ, bro.
Now, wait, hang on. I think we can go to full screen now. All right. No. I mean slideshow mode.
I am on full screen. I'm already in.
Oh, I thought you meant like slideshow. Whatever.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. We did overcome here.
Yeah.
Just says it. Full confidence.
これでいいのか。
そうだ。いいぞ。いい感じだ。ただの写真撮ってるか。うん。これぞ芸術だ。おい。俺たちも混ざっていいか。
What do you mean?
来い。よし、京都の夜景をバックに芸術を爆発させるぞ。そこ、もうちょい左。そう。これ完璧なコースだ。いいよ。すごくいい。彫刻みたいな体。腹筋板チョコ。最高だよ。みんな、いや、最高だよ。
That's the best part. That's the best part. She's like, what the fuck
like,
is
what?
going on?
The funniest part of it for me is the panel that pops up that says starting to enjoy this. I think that shit was so funny. Like Tadano just gets sucked into this complete nonsense that's going on.
I understand.
I get it.
Bro.
Absolutely, bro. Oh man, that's something else.
The fucking like, music too is like, oh darn.
Yeah, that shit is just hilarious, bro.
It's so stupid.
No, it is. It's it doesn't have to be complicated to be funny, bro. It'd be like that.
All right, let's try to come back from this.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna be
Okay.
at this for hours.
Okay. All right,
here we go.
Moving on to the next award, we have the Guilty Pleasure Award. Now, listen, guys. Of course, not every show in a year is going to be a masterpiece. There's got to be, there's some stuff that'll be kind of in the middle. Be some stuff that's complete dog shit. There's a myriad of different qualities of shows when it comes to. But the Guilty Pleasure Award is like, in a way, while you're watching it, you're like, man, this is a really fun watch, but should I really be enjoying it as much as I am? That's kind of like the feeling that I get when I talk about guilty pleasures. It's like, man, I'm enjoying this, but like, am I supposed to? Like, am I supposed to be? I'm supposed to be having this much fun with it? And yeah, there are definitely some guilt. There was some guilt this year. There was some guilt for sure. Definitely some shows that were not that I would call good, but enjoyable, I guess. Is the word I would use. I don't really know how else to say it. Like,
yeah, it's just like go ahead, Jeffrey.
Oh, just to like establish like some boundaries of like what we mean by like guilty pleasure. So like this is like the type of shows where the perceived quality is like not proportional to your overall enjoyment of the experience. So you basically liked it more than how good you thought it was. So it's like it's like the why do I like this type of show? It's like it's something that's like really like inexplicable. You're like, man, I know I'm enjoying myself, but I don't think the show is actually that great. But and those are these types of shows,
Yeah, and I think it's actually interesting because like I think it takes a little bit of time for watchers to kind of get to that point where they're able to separate quality from like things that they just enjoy. Like, because I think a lot of people just outright like they just assume that everything that they enjoy is just the best. There's a lot of people that think that way, but I think like once you're able to make that separation in your mind, you know, there's a certain level of appreciation for shows that aren't necessarily great, but like, damn, I'd be lying if if I said I didn't have a good time watching it, because being entertaining in and of itself is a very good quality. Obviously, that's like part of the reason we watch these shows in the first place, is to be entertained. So
sometimes a show has the X factor and nothing else, and you know that's okay.
Yeah, there's something for everyone, you know. There's something for everyone, and these the shows in 2022 were definitely more than out there, I would say. I'm thinking about some of the scenes that are on the screen right now, and I'm like, bro, what did I even watch, bro? Like, what?
Some of these shows were just built different.
Yeah,
entirely different.
Yeah, that's definitely a fact. So, the Guilty Pleasure Award for 2022, the Golden Whistle, is going to go to Birdie Wing.
Really could not have been anything else.
Yeah, it couldn't have been. So for those of you who don't know, this is a show about golfing. And that in of itself, no, wait. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I was like, it's about golfing, and you know, I think that in and of itself, like golf is kind of a polarizing sport. Like a lot of people aren't that super into golf, especially like watching golf. And so, you know, on the surface level, I was like, man, you know, it's a show about golf. I haven't watched a show about golf yet. I wonder how it's gonna be. Nothing could have prepared me for what I got. Nothing could have prepared me for what I got with this show. What I ended up getting was like the most ridiculous, over the top, like most insane, just all over the place sports show I think I've ever seen, bro. Like, what even happened during all of Birdie Wing? And every week we would talk about it. It would be like, bro, what is going on? Hello? I don't know, but like, I'm kind of enjoying it, to be honest. I'm not sure.
Kept like compounding too. It kept getting crazier. It really like.
Yeah.
It felt like a show where the writers would walk into like a conference room, have no idea what they wanted to do for the week, and just like, we're gonna throw darts. She's gonna pin up a whole bunch of ideas and throw darts at them. It's the only way to explain some of the events that happen in this show. It's wild, it's nonsense, and it's typically the type of show I actually really dislike. But they just kind of embrace the nonsensical stuff to a level where I can't help but like it.
So basically, those who wanted an actual show about golf, you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, not quite.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a accurate depiction of golf. This is what happens during this is what happens during golf.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ!
For sure.
And this show, the last thing I'll say about this show is like, it's so random, bro. It's so random because like, it's most of the time I'm like, man, this really isn't like written that well, like that. But then like they'll do something like that, like the CGI scene of like the golf course
random moments of quality.
I'm like, why is that so good? Why was that? What the hell was that? And I'm like, is that what they're gonna do from now on? And it's just literally just completely random what I'm gonna get every week. So that definitely Birdie Wing. It's just I just try it if you want to get an idea of what we're saying. I don't know if words is gonna be enough to really give you guys an idea of what this show did to us when we watched it, but definitely the best example of a guilty pleasure that this year for sure. Like I can't even think of something that comes close for me, honestly, but it just be like that. Insanity. And now, bridging off of that, we have Most Unhinged, which is a little bit different because Unhinged. See, shows have like they have different reaches, right? Some shows just like to stay very grounded, very believable. Like, you know, everything is pretty organic and pretty grounded, right? And then some shows are just like, you know what? Fuck that. We're just gonna do the most ridiculous off the wall shit at any point, and you will never know how crazy things we're gonna get, because every single time it just gets crazier. It just gets crazier.
These are the shows that throw any semblance of normalcy out the window and replaces it with like unfathomable absurdity. It's like you know, and like I feel like these types of shows are like very polarizing. Like it's like you love them or hate them. But like if there's one thing that like is consistent, is that like these shows offer experience that at a baseline they're unforgettable. Like if you watch one of these, like you're never gonna forget like what the show like brought to the table. It's like that it's like that absurd. And man, anime green lights too many things, for better or for worse, but I would say it's mostly for the better because we get these types of shows.
For sure. And like that's the thing, like being unhinged doesn't mean that you're not of good quality. It's just like kind of breaking boundaries. Like all of us in our mind have an idea of like how far a show will go with any particular premise, and I think these shows just kind of shatter that altogether. Like you just however far you thought they would go, they've gone 8 miles past that. Like it's not even close to where you thought it was going to be originally. And so we wanted to definitely hand out this award. We show you guys some of the examples here. Definitely Unhinged is definitely the right descriptor. Definitely.
What the fuck is going on in any of these screenshots?
What is actually happening? What is it?
Oh, I mean, you could kind of infer what's going on in the bottom right. You know, if you just assume.
But like,
but you really don't know. You truly you would clueless.
Yeah, you're gonna need to watch the scene if you want some context on that one, bro. Like that. But we're giving the most unhinged award for 2022 to Pop Team Epic, and it's it's just like from the moment that you turn on Pop Team Epic, whether it's season 1 or season 2, it's just like you just won't know what's happening. You just like Bobby, I have a question for you, man.
Yeah.
When you turn on Pop Team, when you turned on Pop Team Epic season 2 each week, what was going through your mind?
Brother. They're giving me everything to think about. There's nothing going on up there, bro. You think, here's the thing, right? What is a hinge? What is a hinge? It's something that holds something together. You know, it gives it a connection. Every minute of this show has nothing to do with the last. It's a special experience, you know. Not many shows do what Pop Team Epic does, and it's something to be. I feel like if aliens came down to Earth and they found Pop Team Epic, you know, I think they would be able to relate to that better than we could. But it's in spite of that. It's in spite of that this show is hilarious. You know, comedy is something that is, you know, I guess you could say subjective.
Yeah.
But it's about the unexpected, and boy, are you getting the unexpected with this show.
Yeah, it's like so unhinged that you don't even, like, at no point do you know what to expect, and even though you didn't expect anything, you're still just blown away by what the hell is going on. Like, it just never stops, it feels like. It just always keeps going.
I'm gonna go on record in saying that, like, Pop Team Epic, like, as a whole, is the single stupidest piece of media I've ever experienced. Like, I've never come across something that is, like, made by humans and has a considerable amount of effort put into it. Like, that's an important detail, is that, like, a lot of people came together to, like, make this, whatever this is, and has lacked all semblance of rationality. It's like, it's baffling to think that human minds conceived anything that happened in this show. And, like, the creators must have, like, undergone like, intense mental and, like, spiritual training to, like, remove any and all filters from their minds to come up with, like, the skits in the show. It's like they never once thought that, you know, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
And did not cross their minds even once that anything that happened in the show, like, might not have been serviceable or something like that.
True.
It's like this is, like, the definition of unhinged for me. And, like, one cool little detail, like, this, like, key art that we chose for Pop Team Epic, like, this is, like, new that they released at the end of the last episode of the second season. if you've seen the Violet Evergarden movie, this is a parody of that. And why they chose to do that, I don't know. It's like, what's the relation there? Like, did they just want to? Like, you can't like get any like further from like the type of series that like Violet Evergarden is than this show. It's like, what? Why? Just so.
Oh my god, bro! Actually,
Because
out
they
of control.
could.
Yeah, no, that's definitely that's the descriptor of the show. Because why
The
they
show's
do that?
like-
Because they could.
It's like scarily innovative too. Like the different animation techniques and styles that they just go through like within a single episode, which the singular episodes are only 12 minutes, by the way.
Mhm.
If you see a 24-minute runtime, the reason is because they do the same episode, but they repeat it with different voice actors in the second half, just because they can.
just why? Because they can. That's because they can. That is the definition.
They get like
of it.
pretty prominent like voice actors on
Yeah,
there
they
too.
do.
Like a lot of famous duos happen to be Peep Me and Popico in the in every episode, which is like kind of hilarious.
First episode of like the second season had Aya Hirano and Minoru Chihara like as you know the two characters, and like that, like if you've been like invested in anime for a long time, you'll know that like they are like pretty famous for like their work in like the early like 2000s, and they haven't worked together on like something that has like been like new since a very long time ago. It's like and like to me like that was like a cool like little detail, because like, you know, only a few people would actually like care enough to like notice something like that.
True.
It's just like there's like so much meta stuff going on with the show. It's just like, God, like how is this even a thing? It's
How
like,
and why?
It's like the feeling. Yeah,
How
how and why?
and
We'll
why.
never know. We'll never know.
Facts. All right. Next, we got most inspiring. So the inspiring award is just that. But the thing about 2022 is it gave us a lot of different avenues of inspiration. There's definitely different ways that I was inspired by different shows. And like some, you know, you feel are kind of like set up to be that way, and others like are kind of unexpected in the way that they choose to be inspiring. But all of them definitely, I think, did a good job of being like motivating you a little bit. You're like, you know what? That's actually really fucking cool. Maybe I'll do something. Maybe I will do a singular thing in life. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the most like, and for lack of a better word, like abstract effects a show can have, like in not only in just anime, but like in like the vast world of like entertainment media, is like, you know, the ability to like inspire the viewers. And like this is like a concept and like also a feeling that's like more often associated with like art forms, which is something that I consider anime to like be more like than simply just like entertainment media. And like I feel like these are the types of like shows that really bring out the artistic aspects of anime better than like their contemporaries, you know.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. Like, man, it's like sometimes you come away from an episode and you're like, man, that really made me think differently about, you know, your outlook on how things are going. And everyone's situation is different, and so I think that's why it's so special, because different shows will have different effects on how they actually inspire you and motivate you in what bridge of life that you're crossing at any given moment. So the most inspiring award for 2022 this time around gonna go to Dance Dance Dancer, and to me it was so painstakingly clear from the moment we started watching the show that there was something different about it for sure. But one of the coolest things is, of course, the MC Junpei and just how inspiring he is as a character, being someone who has, you know, the societal expectations, the gender norms kind of thrust upon him. He's expected to be a big tough guy and everything, but he really just wants to be a ballet dancer, and he goes through hell for it. And I think that's something that's so admirable and so relatable, right? That's something that's so relatable to me. I've been interested in things that weren't necessarily normal for kids like me. I know I had this dynamic with music growing up, where, you know, a lot of the African American community listens to primarily rap and R&B and whatnot, but I was really interested in like rock and roll and metal and stuff like that, and that was like something that I had to go through. So I definitely feel you, Junpei, man. I know how it is, brother. I know it's really different out here, man.
Yeah, for sure. Like Dancer was definitely inspiring for more reasons than just one. Like, like the progression of the show, like they tackle like so many different things. Like as the show, like progresses, like from beginning to end. Like early on, you mentioned like the gender norms and the social pressures, and like Junpei like kind of like bottling up like his passion because of these things. But like at a certain point in his adolescence, like that. He can't help but like act on his affinity for the art because it knows it's what makes him happy, and it's what's the most true to him. And like also like the self-sacrifice aspects of any like given like art form, like especially one that's like as like physically strict and like demanding as like ballet. It's like it really like faithfully depicts like what is necessary for you to be successful in one of these like activities, like normal happinesses, like leisures, and sometimes like even like certain people in your lives, like they have to like be discarded if you want to like achieve something amazing like Junpei wants to. And like that is like, oh man. And like in the like the later parts of the show as well, like where it kind of like shifts focus to Junpei like seeking affirmation from those that he respects, like most notably like his like mentors and people who like would need to recognize him in order for him to like be a successful like male ballet dancer. Like that affirmation is like so important for young people, especially because like it inspires them to like pursue higher forms of their art later in their life. And like without that, then it's like you never know if like what you are doing is right or worth investing like your entire life into. It's like there's so much to talk about. We can go on forever. Man, like, oh god, this show.
We'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about more, but definitely for now, most inspiring, definitely well warranted. If you're anyone that has had passion about pretty much anything, I think you'll find that those themes that it chooses to express in the show are definitely out there.
And I also want to like reassure people that like even if you are not like into ballet dancing, like
I wasn't.
It does not matter. Like ballet dancing is a placeholder for anything that like you're passionate about, or anything that like you felt uncomfortable like expressing your passion for, like in the face of like social pressures or whatnot. Like you will get something out of the show if you have something like that in your life.
Agreed.
For sure.
Agreed. Definitely well deserved from Dance Dancer. And we move on to the last award in layer 2, which is Best Musical Performance, a brand new category. And musical performance is like it's pretty self-explanatory, right? And when you go back and you watch all the shows in 2022, you will soon learn that there are probably many more than you thought they were. Like when you really think about it, we definitely had no shortage of musical performances this year between all the idol shows that are out there. There are shows like Bocchi the Rock. There are shows like we see Kaguya on the screen. That's not necessarily a music show at all, but even they can bust out some musical some musicality every here and then. So
you can do whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly. They can just pull it out of their bag, and so so there's a lot of different branches that musical performances can manifest themselves in, and so we just thought there was definitely enough volume for there to be a conversation, and so we decided to give an award to what we thought was the best performance in general. So
I do want to like stress like how like special like musical performances in anime like can be, because like to me like so many of like the defining elements of anime like as a medium come together to like craft these types of scenes because of like anime's like unique set of like audio visual principles. So like musical performances in real life is like something that like can't lie. Music does not lie like in
sure
these
doesn't.
ways, and like and like to depict a performance that is like rooted in real life, for some of them like Kaguya is like pretty like spontaneous when it comes to that, but besides the point, like they demand like refined skills and like understanding of like how people like actually perform music, and for a performance like this to succeed in anime, like it needs that understanding of how real people express themselves through music, which can encompass things like playing instruments with the correct technique, like having like very like grounded like choreography that you could imagine like actually happening, or even like capturing like the audio in certain ways to like immerse or like to create like a sense of immersion of like the place that they're actually performing in. Like there's so many factors that need to go into like these types of performances that for them to succeed, a lot of things need to go right, and these are the performances that they all went right.
Yeah, and this is not an easy category to win because we have a few music nerds on the Sovereign, so scrutiny definitely definitely there. I definitely did my fair share of performing, and yeah, it's definitely different, and really cool to also see like their takes on musical performances through the medium, because obviously it's going to be different than how they are in real life, but they're so captivating whenever they're done correctly, and I think that's something that is common between both animated performances and IRL performances. It's like captivating the audience and making them feel like they're really a part of the experience, right, through and through, and that's something really special. At least to me. At least to me. Yeah. And so the standout spectacular music performance that we decided to give the golden whistle to for 2022 this time goes to Love Live Superstar. Who would have expected? Who would have thought, ladies and gentlemen, who would have thought that Love Live would be getting a golden whistle for anime?
It's impressive. It's scary.
Right. I'm saying, like, how did we get here? Yeah, I know. Like, you guys got to understand, like, before Superstar, some of our members had quite strong opinions about Love Live in general. Very strong opinions, and the idol genre in general has definitely kind of come up short in a lot of ways over the past few years. But Superstar is kind of doing it to people, bro. They're kind of raising the bar out there. You make Dylan like idol shows, like, come on, bro. Like, you know how impressive that is. Like, it really be like that.
It really is only more impressive after watching the other series that they were airing concurrently around this time.
Yeah, true.
It's like
what she was doing.
A lot of idol shows are plagued with their musical performances being done with like extremely poor CG integration.
Yeah.
Right. And we're pretty open-minded on here. We think that CG like isn't always used the best, but it can be used very well.
Yes.
And I think in general, when a show is fully 3D or something, it makes it easier to kind of immerse yourself, because it's the jarring aspect of swapping between traditional 2D animation and 3D animation that makes it really hard to swallow when you're watching. But like, I don't know what Love Live, I don't know what they've been doing, but their integration between 2 and 3D animation has just it's mind-bogglingly good. And it's
I definitely had to double take it to like tell my brain like whether I was like watching 2D or 3D in some of these, and like that is like that's so impressive. I'm like, what is happening? Like, this is like it's like an optical illusion almost, and like it really is astonishing like what they did with these. Like, Gone is like the animatronic CG of like Love Live's past, and like this is like the new standard for like idol series when it comes to like creating a performance using CGI. And full disclosure, we kind of cheated it on picking this because this is actually 2 performances and not just one.
It's vital. I'm for story purposes, this is vital.
You actually do need to have both of these together, because the purpose of them is to there's a deeper purpose than to just have a music video, in your anime. Like, it actually talks about if you like look at the lyrics and everything, it's kind of symbolic, I guess, of the intentions of the characters and like their philosophy. So it's like, you gotta have to have them side by side.
Yeah, not only the lyrics, but also just like how the performances like are like play out. Like, just for a little bit of context before we actually show them to you. So like, Margaret is like a solo idol, participating in the Love Live, and she pretty much like embodies like power and confidence like an individual can achieve when they completely dedicate themselves to their passion. but she also like represents like the solitude of doing that type of thing yourself. Whereas like Liela, like the main characters, showcase like what many people with that same level of dedication can accomplish when they come together like under like a shared dream. And like both groups, like I say groups, but like, you know, Margaret is an individual. Like their attitudes like towards being idols is so fundamentally different, and those differences are reflected like spectacularly in these performances. And I think we should just like show them to you just so you know what we're talking about, and show you that we're not just talking out of our asses or anything.
All right, let's do it. Oops, it's gonna work.
No,
okay.
YouTube. There we go.
静かな瓦礫の街を行けば聞こえる消えそうな声誰かが見つけてくれるの待ってるその弱さ砕いてあげる
I was like, is autoplay gonna smoke me out? I was like, oh shit. Okay, let's show the second one. Oh, good. Good?
Oh, I was good. I mean, like we can watch them both and then we can just say our thoughts.
All right, cool.
結ヶ丘スクールアイドル部リエラたくさんの人に歌を届けようソングフォーミーソングフォーユーソングフォーアイ もしも過去と未来どこへだって行けてもきっとここにいるよずっとこの瞬間君と噛みしめるんだ小さい瞬きが一つまた一つ巡り合い楽しいを超えて
So this is like I didn't watch the show. This is like a competition, right? Like, like there are people choosing winners, right?
Yes, they're choosing between these two performances.
This is fucking just a little pet peeve of mine. I hate like when people compare solo performances to fucking those performances could not be any more different if they tried.
That's the beauty of it, bro. Like,
you know,
that's the juxtaposition, brother.
He's like a pissed off man. Fuck you.
You know,
maybe you get it if you watch the series, Miguel.
There you go.
I mean, no, I get like the idea they're trying to go with, but I just think the entire concept of a solo performer competing against a group of people is just dumb.
Anyways,
Nice, bro. Well, anyway,
else?
That being said,
yeah, definitely
that being-
standout performances. Yeah.
with that being said, particularly the solo performance, which I thought went hard as hell. They both were cool.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like the way that the solo performance like used like a bunch of like spotlights, even though that there's only like one person performing, like that's like that to me is like really really like cool way to like visually like depict like yes, this is like this is only one person like doing something like really incredible. And like there weren't like too many like very vivid colors in her performance just because like it was solely focused on her and like she was the color. But like in Liella's performance, like a lot more just like vibrant, a lot more vibrancy, and obviously a lot more like happy that these people can like share in their dream and in their experiences together, and like that is why like those two performances like they had to win.
They
I
kind
mean,
of snapped on the camera work too.
The whole idea is like the triumph versus the Margaret's like, look at me, like I'm amazing, I'm gonna trounce all of you, it's her triumph. Whereas Liella's thing is more about it's about the experience, the friends along we made the way, it's like it's the journey of us getting here.
It's, I believe in the show that they kind of boiled it down to like, do you want to sing together with people, or do you want like people to look at you when you're singing? And, I think both performances captivated that pretty well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's like that in real life too, to be honest. It'd be like that. definitely sick musical performances from Love Live. But now we move into the third layer, getting a bit deeper, the Great Fault. We got another batch of amazing awards to give out. We're gonna start with going full screen, I guess. I know it doesn't let me. F11 doesn't work. It's broken. My slideshow. Hold on.
Google Slides is kind of cringe.
Can I do this?
But we need to use it.
I can't.
All right,
F11.
here we go.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't. I don't know why I can't F11. It won't go. But we have the Pleasant Surprise Award coming out, and so like when you watch as many shows as we have, there's kind of like expectations for certain studios, certain premises, certain staff members, and so like whenever a new season starts, especially, it's like we generally get the idea that this is gonna be good, or maybe this will not be so good, but the benefit of watching stuff week to week means that we can try a lot of shows, and sometimes we end up with shows like this that were surprisingly good, even or definitely better than our expectations going in, because if you think something is gonna be like a 2 or a 3 and it ends up being like a 6, that's a pretty big win, all things considered.
The real question is, why are we watching things that we think might be a 2 or 3?
Because it's fun.
Because you can't appreciate the good.
You simply do not get it.
You can't appreciate the good without seeing the bad, bro. You can't truly get it, bro. It really be like that. Oh, that's what's up.
Hey, it worked. Oh wait, no, it didn't.
Whatever. Nah, my full screen is broken. My browser has caused me immeasurable pain. I don't know what happened, but we don't really need to explain much more about what makes a pleasant surprise. But there were some this year I definitely went in, and sometimes it's just like, man, this is gonna be a train wreck, isn't it? And yes, sometimes you give it the 3-episode rule, and while you're giving it the 3-episode rule and you expect to drop it after the 3 episodes, you're like, what, I'm gonna actually watch the whole thing to see how it goes, and I think that's in and of itself to be praised, and so that's kind of why we have awards like this. And so the golden whistle for a pleasant surprise for 2022, this time going to, as you guys just saw, the musical performances live. And like, there's a reason for this, right? There's a reason for this. If you guys have ever watched any idol shows ever, you would know why this iteration of Love Live is so special amongst its predecessors. If you want to talk about it, Dylan, feel free.
Well, with season 2 specifically, for the first season, we really only had like 5 characters that we kind of like 5 mains that we like explored and I guess like learned about and watched their growth. And so when they introduced like 4 more characters to bring it to like the typical 9, which Love Live does.
Mhm.
Typically, casts in Love Live, they start at 9 because they'll have like 3 characters per class of like high school
Mhm.
in like their idol groups. But with the addition of 4, I just felt like they weren't gonna have enough time to like flesh these characters out and continue to develop like the last 5 or like the previous 5, and I felt like it was gonna be like it was gonna go down your typical Love Live route and just be kind of like be really muddled and be kind of a very just mid experience. But it just didn't happen, and it like instead of like kind of putting things unresolved from like season 1 like to the side, they actually brought it back in like a meaningful way and really integrated like some of these like things that they kind of left open in the first season really well into the second season, alongside the new characters.
Yeah,
At a baseline, it is simply just a well-written show, which is not something that we expect from Love Live as a franchise or like the idol genre in general, you know.
True.
And like we can't stress like how much we were expecting this second season to just return to like the typical flaws that like we associate with Love Live and the idol genre. And we're so glad it didn't happen, because like we said, like the way that like they handled like the new first years, and also like the drama that kind of developed between the first and second years, because you know there's an inherent like skill gap between them, because like you know second years have been doing this for like a year, and like the new members haven't, and being an idol is like depicted as a very like you know physically and like mentally like demanding activity, which is also like to like this season's credit, is because like I don't feel like I've gotten that feeling in any of the Love Lives that I've experienced. It just seems like this like happy-go-lucky thing where you know we'll like pretend that it's like hard, but like we'll just like overcome it in the end because friendship or whatnot. But it did a really good job convincing us that this was a difficult endeavor, and that it required a lot of like self-sacrifice and a lot of like you know reflecting on like what you want to get out of it and such. And it was just a great show, and like I kind of wanted like to detach it from like the expectations that we have from like you know Love Live and idols in general, because it really is like a solid, like more than solid experience in my eyes.
And pleasantly, apparently, there's going to be a season 3, a Love Live first.
I'm gonna refresh this.
A Love Live first, maybe.
Usually they chop it off with a movie, but here we are.
All right, let's see if we can fix.
Can we?
Okay.
No. Why?
Does F11 not work for you?
No, it doesn't. It actually like I'm mashing it. It just doesn't work. I don't know what happened.
Bodied by Chrome.
It's Brave browser, bro. I don't know what transpired here, but
yeah, bro, that's tough.
Join your brethren on the Opera GX train, bro.
Opera GX.
Hey, you shut up over there.
What?
But yeah, I mean it's always good whenever something exceeds your expectations, for sure. And you know, especially when it's expectations of an entire genre, so definitely more than deserving of the award this time around. But my F11 button doesn't deserve anything. It just be like that. Okay, moving on to Bestest Boy. Now, what does it take to be a stand-up guy? What does Best Boy mean to you, Miguel? What does it mean, man?
Just like the endearing dude. I don't know. It's pretty simple. Someone you just rooting for, pretty much. That's how I think of it, at least.
I feel that. I think like obviously, you know, we're obviously all male on the cast, so like there's definitely like a point of relation where it's like, you know, that guy's really cool. There's some of that like I kind of want to be like this guy in some ways. You know, there's some qualities that I think they express that are very, very relatable. And other times it's just like, man, I just want this guy to succeed, man. Like, I hope whatever this character does, it is successful, right? I think I get that feeling with the male characters in 2022 in a big way. Oh shit.
What happened?
Okay, no, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Bro, there's like people stomping in my hallway, and I'm like, oh God, what's happening? I don't know what's going on, but there are a lot of really, really cool male characters in 2022, and some are cool in different ways than others. But we thought, you know, we gotta pick a bestest just to make y'all mad. You know what I'm saying? Can't give an award to all of them, and so we decided to pick one and only. And the bestest boy of 2022 this time around is gonna go to John from Shadow's House.
The upset.
A literal dark horse. Like you can't even see this man's face.
Yeah, it is hard. It's really hard for you guys to understand why this character wins this award if you're not caught up with Shadow's House. But John is a very, very not only endearing character, but I think there's also a lot of depth to him, and I think those things are super impressive considering that he doesn't have a face. He doesn't. He literally he's a silhouette. Like it's very hard, I think, to create a character that is so expressive despite not having facial expressions, right? That like using body language and his actual speech himself, he still manages to be one of the most, if not the most expressive characters on the entire cast of the show, or in the year in general, which I think is like they did it right? Like they did it the right way, if I feel that.
If this guy like appears on the screen and he's just like interacting with everyone else, there's something about him where it's just like his energy that he brings to the table, like he just kind of takes over the scene in like most cases, you know?
Agreed.
It's like he's so entertaining to watch because first of all, he's just a himbo. He's just a straight up himbo. Like no punches pulled. Like this man is just, he's kind of stupid, but he's so confident in himself as he just continues to be dumb. But like it's just he's so straightforward, you know? It's just like, oh, this is in my way, we'll just break it. It's just like, you're right, okay.
He's like a shonen protagonist, like trying to navigate his way through a world that operates on like social politics and like, you know, he just keeps trucking and we keep rooting.
His energy is like very infectious, and like I think like whenever like he is like in like, you know, the same room or the same conversation as like a larger group, like he kind of like dispels like most of the tension that like might arise from that. Like he's that type of character where like he kind of like sets people on like the right path of like, okay, we need to like be smarter than this guy. Like he's just being
like the baseline. Yeah. If you're smarter than John, then you know you're well off, bro. You're fine. Just don't be doing what this guy be doing. Also, he just got superpowers, bro. He be punching the shit out of stuff. I'm like, bro, like what? What do you mean, John Smash, John Punch? What are you talking about,
John
bro?
the Punch.
Surely there must be a better solution than punching.
No. That's usually what it comes down to, bro.
It do be like that.
Usually works out.
You'd be
They
surprised.
try to lock
how
up
effective
John.
it is.
They
is the
can't
funniest
lock
thing.
this man up.
It is the funniest thing because you start to like see John like single brain cell like turning, and you're just like, all right, come on, John, we got this. And then he just kind of boils down to I'm gonna punch it, and it just works anyway. It's like, okay, cool, thanks, bro.
Yeah, glad we had this talk. You know, I'm really glad we had this talk. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna try to actually just like reset the window and see if I can fix this really quick. So give me a sec.
All right.
It tilted the man.
Yeah. There should be a reopen window thing here.
How are we all doing in the meantime? We're like decent way into the show. We all high energy levels. We can make it through it.
I think.
We got it.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe. Possibly.
Okay.
Clicking a bunch. Now just click spam the arrow.
I'll just.
And now we spam.
Scroll down. Guilty pleasure.
You know what? Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah,
it's probably better to just scroll.
Yep. Bestest Boy. Okay. All right.
There you go.
Actually, I know. I just have to start this too because this will not work correctly if I don't do it this way. So I just want to make sure everyone can hear what's going on. Okay. All right. Okay. Speaking of which,
restream yourself to us.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Okay. We are good. Boom, boom, bum.
There you go.
All right.
Oh my gosh, that Spy Family.
Bro, it's so sick. The album art. Oh, yeah. No, it's actually amazing. Like, it's actually incredible. And so our next award, as you guys can see, best soundtrack. Soundtracks are obviously something that are super, super important. Sometimes it's more important to certain people than others, but especially to me, like when you're trying to create an atmosphere, or you're trying to create, a certain vibe or a certain feeling, you gotta have the right soundtrack going along with it. And there are a lot of different styles from some very, very reputable composers as well. We had Sawano popping off. Of course, we got Penkin up here. We got No Name, who does a lot of really, really good sound design stuff in the anime industry. There's just like no shortage of very, very strong musicians like really showing out on some very popular shows, and sometimes the lesser popular ones had some really banging music to them as well. So it definitely, I think when it comes down to it, most of the time when we talk about soundtracks, it's definitely very subject to your personal taste. Like some people will like the more upbeat stuff, some people will like the more orchestral. It just really depends on your vibe. Some people like the metal, the high octane stuff. And there's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer, but we do have to pick a winner.
If I give a little bit more like of an objective take on like what makes a great soundtrack. So like these are like really like the soundtracks that elevate the experiences associated with their shows to levels that couldn't be achieved in their absence, is what I would say. It's like you can't imagine like these shows like without their soundtracks like going on in the background. Like imagine watching Made in Abyss without the soundtrack, or like a different soundtrack or whatnot. You couldn't. It's impossible. And that goes for like everything. And that goes for everything that we consider nominating for this category.
Definitely. And like we said, like they achieve them in different ways. Like the main thing is like it's like an augmenter. Like the show undoubtedly, like the writing and the characters and all that, the animation, all that, very, very important parts of the show. But when you take all of those things and then you put a fantastic soundtrack on top of it, it feels like it like just ascends to another level. You know what I mean? Like it's just something that is so special. And there was a lot of really, really great music in 2022. And like that, like I said, the best part is that there's so different styles. Like the four shows that we've used, the little album art to show you guys here, like these are so different stylistically from soundtrack to soundtrack. Like, they're so different, but they're all so strong in their own ways, and I think that's super cool. And like even going so far as to mention, some soundtracks have more like more lyrical involved stuff. Like obviously we talked about like Love Live. If you want to download the Love Live album, it's gonna have lyrics in it, right? And it's gonna be like that. And whether that's for you or not just really comes down to what type of listener you are. So this just is what it is. But we have to pick a winner. And this year's Golden Whistle for best soundtrack, best OST, goes to Mr. Kevin Penkin for his work on Abyss 3. And it's free. It's free. I'm gonna keep it real. All right, now listen.
I wonder what we're listening to right now.
Right? Yeah. Now listen. He is Kevin. Kevin is he's someone that I encountered pretty later half, I guess, of my life, right? Because I didn't watch Abyss until like 2017, 2018. And so like, I'd listened to a lot of music before then, right? And so for this guy to come in and become my favorite composer on that alone, I think is very difficult because I'm a music geek. And so I listen to a lot of music at once. But his work on this particular soundtrack for season 2 it's just been something so spectacular. The amount of range, right? There's so many things that he does. He has tracks that relate to the older compositions and like adding new twists onto them. He does like character representation tracks that like kind of give you a vibe for the personality of the characters that you're going to be watching on the screen. He has stuff that like really super invokes your fight or flight instincts. He has stuff that he showed like a project, FL Studio project where he has just like hundreds of instruments like just all complementing each other all at once. It's like this guy is definitely standout as far as composers go. He is insane, like absolutely crazy. And I do think that it is one of the reasons that Abyss has grown to become you know, my favorite series is because the music is just so spectacular, like without a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Made in Abyss's like soundtrack is one of those that like tells a story like all by itself. Like just from listening to it, it's like it's one of like the most like prominent components in like the show's like atmosphere, like world building and character progression, like all in one. It's like it's really something special, and like it's also really cool because you touched upon it a little, where like how transparent Penkin is, like when he's like making these soundtracks too. Like, he kind of like shows like some of the processes that he takes. He's really like he has a very like, you know, clear personality, and that's not really something that that every composer like seeks to do.
That's true.
And so like there's that extra like bit of connection that you have with the soundtrack through Kevin Penkin himself, which I feel like is
he's a goofball.
Is really something.
He's such a lovable goofball, bro. He's also happens to be very talented. I think one of the coolest things about him, the last thing I'll say about him, is his methodology whenever he creates music. I have a super deep appreciation for musicians, being one myself, and so like the way that he creates music, and he gives the staff the license to do with the tracks as they will. I think that's something so cool. He doesn't he doesn't look at a scene and be like, okay, I'm gonna create this particular song for this scene because it's what I think. He creates a long list of incredible tracks, and he gives it to the staff, and he says, I think you guys are better at this than I am, so I'm gonna let you do with what you will. And the staff has been pretty spot on with choosing some amazing spots for the tracks. So the method has not gone wrong yet. So whenever, you know, Abyss 3, which did get confirmed, whenever that happens, you know, I'm sure it'll be probably a few years before that happens, whatever type of continuation. There's no way that he's not going to be the one behind it at this point, bro. He's just done such a spectacular job throughout the entire series, and this particular OST was definitely no different.
It would be a crime if Penkin was not on the side. It's like one of those things where like you cannot imagine taking him off, because then Made in Abyss would not be Made in Abyss anymore without him.
Exactly. Also, just real quick, bro, I Am Burning Man, like, what is that track, bro? What is that? What is I Am Burning Man? Like, it is I'm gonna play it for you guys. I Am Burning Man is like the craziest. Like, it's like concerning in some ways. I'm like, what is happening?
Fight or flight, baby.
Right. I'm like, am I dead? Are they coming to get me? Like, this is concerning, bro. Like, if I was in somewhere and I just started hearing this, the background vocals is, oh yeah, see me mama. Oh no, I'm out of here, bro. No, I'm not sticking around. This is too much.
Sometimes like that's like just like on shuffle when I'm driving, that song comes up and it just gets such a weird reaction from me right in the
dude.
But yeah, definitely amazing soundtrack. If you guys have not sat down and listened to it all the way through, because there's some stuff that even wasn't used in the anime itself, there's some amazing tracks throughout, so I definitely recommend giving it a try if you get the chance. But now we're moving on to our next award, most bizarre moment. So anime is weird, bro. Anime is just weird sometimes, and like this award to me are like just anime being anime, right? Like and more on that, right? There are definitely there's a certain level of things that you can only really do in this medium, right? That can't really be replicated in other ones. And so like to me like these scenes, these moments are like the ones that exemplify that the most. Like I could only watch this being done in an anime. I could not get this experience anywhere else.
For sure.
I'm not sure
like,
if you guys agree with that.
If I had to like think about like I feel like this category like deserves like kind of like laying the groundwork more than any other like type of moment that we have in the show. But like to me, like these are the moments that you can like try your hardest to describe in a normal way, but you just can't, because they're that absurd. Like you could try to tell somebody about these moments and they probably like won't believe that they're actually real until they watch them. It's like there's no way that somebody like created something like this, right?
Really,
and like
really crazy out here.
there's so much unnecessary effort that goes into some of these scenes. It's like like some of these scenes could have easily been done in a normal way, and you know that would just be that. But they wanted to make moments that were extremely like unique and memorable, and
Yeah.
because of that we get these.
For sure. Absolutely. Just like, what the fuck, bro? What the hell? What the hell just happened?
What is going on,
Yeah, what is
bro?
happening? Am I in danger? I think I'm in danger. But the golden whistle for most bizarre moment of 2022 is gonna go to Akiba Maid War Moe Moe Kill in the first episode. What is what they do to us? I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know what I signed up for. I was not prepared for this in the slightest. This is definitely one of those things that if anime did not do this, it would never be done. There's no way you could do this in any other medium. Yeah. I'm convinced. This is just too much. I don't know. So, guys,
for a bit of context,
yeah.
Ronko, the one pictured, she kind of caused some chaos in the turf of a rivaling maid cafe, and what follows after that is a highly choreographed one-sided shootout that is synced to a very Moe idol song that, man, like, when I first watched this, it's like I had such a visceral reaction. I thought I was gonna die, bro. Like, I could not breathe properly. Like, I could have died watching this. Like, legit. Like, I was just so baffled at the idea that like humans thought of this and made an effort to make it a reality. It is like, man, there's something to be said. This quickly became like one of like my favorite moments, like in anime. Like, it's like. Holy shit!
Yeah,
bro.
Humans are the greatest waste of effort ever.
They are.
Ever
Yeah,
conceived.
it's actually crazy, right? It's actually insane that a human being was able to create this, to even think of this, bro. Like, what? But we'll show you guys what we're talking about here. This is gonna be
Hopefully the clip plays without much.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
It works
Thank God. Amazing. Got a 1080.
Uh-oh.
Unless.
それじゃあラストいくよ純情メイドぶっ殺しキッスカンタカ秘密の扉開けて会いに来てご主人様私と手にてくれるお約束でしょ魔法かけるのダリンダリン恋はピュアなほどダピダピ独り占めさせて全部でお願い君にもう一ちょうどキュンキシュキシュキュン永遠の指で正体も返さない愛をあげるキルキルユー全部ゴミだことぶち抜かなきゃほら瞳閉じてサイズ数えて笑顔いっぱい送りますパキュパキュパキュパキュおやすみなさい君にもう一ちょうどキュンキシュキシュキュン永遠の指で正体も変えれない愛をあげるキルキルユー心臓を声出して抱きしめるのほら瞳閉じてサイズ数えて笑顔いっぱい送りますパキュパキュパキュパキュもう止まらない恋のバトル炎上中ごめ純情暴走中君のハートに今命中萌え萌えパキュー
So this scene makes about as much this scene makes about as much sense out of context as it does in context.
I was gonna say, like when Jeffrey was saying earlier, like for some context, in my mind, I was like, that's not gonna help.
It didn't even
bro.
gonna help you.
Hey man, I try my best. It's like
I don't blame you, but yeah, there's not really much way to explain. And I will be able to at least tell you guys that the energy of Akiba Maid War is similar to that kind of the whole way through. This whole lot this show just kind of does, bro.
try to describe what you just saw like in the most normal way possible. Like you cannot. It's like
Good luck with that one, brother, because you are stronger than I if you can pull that shit off.
oh my lord.
But moving right along to our next category, Best supporting character, and this is one that is definitely a super important one. In some genres, it means much more than others, but especially for narratives that are, you know, very well written and very character driven, like having a good supporting character behind it, or multiple supporting characters, can really elevate not only the MC, but just the nature of the show in general. And so there were some very, very standout supporting characters this year for sure.
Yeah, some of like the great instances of like supporting characters is like the ones that like just have just as much impact on the watching experience as like the main characters, you know. Like these characters like add layers to shows that end up becoming like pretty imperative to like its structure, like themes or like character dynamics, like whatnot. And I think like a telltale sign of like a great supporting character is like if you like remove any of them from any of the shows that they're a part of, like the experience significantly changes, as in it probably gets worse in their absence. And so like these are these characters.
I think like some people would see supporting and they'd be like, oh, well, they're not as important. And that's not really necessarily true. They might not be the focal point of the narrative that, you know, is going on or everything, but they could still be very, very imperative to a show's plot and how it carries itself with its themes and its direction and whatnot. So definitely show some respect to these supporting characters, all right? They're out here putting in work.
Like, what's a shonen protagonist fighting for if he has no friends, right?
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's Naruto without his Sasuke. I'm 5 and this is deep. It really be like that. But the golden whistle for best supporting character in 2022, this is a difficult one, but it went to Hachimitsu from Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie. And man, this character is sick, bro. What a sick character. What an amazing character. So Shikimori is of course a rom-com, and I think rom-com is one of those genres where like supporting characters actually matter a lot. And like pretty much all of the great rom-coms out there have like amazing supporting characters to go along with the main characters, and this one was definitely no different. She's just so like deadpan, but also so genuine, and like just adds just a certain level of hilarity to like every situation that she gets put into. Like, what is she even doing here? Like,
the real main character.
Her face never changes from this, by the way. This is what her face looks like the entire time.
It's incredible how expressive she can be with a singular face.
One face.
Yeah. You called her deadpan, but she is probably like the most expressive character in the show.
That's true.
Bro.
That's
It's like it's so crazy how I could say that like with a straight face and like actually mean it, because like you can count the number of times she like changes her facial expression during the show on one hand, even if you've like lost like 2 fingers or something. It's like the show did like an amazing job at like making it clear like what she's feeling at any given time is like, and like her like role in the show, like she's kind of like the voice of reason in a lot of situations that the main cast like find themselves in. Like she's like the most like grounded character, funnily enough, out of like the main like 5, and like her presence in the show, like, you know, as we said, supporting characters do, like they just make the experience like exponentially like better. And like she does it in like the simplest way possible, like literally. It's like being funny, and on top of that, she gets actual development, and she's like the least likely character you would think would get something like that. It's like
the best episode of the show.
I'm glad they did it. I was like, yes, this is sick. Needed this.
Yeah, it was like they made her feel like an actual character, despite, you know, what we've said about like how she's just funny and how she doesn't change her expression and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely a standout. Like, it's not being best supporting character with you know 1 or 2 facial expressions. That's no easy feat. Like she's definitely out here. Yeah, I sure as hell couldn't do that. So.
I don't even know where to start.
Definitely shout out. So our next award is for best original. Originals are something that are super important to me because, you know, to me, an original is kind of the essence of a staff and essence of a studio. Of course, when you're adapting a source material to anime, right, there's a certain level of like faith you have to maintain to that source material, and so sometimes things get muddled. Like we've seen great manga, you know, not necessarily be adapted as well for the anime format. And so originals are super cool because we get to see kind of what they have to offer without the shackles of you have to abide by this source material. You know, these characters and this premise has to progress in this way or else it doesn't, you know, it doesn't line up. And that's why I think originals are so sick, because you just get to go crazy. You get to do whatever you want. And like, you know, some shows I could not imagine, like when while Akiba May War is going on, right? Like, it's like there's no way this is not original. Like, how could this possibly have source material? There's no way that that this could have source material. But yeah, there are quite a few originals. I am a type of person that when originals are airing in a season, I usually will try them, especially from certain studios, just because I think it's just interesting to see, you know, what they come up with and not having to abide by source material. And so yeah, I would definitely recommend all of you to take a little bit more chances on originals if you get the chance. Some of the best shows I've ever seen have been originals, so you know, it just
yeah,
is like
definitely some of my favorites as well, just because originals are like some like the best instances of like what makes anime such a unique storytelling medium, like you said, just because like they don't have to abide by or account for the principles of other mediums. And like there's like some people who like think anime would not be able to like sustain itself without manga or other forms of media to source works from, but to me, I don't think that's further from the truth, like with how many like originals like really stand out like over the years. And like while originals like don't make up the majority of shows that air in any given season, they're more often than not the things that bring, you know, something new to the table and remind me like why anime is like such a cool medium. You know?
Yep, agreed. Definitely think if there was no such thing as source material, I think anime would still be fine for sure.
Less frequent, but I don't think it would decrease in quality at all.
Agreed. And the Golden Whistle for Best Original 2022. This is a good award to get, and it is going to go to Lycris Recoil. Definitely more than stand out. I'm like, it's actually crazy that this show is original, right? It is so strong. In some ways it makes sense because of the way they're able to express themselves. Like, it makes sense in that regard that it is original. But man, it's just so spectacular of a show. And it being original on top of it, to me, is a plus. Like, to me, they get some bonus points whenever your show is really good and also original. Like,
yeah, I kind of want to like briefly like touch upon like the production cycle of the show, because like I feel like this is like kind of indicative of like what the type of process that original projects go through. So like it basically like transformed like very drastically from like its conceptual phases to like what we actually got, and that was like thanks to the efforts of key staff members, like most notably like its director, like Shingo Adachi, who was brought on like after like everything like structure wise was established for the show. And that's like very irregular that happens. Usually like a show, even originals, like have all the key staff members like on board like before they start production of it. But in this case, like that did not happen because of, you know, the dedication of its key staff members. We basically like got, you know, if you've seen the show, like what we got, it's extremely fun, like unapologetically so. It's very like well thought out, like in its themes and its narrative, and you know when we mentioned it like in the duos category, like the characters are like just so endearing, and there's like so many things that this show has to offer that like I think it's like very indicative of like what originals can bring to the table. Like, and this is one of the things that like it starts from zero, and it stands completely on its own merits, like by the end of it, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, to me, that's a beautiful thing, and like just hearing about the process of it, like I could tell that this was a very passionate project from the creators, and I'm like, dude, that's what's up.
Yeah, facts. More spectacular originals. Give me that. I'll give A1 credit this time. All right, I get it, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. Jeez. All right. Moving on to our next award, we have the Golden Mic Award for male voice actors. So This is something pretty special to our show. We always like recognizing voice acting because it is definitely one of those parts of the industry that we feel it doesn't get appreciated as much as it should. Voice actors obviously work extremely hard. A lot of them work a ton of roles that you've probably heard. You might not recognize them depending on those roles, but a lot of VAs do a lot of different shows, and some of them they do multiple at once. Like there were multiple times in 2022 where there was, people doing 3, 4, 5 shows at once, and that in and of itself is super impressive. And they really breathe life into the characters that we hold near and dear. And when you find that perfect character to VA pairing, something special really happens for sure. And there was definitely a ton of that in 2022, and so we definitely want to reach out and recognize all the VAs that worked very hard. Of course, all the male VAs did a great job in 2022. But we did think that there was some that were just a little bit of a cut above, and some of these guys you might recognize. Like if we told you some of the characters that these guys were, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's that guy, right? And the goal is to make it so whenever you hear their voice in a show, you're like, oh, it's him. Yeah, I get that guy. That guy's sick, right? That's what we're trying to get you guys, because I have that moment of I always think that's super cool. Because sometimes I don't look at sometimes I just watch shows without looking at VA casts, and then they pull up and I'm like, oh, wait, what
what are you doing here?
Why are you in the show? Yeah, those are always the funniest. Is when you're watching a show that you don't expect to have like as good of a VA cast as it does, and you're like, bro, why does this have? What the hell? What is going on?
Some of them have like those really distinct voices that I just like notice immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're talking about males right now, but like Inori's like that for me. It's like once Inori pops up, it's like, hey, look, Inori.
Yeah, and then some of them are so good that they're able to. They have such range, right? Like some VAs have such range that you wouldn't even recognize them unless you looked up the staff page. It's like, wait, that was them? Like what? Oh, what the hell? That's like actually super impressive. Like, it really do be like that. But amongst all of the fantastic male VAs in 2022, we decided to give the golden mic, not whistle, to Mr. Natsuki Hanae. And listen, guys, you've heard a role from this guy. Like, let's put it that way. You have heard a role from Natsuki Hanae. He's definitely one of the hardest working male VAs out there, and his prominent roles, there's just no shortage, right? For those of you who don't exactly know who he is, of course he's Tanjiro. Like, I'm sure that's one that a lot of people will automatically recognize, but he's also done a ton of stuff in 2022. Let me pull up his list real quick just to see. He's done 50. Oh my god, how many roles? 20, 24? Like what? Oh my god, bro. He's Falco in Attack on Titan. He was in Bisco. He's Vanitas from Vanitas No Kart. He was in Gunjo Fanfare. Oh god, that shit. It's yeah, he was in Heroine. He was Shinpei from Summertime Render. This guy, he's in Blue Lock. He's in Chainsaw Man. He's that guy. He's that guy, for lack of a better term. Definitely one of the more prolific male VAs out there.
Yeah, he's one of those like unmistakable voices as well. Like, yeah, like he does have range. Like I remember like when I watched like Odd Taxi last year, and like he was like the main character. Like it was like definitely like more like middle aged, like mellow type of characters, and I was kind of surprised it was him. But most of the time, I can just like tell like, yeah, this is Natsuki Hanae.
Yeah.
And if I had to pick a favorite role from him this year, it would definitely be Shinpei Aishiro from Summertime Rendering.
Agreed.
Like what he brought to that role, like Shinpei is like a very clever, very like grounded and very like intelligent character in a way that's like not egotistical. Like he doesn't think too highly of himself, but it's just like a trait of his, and I feel like that was brought out because of Hanae's performance of him. And at never point did I feel like that his voice did not match like the character that I was seeing on the screen.
For sure.
And Shinpei definitely like carried a lot in that show. Like he was like a spectacular main character, and Natsuki Hanae is one of the main components in why we thought he was so fantastic.
Agreed. Definitely standout so many roles, so many good roles. He is just out here, definitely well deserving. But those are not the only types of VAs we have. We also have the women voice actors. And like, you know, when we describe categories, it's more the same, because sometimes it even feels like the women have even more roles than the males sometimes. I don't know if there's statistical backing for that, but like sometimes it feels like, you know, I'll see a female VA do like 6 roles in a season. I'm like, what are you doing? What was like, is that okay? Like, are you gonna be all right? Like, jeez, man, it's actually insane. But yeah,
I will say, like, this year, like for like female voice actors, that a lot of them like really like found their stride this year. Where like some of these voice actors like have been around for a long time, like they're like pretty experienced, but I feel like this year like they had a lot of like standout, very important and impactful roles in the shows that they were a part of, where like, you know, now people like started to like recognize them. And there's also like a lot of like relatively like new talent as well. I feel more so than the males. The males was like mostly like established talent, which is still like, you know, worthy of like recognition. But
for sure.
I feel like on the female end, there was definitely a lot more new ones that, you know, have very bright futures ahead of them.
Yeah, for sure. Just a lot of the ones that you see on the screen also have like a great amount of range too, which is like super cool. The variance and the drastic differences between, you know, the way that they choose to express the characters, like from show to show, it's like pretty crazy in some cases, like so drastically different. But that's just what it means to be really strong, really good at something, right? Like they're able to do things that just really blow us away each and every year. And this year definitely had a bunch of really fantastic female VAs. Yeah, go ahead.
One other like little thing is that female VAs usually have to be like good singers too. Like a lot of times, so it's like people are like multi-talent.
That's true. That's true. I definitely give you that. I don't know if that dynamic will change down the line as time goes on, but
should.
I know. Right? Miguel hates it when people are good at multiple things. It's actually hilarious. He's like, you're only allowed to be good at one thing. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's up, bro.
The barrier to entry to being a VA is already really high.
It is. That's right. It is the tough industry.
It's stupid high, and it's getting higher, because you need to be good at 3 things, please. You need to be idol-esque, amazing voice actor, and then also be a good singer.
It'd be like that, man. You got to do it all. It's power creep, bro. The goated VAs make it harder for everyone else, because everyone else has to reach their level, man. It's tough out here.
It's tough, bro.
Yeah, it's really tough. But the golden mic for female VA this time going to Aoi Koga for her work as Komi. Did you know that Komi and Kaguya's voice actor were the same person? Isn't that insane to think about? Isn't that insane to think about? But she also did a lot of minor roles. I personally watched Kunoichi Tsubaki, where she played a kid role, so she also has that range of being able to do those. And she did a childlike role in To Your Eternity as well. But she really knocked all these roles out of the park in my eyes. Especially like, bro, just even if you cut out all the minor roles and just focus on like Komi and Kaguya in the same seasons, like that is not easy. That is not easy, because if you know anything about how Komi is as a character, right, it's so drastically different, right? It's so drastically different than like probably most characters that she will have voiced in the past. It's pretty nuts to think about.
Being Kaguya in general is just hard, because Kaguya is like so like erratic and has like so many different things about her. Like she's just so she got like a million different, like Bobby said at some of the points, she got like a million voices anyway, like just because of Kaguya.
Yeah, like she definitely, like when you see her performance like over the course of the year, you know, some of these voice actors obviously have done several roles over the course of the year. But honestly, Kaguya and Komi alone, like the combination of those two, like it really shows her like talent for just the range in which she's able to, you know, modulate her voice and also just act within those different types of roles, and it's really impressive.
Agreed.
Unreal.
Yeah, actually insane, bro. And you know, like I said, there's a ton of other fantastic female VAs as well. We just felt like this is the one for this year. We definitely
This was like the most contested
This is
category,
hard,
like picking a winner. I
really
feel
hard,
for us,
really hard, really
because
hard.
like there's so many like
Yeah,
that we could,
there's so
that we
many
could have
good
chosen
ones.
for.
That's right.
For so many different reasons, but you know, as we said, like the combination of Kaguya and Komi is actually like too much for most voice actors to handle. I feel
absurdly strong. Congratulations to Aoi Koga for taking the golden mic. And now we're moving on to the last one in this layer. We have most shocking moment. And we just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a spoiler warning. If you plan on watching any of these shows, we will be showing a clip. And so we don't want to spoil you unwarranted.
They're just stills. They're just stills.
Oh, they're just stills? Oh, yeah, okay. They're just stills. They can still be. I know exactly what moments they are. Yeah, they're
some of these shows you don't need to know. You don't really, you don't really need to.
But my platinum in, bro. But yeah, we just wanted to be courteous, and if you care about any of these shows that we will be showing, some stuff.
Come back in like 10 minutes or something.
Okay, so it won't be that long, but most shocking moment. So like, this is the first time I'm seeing this top right.
Thanks, Dylan.
That's
I couldn't get a good shot of him. There wasn't a good shot of him like doing the action and like the vast expanse of like the scenery. It was either this or like the very small shove.
So like shocking in this context is really just like pure, like what made you have the most drastic reaction? Like what made you be like, wait, what? That's insane type deal, at least for me. And like there were some of them were like shocked because of just how wacky they kind of are, and other ones were like, wow, that's actually like super crazy, like very thought-provoking in some ways. It just really like varied a lot from show to show, and some were like, man, I can't believe this show is so bad. Like why is it like this? This is unbelievable. Like
it would be easy to like call this category like the what the fuck moments as well.
Mm-hmm.
And like more on that, like these are like the moments that like completely like upended what happened previously in the show, like directly before these moments happened. Is like nobody could have expected like seconds before any of these happened that it would go like it did.
Not even close, bro. Like what even? What? That's what I feel like. What even was I subjected to? But amongst all the shocking moments, one stood tall above all the others, and that one this time around, the golden whistle going to Birdie Wing. For this, I just don't even like. Okay, we're gonna let's show it to you first, and then we'll explain it afterward.
I mean, it's not like the context will help.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna help that much, but yeah.
Good luck.
Yep.
唯一無二のショットを見せてやる。くらえよ、グレンの。どうぞバレット。
All guys look golf.
There's no context.
So
There's none.
Before, we just want to point out that this is a post credit scene, and like
easily miss this,
bro. It smokes you because you think it's symbolic, right? That's the thing. That was the thing for me.
Visual metaphor.
Yeah, I thought they were being symbolic. Like, oh, okay, obviously she like cranked her arm really badly on that shot. No, her whole arm just gone.
Also, it's a robot arm.
It's not just like her arm fell out. It's that she has a cybernetic arm.
Yeah.
They build it up, right? They build it up to like she's the old veteran, you know, like her body's wearing down. Like you think to yourself, oh, okay, like this whole cracking motif, you know, this is symbolic. This is symbolic. But the creators, they knew we're too smart. They know who's watching this show. They know that media literacy nowadays is getting a little bit too good. So they had to just be as literal as possible and just absolutely smoke our expectations.
I could not believe it, bro. I was like, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Her whole arm, bro. Actually insane. That was, by far the most shocking moment in 2022. I remember talking about it right after it happened. We were all like, what the fuck did we just watch, bro? What is this?
It's definitely special.
Dude, imagine you're like the type of person that skips endings and you completely miss the scene and then you just like open the next episode and you're like, what the fuck?
What happened? What did I miss? What the hell happened here? Yeah, and that's very possible, of course. Like you said, it's post credits, so.
Why would you put it post credits?
I don't know. I don't know. They're really insane for that one. I just don't know. I don't know, but definitely shocked. I was sufficiently shocked, I would say. But moving into our next layer, the fourth layer, the Goblet of Giants, we're starting to get into the meat and potatoes. The meat and potatoes, the super, super important stuff in this category. And so let's kick it off with our first for best cast. Casts are sick.
Casts are sick.
yeah, that's, you know, there's a lot of ways to express you know, how a cast can make you feel, and once again, it's like one of those things that, like, I think depending on the genre, like the cast can really make the show. You know, it's not just one or two characters. It could be a collective effort in a lot of ways, and the shows, you know, all of the shows that we have elected to show you the stills from, right, definitely super stand out in terms of casts, and we're talking about the entire cast, right? We're not just talking about, you know, one or two characters that makes us feel really good as characters. It's like the collective, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think best cast is like a pretty amazing like accolade to have, because like making every like single character in your show like feel significant is an extremely tall task that only gets like more demanding like the more expansive your cast is, which like a lot of these shows like have pretty big casts.
Yes.
And like it's similar to like when we talked about like best duo, like the shows that are like aimed to be cast oriented, like, you know, giving all of the characters like respectable amounts of screen time and like development and whatnot. So to feel like they're not just like, you know, one or two like main characters is like very impressive.
True.
And I think there's only like a few shows that are able to actually like do this well, like, you know, flesh out like a large number of characters.
Agreed.
Or like incorporate them in creative ways. Like it's hard. It is really hard.
It is. It definitely can't be understated. It is. That the more characters you add, the more difficult it gets, and like it's kind of like exponential in that way, right? Because you have to spend more time on more characters because there's more interactions, right? There's more backstories. There's like a whole lot of, there's so many more things that just adding even one character to your cast, right, adds a lot of relationships and a lot of interactions that have to be, you know, sensible and fleshed out in a meaningful way. So best cast, definitely high praise from the sovereigns around here. And we decided to give the golden whistle for best cast. It's going to Komi Cannot Communicate season 2, and this show's cast has always been like it is just so strong because all the characters are all batshit. They're all crazy, but they're crazy in ways that is so unique. Like you cannot mistake one character for another. And they all always contribute to just how ridiculous every situation ends up being. Like you could pick some out of the crowd, of course, if you wanted to. Like we can talk about Yamai forever and how fucking batshit crazy that character is. There's like literally a character that wants to be a dog. Like they just really like go ham. Like they just there's a ninja. There's
the character that thinks that they're the main character.
Right.
We saw him earlier.
Essentially a sloth equivalent. Like,
characters are not just like all they're not even all like just one note characters. They're like they all interact with each other, and you can see the individual interactions with each other. Like Yamai and Nakanaka have like a weird rivalry going on, like in the background and everything. And it's just like when we mentioned about like as the cast gets bigger, it gets exponentially harder. Like somehow Komi still is nailing it's still nailing it. You know, it's just like wow, it's impressive that with how many characters there are, they're not only unique but also interact with each other like very fluidly.
This was like probably like the easiest decision that we made like in this show, like giving out this award to the best cast to Komi, because like Komi has like one of like the best like natural cast synergies of like any anime. I'd say. Yeah, it's like really good. It's so expansive, like we said, like and like this season added more characters than the first season. Like,
the way they keep adding characters to like the fold, and like you can remember all of these new characters they add to the fold is like really something. Because normally, like with like casts like this, like you'll like they'll introduce the new characters and they'll focus on them, and then you'll like forget about the old ones, but.
Yeah, it's like too often have we seen shows that it feels like there's too many characters, right? Too many characters for its own good. It doesn't give all the characters enough time and enough fleshing out for it to be meaningful, but that's definitely not this show. This show handles a quite large cast, and all of them are done wonderfully. And even if it's not the main characters involved, even if Tadano and Komi are not necessarily involved in the situation, it's still a joy just to watch them interact with each other in their own ridiculous ways. And there's plenty of those moments for sure. Like, why is there a ninja here? I don't know. They're all just a bunch of weirdos. But yeah, fantastic.
But they're all weirdos.
yeah, actually though. Definitely shout out to the staff behind Komi 2. You guys did a great job creating this cast. Okay, moving on to the Best Episode Award. So shows are great, but shows are made up of episodes, and sometimes episodes they kind of allow for shows to perform outside of their weight class from time to time. And so like there have definitely been shows that I've watched in the past that were not fantastic, but they've had fantastic episodes, right? And so that kind of isolation is kind of why this award is important, because sometimes even amongst a good show there can be that extra, right, that makes it stand out even more. Or maybe it will take a show that was just okay and adding a super enjoyable moment that's still memorable in the eyes of the viewers, right? It's still, if you can still walk away with something that is very memorable, I think you accomplished something very well. And there were definitely some very impactful episodes throughout the year. Like some episodes I walked away from thinking like bro, like they're nuts. Like why they flex on us like that? That's why I feel that way so much after a good episode. I'm like, why they do that to me, bro? Like I didn't what did I do? I didn't earn this.
I feel like the philosophy behind like making individual episodes has changed a lot, like thanks to like the seasonal format, like being roughly around like 12 to like 13 episodes now. Because like before it wasn't like this. Before, like when we had like 50 or 100 some odd episodes for like anime that just like continued each and every week, it was really hard for shows to like have standout episodes in that type of format. But now that it's pretty standardized that like we are going to have like 12-ish episodes, that we know what we can do with our time and resources, and we can actually make some of these episodes like really stand out and very special. And that's why we have so many like episodes to consider like in this year. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, and for those of you who don't know, like episodes of anime often have episode directors, and like sometimes it can be, you know, stylistic freedom can be very, very different from episode to episode, and sometimes that leads to, you know, there being like just that episode that really wows people, really dazzles, really makes people question like is this what I signed up for at the beginning? Yes, it was. This is exactly what I was looking for. And they just snap sometimes. But definitely every single one of the episode directors that worked on any of the episodes this year, honestly, because even if your show wasn't that fit, even if your show wasn't that good, you know, you still worked really hard. And you know, we're all about appreciating the people that work hard in this industry. So definitely shout outs to all the episode directors out there. Might not get as much shine as like your overall series directors and whatnot, you know, they kind of fly under the radar sometimes. But amongst all the golden whistle for best episode of 2022 this time is gonna go to Dancer episode 5. We already showed you guys the most hype moment, the Swan Lake scene. This is the episode that this one was contained in, and bro, the whole episode, honestly, like, we didn't get to do it justice because can't show you an entire 24 minutes as part of the show, but this whole episode was just a ride from beginning to end. Promise.
Like, just a little like external content or context. Like we kind of covered it when we talked about the hype moment, but like the week that this episode aired in was like one of the most like competitive weeks in the entire year in terms of like how much like each show delivered that season. Like just a few of like its competitors like in that week was like Awashi had a fantastic episode. Spy X Family had a fantastic episode. Like that was like the one with like the castle rescue scene. A lot of people probably don't know the show, but Heroines Run the Show had.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
That week, so many shows delivered, and like this, like stood at the top of like all of them, and to me, like that is an impressive feat, and yeah, like just talking about the episode a little bit from beginning to end. So like the first half like is like the pre-recital where like you get to like see like the characters kind of like interact with each other and get a sense of like what they want out of this experience that they're about to have coming up. And you saw like the type of vibes that were delivered in the later part of the show or of the episode, where it is just like an extremely like exhilarating and enthralling performance where like the audience is like, you know, being like, you know, very like observant and like very like critical of like what's happening. Like they're really like invested into like, you know, these like different types of like stylistic, you know, ballet performances that they're watching, and that's a conversation in and of itself that we could have, but we won't have it now. But yeah, it's like, yeah, beginning to end, it was like the best self-contained experience the whole year.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I want to just give a special shout out to, of course, the episode director, Hajime Utane, actually formerly of Shaft, and has done some,
that makes so much sense.
It makes a lot of sense. I was like, when I went into their staff page and looked at what they've done, I was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Having worked previously on the Monogatari series, on Three Gatsu no Lion, even did some stuff with Pretty Boy Detective Club, with Magia Record, like definitely stand out amongst episode directors.
Shaft the goat.
Yeah, Shaft, sweet, bro. It was like shout out to Shaft. But in particular, this time around, Hajime Otani, definitely deserve your flowers. Did an amazing job with episode 5 of Dancer. Yeah, definitely the most impactful episode I think I watched in 2022. So well deserved in that regard. All right. Moving on to the next award, we have Best Sequel. So Best Sequel, you know, it can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people, because some sequels take different directions than others. Some sequels just kind of look to deliver the same qualities and the same themes that, you know, the original does, and some kind of take a departure from that, and they try to tell stories, or they try to set up new themes, or they try to tell it in a different way. And once again, it's like one of those things where there's no real right answer. Certain people will obviously bias towards certain ones, but there were definitely no shortage of sequels. It feels like as time goes on, we get more and more sequels when it comes to anime. So this is definitely a very hard category to win. And yeah, I like I said, I think it's gonna be more and more as time goes on. Like we're just gonna get more sequels, bro.
There was like so many like high profile sequels this year too. It's like, you know, like being a sequel like gets even harder if like, you know, the show that you're trying to follow up on is like, you know, very highly acclaimed. And like you can definitely like see the ones that we've shown. Like I don't think that like any of like these like were like, you know, everybody had high expectations for these shows.
Absolutely.
Like, and like I feel like a lot of them you know, delivered on those expectations, and even more. Like they delivered more than they needed to in these cases.
Yeah, it's like if you drop a show that's like a 9 out of 10 or something like that, like bro, how do you top that, right? Like like that's hard. That's like extremely hard to do. It's already hard enough to make a 9 out of 10 show in and of itself, but then to follow up with something that is of the same quality, or in some cases even better, is definitely definitely more than impressive. And on that note, it makes sense that our Golden Whistle Award for Best Sequel in 2022 goes to Kaguya-sama Season 3. Definitely well deserving. Bobby, what stood out to you, man? What makes this the best sequel in your eyes?
It's just the fact that like Kaguya somehow manages to just get better with every season. Like the first season of Kaguya I thought was pretty good. The second season of Kaguya I thought was fantastic. And then this season of Kaguya, I don't know, the direction, all the stops that were pulled, like they pulled every stop, dude. It was crazy. The direction is just off the wall. Like there's so many great moments and scenes that we won't be able to get to, but even the development between the two main characters, like I think it's a shared opinion among most of us that Kaguya Season 3 is genuinely a contender for the peak of the entire genre of romantic comedy anime.
Agreed.
Period.
Yep.
And that's just such an astounding statement given how many different great shows there are a part of that genre. It's one of the most popular and common genres, and yet if this can possibly have a real shot of being the king of the whole genre, I mean, it's clear. Like, it's hilarious. It's like the romance is fun. It's exciting, and like it's heartwarming, all in the same. You know, it's the full package.
Yeah, it's super impressive, like how because like this adaptation of like Kaguya, like even like back in season 1 was an extremely like ambitious like adaptation, like from like a visual like direction standpoint. And like, you know, finding like unique ways to like build on the source material, and for it to like keep it up like for like this long and only improve on itself, like that does not happen like ever. It's like you expect like, you know, resources to like run dry at some point, like the staff's got to crack at some point, right? But this like there's like so little to like nitpick about Kaguya, I feel, and like you said, it is a contender for like the best like rom-com ever made in like anime, manga, what have you. And like I feel like that conversation doesn't come up like a lot, or like, you know, people like don't get like super deep into like naming like what is the best of like any given genre. But to me, like this is like a very clear contender above anything else that we could pick.
I think one of the things that is like to its benefit is the way that the episodes are. You know, there's a lot of like kind of, I guess, template-esque like Kaguya episodes. Like you get a certain structure or scenario that you've seen before in the series. But I think one of the things that makes it really amazing is that it gets better with each progressing iteration of like whatever structure or formula that they're following, because the characters also are kind of cognizant of the fact that these things have happened before, and so like their relationship and like the character development and like the way they interact with each other continues to evolve with it. And so it's like it's becoming like just an example, like if Chika is teaching Miyuki how to do something, right? That's like a very staple type of Kaguya episode, but it gets better with every progressing one because Chika is just getting more and more tired of his shit every single time. And it's so awesome that they're able to make something like formulaic but continuously more engaging each time, because you know there's more background and development between like how it is now versus how it was the first time.
Agreed. Yeah, bro. Anytime you can create a dynamic where, you know, longtime fans of the series still feel like it's getting better, like, you know, you're doing something right. That is like so crazy to think about. it gives us hope. Gives us hope for all the other, you know, potential sequels that will inevitably come down the pipeline.
Yeah, we're also getting that follow-up film in Valentine's Day. I heard.
True.
Like here in NA.
Kaguya eating, bro. They eating out here.
Got more to look forward to.
Yep. Love it. All right, next. Best direction. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey. That's what I like to call best direction. It's about the journey. There's a lot of crazy ass premises in anime, and, you know, on the surface level, they might seem like out there, very crazy, very nonsensical in some cases, but it's not really what it's about. What it's really about is how do they execute? How do they get to where they're trying to go? How are they trying to make you feel? Are they doing it well? That's what best direction means to me. Every show has a goal, or sometimes multiple goals. And best direction to me, it goes to, you know, the show that best invokes the feelings that it's trying to invoke throughout the entire series. And that is something that's, you know, it's hard to do. That's why it's a very hard category to win, and why it's a very important category to us, is because, you know, that execution takes a lot of artistry and a lot of mastery of your craft in order to do it in a good way, especially with some premises. Like we've seen a few shows that have time travel involved. That in and of itself, you have to have good direction for stuff like that. Yeah, it's like there are certain thematic expressions that, like, if you don't execute well on it, the whole message is lost. Like, it just doesn't, you don't ever get viewers to get to the same level of understanding that you're trying to get them to. And so, you know, the things that we considered for best direction were all shows that we felt like really killed it when it came time to execute, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, direction, like, out of like all like the components that like make up an anime, is like probably like the most like all-encompassing of them, because like I feel like its direction is like the most like distinctive and like defining aspect of the show's like identity. And like you can attribute most of the things that you like about any given show like to its direction. Obviously, like we can break it down like further, like, oh, if you like the writing or the visuals or the music, like you can go like down many different rabbit holes, but like they all like stem from like directorial like decisions, and that is something that I feel like goes like the most like unappreciated whenever like people are like thinking about like, you know, why is this show so good, like why do I like the show type thing. And yeah, like it all stems from here.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely to me this is like one of the most important ones. And I'm pretty sure everyone else on this cast agrees with me. Best direction definitely amongst the most important awards to us, because like when we decide to watch a show, we're trying to feel something, you know. We're trying to experience, you know, things that they're trying to tell us. And you can't really do that without spectacular direction. And man, these directors this year were really just crazy, man. They're absolutely insane, and I'm very appreciative for all of them, for the directors on all the shows that we watched this year, because it just felt like 2022 really hit super hard in terms of like quality of direction. So yeah. And so with that in mind, the golden whistle for best direction in 2022 goes to Bocchi the Rock, ladies and gentlemen. Bocchi the Rock.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And like the insane part is that, you know, Bocchi's a show that will inevitably appear on timelines a lot. We talked about how it like pops up every now and then, right? It has a lot of like fantastic moments and whatnot, but the direction is really what stands out, and it's also direction in a multitude of ways, right? We could talk night and day about Bocchi's visual direction, about how, you know, Bocchi expresses herself and the characters around her like just kind of be themselves inside the world that they're in. But then there's also like direction in terms of executing on Bocchi's progression as the show goes on, and her relationships with the characters that she's surrounded with and whatnot. There's like so much to talk about, right? There's so much to talk about what they did in terms of
Bocchi had like so many like different like aspects to juggle. Like there's so many like independently like moving parts that I think it executed all of them like extraordinarily, because like the efforts of like the series director like Keiichi Saito, who we have credited here, along with like all the individual episode directors as well, made this anime adaptation into one that was extremely imaginative and transformative from its source material. And I don't want to, this is like not a jab at the source material. I've actually like read up to like the point where went up to the point where the anime ended, and it is still fantastic within its own medium in 4-comma manga. It's very impressive like how like it pushes the boundaries of that medium as well. But this one, man, is like, so like some of the defining like attributes of like Bocchi as a series, and no matter like what medium it is like its sharp, wacky, and sometimes like dark sense of humor that it has. And executing on that in like bizarre, unorthodox ways. And on top of that, it also like beautifully and like respectfully like depicts like coming of age story and touches upon like self-discovery in a lot of ways. And the way it like delicately like portrays those is also amazing. And on top of that, like in the anime adaptation specifically, the show's like musical aspects are executed with a stunning degree of like accuracy to like real life practice and like performances. Like the way like the music performances were handled, like they use like the common like technique of like layering like 2D drawings and animation over like captured 3D assets from like, you know, real people. And like the attention to detail that went into like depicting like body language and subtle habits was went above and beyond what is standard practice. And like again, we can go on like on and on and on about like everything that Bocchi did right, and that's because I think that everything it wanted to do, it did.
Yep.
In spades. Like it's so crazy, and that is attributed to like the direction, because like there are a lot of like very, very unorthodox ways of like executing like every single scene in this, and you can feel that the staff was like taking a lot of like creative liberties, a lot of creative risks as well. Because like, you know, something like this like is not guaranteed to like be, you know, successful. Like if you like fumble on something, like this show could have like easily gone off the rails in so many places, but it didn't. Like I feel like everything that it did was like well intended, well executed, and it was a clear winner in my mind for best direction.
Yeah, the last thing I want to speak on with direction of this is I think it takes a special type, like it takes a really spectacular director to you know, bring together a staff and make them feel like they're enjoying the creative process, right? Because obviously anime is something that's like very, very hard work in an industry that is very brutal. But like if you looked at the updates of like the making of like some of the episodes, it really seemed like the staff and the people around the director were also having a lot of fun. And I think it really takes something special from a directorial standpoint to make people feel like, you know, they're not only passionate about what's going on, but they're also really enjoying every moment of it, right? And that's something super, super special. So definitely a big shout out to Keiichiro Saito. You definitely hit the nail on the head with this one, brother. 100%.
He's like fresh talent as well. Like this is like his like directorial debut as like a series director, and I cannot wait to see like what he does in the future. Hopefully Bocchi too. I need more of the show.
I'm down. I'm down for that. All right, next we got best plot. So we just talked about direction. Plot, they kind of go hand in hand, but plot is more about the premise itself. How interesting is the premise, and how did those plot points, you know, progress as time goes on, and whatnot. And like, we got some pretty interesting plots, bro. We got some very interesting stuff going on, to say the least. Some of them really wild and crazy, some of them extremely ambitious, and some of them just kind of somewhere in between, where it's like you don't really know exactly. Like it's like when you read a synopsis for a show, sometimes they don't give you everything, right? And actually I kind of prefer it when they don't give you everything, because I kind of get to see how things like flesh out as time goes on. But I definitely think that there are some really, really, really ambitious plots in 2022, and you know, a lot of succeeding where previous shows have failed, right? And I think that's something super impressive. Whoops, sorry.
Oh.
They're stomping in the hallway again. My bad. Wow, my bad. Okay. So I was like, oh shit, they're coming after me. Yeah. And so amongst all the fantastic plots that we experienced in 2022, we felt that the strongest one, and the one that is, you know, deserving of the golden whistle this time around, would be Summertime Render. And I think that this one was like pretty clear in my mind in terms of plot. It's like exactly what I said, right? It's a very ambitious plot. Anytime you're dealing with time travel, right, there's always like, you know, things that can go wrong. because then there's like continuity things you have to worry about, you know, multiple timelines. It's how do those things in the previous timelines affect the future timelines, and like it really, what I really like about Summertime Render's plot is like it takes a lot of complicated concepts and it still like progresses them in a way that is still palatable for an overwhelming majority of people, because I think it's easy for things to get too complicated for its own good and out of hand, but even it felt like there was still a natural progression with how things were going on, and the entire time like there were a lot of twists too. Like I didn't really know exactly where I was going, but whenever I got there I was satisfied at every point, right? Like that's like something super important.
The real cool thing about like the show is the progression. One felt like really natural and like fluid, and then the other thing is that like the drip feeding of information was done like at such a great pace, because there were a lot of times that like they would give you this information and then like right before you get the reveal, like in my head I would like kind of see like where they're going, and then they give me the reveal and you get like the satisfaction of like, yes, I was right pretty much. Or it was like, or sometimes you get swerved out of the like crazy because they did some crazy shit, but still it was like, and I love like the pacing that they gave they gave the audience information, because you can't with time travel and like mystery type stuff like this, you can't overload information too quickly, because then like you know it's just not as fun. You know, you figure it out, it's like you're kind of watching and it's like it's like I feel like what the hell's the name of that show that's like mediocre? Erased. Erased. Like, we all kind of watched that. It was like
they're gonna like, drag you in the comments for that one, bro.
They like erased like a lot of like it was good to start, but then like I felt like for me in particular, it was like, oh, I knew where this was going already, and you kind of figured out the twist early on, and it's like
yeah, I feel that. Yeah,
what I really like about like Summertime Render's like plot, because like time travel plots are like inherently like pretty wild, because you know it's not something that like humans like completely understand. It's like, you know, there's a lot of like time travel stories in media that like, you know, we have a grasp of like how time travel is like supposed to work and like the rules associated with it and like what you can and can't do and the effects of like what you would have on the entire universe if something goes wrong. But you know, the biggest challenge for like a time travel show or like series is to like keep things like feeling rational, even though that like what you are like watching or experiencing like is not really something that you have a complete grasp on. And I feel like Summertime like did the best like one of the best instances of a time travel plot in anime like ever. Miguel already like mentioned like the drip feeding of information at a perfect pace. Like I love that as well. And like anime needed a show like this, like, desperately. For sure. Like in a sea of, and I'm gonna get toxic, like, man, Tokyo Revengers is such a fucking
we knew this was coming, bro.
There we go. Brain his head, bro.
So you're telling me the Tokyo Revengers people and anime people were gonna be mad at me? Damn it, bro.
I knew we were going down this road.
I will incur whatever things that you get about Tokyo Revengers that come in, but like, man, like if you want to know like how to fucking fumble a time travel plot, watch that show. And I'm like, and like, if you think that is an instance of like good and well thought out like writing, please, like, I feel like you need to like reevaluate how you consume media, and I would highly recommend that you watch Summertime Rendering instead for an actual good time travel show.
That's all.
And
I want to quickly give a shout out to the person credited with series composition, Hiroshi Seko. This guy is insane, guys. This guy has done so many fantastic scripts on so many shows. Just a few that you will probably have heard of: Mob Psycho, Vinland Saga, Dorohedoro, Attack on Titan, Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, this guy is definitely in his bag when it comes to writing, at least at the very least thought-provoking plots that really get people invested in his shows. And he's just doing it, man. He's just out here.
It's crazy because like I feel like this is like one of like his most like overlooked plots.
Yeah.
Just because like so like this show like wasn't like highly viewed because of the way it was like distributed when it was airing. It was like some like Disney Plus nonsense.
Disney Plus can kiss my ass.
That's facts.
And we actually only like got like the full series like available like in other parts of the world like this year, as in 2023, and like that kind of like hurt its chances of like ever being recognized in, you know, something like an award show. But we watched it, and we're gonna tell you that it is worth
So
the
good.
investment because it is 24, 25 episodes.
Yep.
So it's longer than most shows, but it is well worth it.
It was like one of those shows that like it started and, you know, obviously since it's 25 episodes, it bridged 2 seasons, and I was just so happy. Like when the first season ended, I was so glad that I had more Render to watch, bro. I was so pleased going into the next season. I was like, yes, I still have Render. It's holding me down. Yeah,
definitely. I definitely felt like watching the show that it was completely thought out, like before it started airing, of like what it wanted to do with its plot.
Yeah,
you know?
Since this is one that like was like in streaming hell, it was like it was in Disney Plus Japan, I think, or something. But now it's on Hulu. Now it's on Hulu in the US. So if you're interested in watching it,
yeah, 100%, definitely worth the watch if you're looking for some really deep good stuff. But moving on from best plot, we have most developed character, and so characters can manifest themselves in a lot of different ways, and there are some great characters that don't necessarily have that much development either, but this particular award is to award the characters that we think were the most transformative, and sometimes those transformations are different, right? They don't necessarily look the same. They might not go through a drastic character design change. They might not have some very, very crazy like change in philosophy or anything like that, but how they interact with those around them and how they push the narrative forward could be super, super drastic. And I think that's something super important to consider when we talk about the most developed characters. I think it's like one of those categories that might be a little bit hard for people to wrap their heads around whenever we say most developed. I might say most developed character, and someone might be like, what the hell do you mean by most developed character? What is character development? What is that? I don't know what that is.
That is the question.
I mean, it's one of the most like important aspects, I think, about like for a lot of stories to have well-developed characters, just because the developed character is the character that is by all means the most human. Like they represent like the kind of human condition, you know, when we're talking about a not developed character, like a one-dimensional character, a one-note character, someone that's like maybe characterized well, like you understand like, oh, the intention of this character is to like be silly or funny or big or strong or something. But the most developed character, I think, to me, is like a character that has a relatability to them that stems beyond like their physical capabilities. It's about like who they are on the inside, you know, and our understanding of that as the audience is kind of what allows us to call them developed, because that's not the type of thing that you can get with just a look at the character.
Agreed.
For sure.
Agreed.
I feel like these types, or like these characters and like their stories, like make the shows that they're a part of like feel rewarding, you know? Like just like even just like thinking about like the what these characters, like how they change from like point A to like point Z, something like that. It's like there is like so much to think about, and like so much, and like in that thought process, like you just like feel connected to like what the show wanted to say, and how like this character like was like meant to represent like a certain idea or a certain set of ideas, and you know have that like resonate with, you know, the audience. Like maybe like not everybody, but like, you know, these are the types of characters that I feel like become people's favorite characters.
Yeah.
In the long run.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just to add a tiny bit onto that is I feel like there's a lot of people that will have, you know, the most developed characters as their favorite characters, but they might not fully understand why they like them so much. And that's like kind of why, like one of the reasons we thought that this award was really cool, because it just might turn out you just really like good developed characters. You just didn't know how to articulate it. And we hope that's the case, because these characters that we had to choose from, it was very, very difficult. There are a lot of just amazing characters, both main and, you know, side characters. There were some really, really good developments all around. So cannot stress enough how strong it was this time around. But the golden whistle for most developed character goes to Junpei from Dance Dance Dancer. just
The
so
boy.
so very
What a
much.
lad.
Yeah, just so there's so much to this character, and so much transformation, like we talked about before. There's so much that happens throughout Junpei's experiences that all feel so organic, so believable, right? At no point does it feel like that doesn't seem like something that he would do. And there's like a very, very real progression to his character, and how, you know, he improves himself both in his dancing and, you know, becoming more comfortable with himself, which I think is like the main takeaway from his character, right? Like becoming comfortable with enjoying what you enjoy despite what, you know, those around you might tell you you're not suited for, or, you know, it kind of subverts expectations of, you know, your friend groups, your family, or whoever might be around you. So I just thought that was super, super cool for Junpei. He really grew into an absolutely fantastic character over the course of Dancer. And to speak a little bit on that, right? Dancer was a shorter series. He had less time.
Yeah,
He had less time than most.
episodes.
Only 11 episodes.
Episode.
And that like, it might not seem like a big deal to you guys, but like the addition or subtraction of one episode can be very pivotal to you know, not only plots and direction and whatnot, but as we talk about characters, like if you give a character one less episode to develop, like you better make sure it's spectacular for those 11 episodes. And Dancer definitely delivered on that end, I can tell you that.
It's just there's so much. It's so meaningful. You know, every episode in this series is just so meaningful to like either Junpei's development or like me, you know, like even other characters. Like he's not the only well-developed character in this show either, which is even more impressive. But obviously this is about Junpei, and like it's awesome that we get to see Junpei's like internal idea and perception of like what other people think of him change. It's amazing that we get to see him like really become who he wants to be internally. The person that we know, that we can tell from like pretty early on, like who he wants to be, we can see him organically grow into the type of person that, you know, he probably really wants, even though he has to like deal with the fact that other people tell him he doesn't want it. He tells himself that maybe he doesn't want this, but you know, he just keeps on pushing forward and trying to like achieve like basically his dreams. And it's just like, oh, it's powerful.
You had to like overcome like so many like different hurdles as well. Like when I'm like thinking about like the progression of like Dancer as a show, like it starts out like overcoming like the social pressures and gender norms, and like this is kind of like the phase of the show where like Junpei like really accepts himself and accepts that like this is what he loves doing the most, and he wants to like feverishly pursue that, and that culminates in like, you know, the swan like recital that we've seen and talked about ad nauseum, and then it moves on to like this next phase where like he's now like confident that this is what he wants to do, but now he is like seeking that affirmation that this is something that he wants to continue to pursue for the rest of his life, you know. And like the that's like a completely like different like set of like aspects to develop about him. And it's crazy because like I completely forgot that it was only 11 episodes, and like for Dancer to like cover so much ground in a shorter amount of time than what is normally allocated, it's just like, what can we say other than like give it the highest praise, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and on top of like even just like, does he want to do dancing for the rest of his life? It's about the way that he chooses to dance as well, you know? He faces a lot of he finally gets the ability to do what he wants without having to be criticized by his peers as harshly as he was fearing in the beginning. And then he has to be confronted with the people who are established within the field of dancing and has to decide for himself, do I want to dance the way that I want to express, the way I want to express, or is there something further? Can I become better at dancing? You know, and that's
art, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely standout character in terms of development. So many things to talk about this show in general, but definitely Junpei, definitely well deserved. I don't think anyone's gonna argue with us on this one. He definitely knocked it out of the park this time around. For sure. But moving on to the next category, we have best world building. World building, and you know, to that same ending, to that same end atmosphere, right? Very, very important for establishing a lot of different things, right? You're supposed to use the world to make viewers feel a certain way, and also, you know, obviously providing the environment that your characters exist in, like establishing its rules. How is that different from, you know, the world that we live in now? And sometimes just the world building alone can be super fascinating, or it can be used as a thematic device to really push things forward in a lot of cases. And I think those are, you know, those are like the shows that stood out the most to us, are the ones that it's not just world building for the sake of world building. It's like very there's like that sense of intentionality, like everything is done for a reason, and there's no like wasted motion, and everything is meaningful, and like that's so, it's like so impressive, right? Especially because, you know, it's anime is just fucking difficult. It's really hard. It's really hard to create shows, and so, like, you know, and it's very important too, because, you know, if you're the world that the characters are existing in, if it doesn't make sense, then it's really hard for people to be as invested in those characters that are in that world and whatnot. And especially like when we talk about plot devices and whatnot that exists in the show as well. So world building. Yeah. Definitely super important. Good. You have some?
Yeah, world building, like, definitely, like, on the surface, it seems like a very self-explanatory, like, concept, but like in reality, like, it's an opportunity for like the creators to like really like immerse the audience in the work and connect them to like the narrative and like thematic like essence of the show. Like they're like and it's like an opportunity that's like often missed. I can't like stress this enough. Like, just think about like the fantasy genre and like literally any isekai, like. It is like a world that they like built, but like it's not like, it doesn't like hold much, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't hold much importance to the experience, and like to me that's really a shame. And like I feel like that's world building has gotten like so much harder for it to like feel like it impacts the show in a meaningful way. But like the shows that we had to consider like for this year like definitely delivered on that front. It's 100%. Like, yeah, like it's like the freedom and ingenuity that is able to like be expressed like through world building is immense, and it's often not acted upon, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like I feel like a lot of shows, you know, like you touched on it with the whole isekai thing. It's like, yeah, you drop me in a new world, but what the fuck does that even, does it even matter? In a lot of cases, it doesn't, right? It doesn't actually matter that you're in a new world, because the new world isn't fleshed out, it isn't built, it doesn't feel, there's no sense of wonderment, right? There's no, like when I go into a new world, especially in the fantasy genre, right? I should be mystified by what's around me. Like, it should be something new. It should feel exciting. It should feel foreign, right? And I should be wanting to find out bits and pieces about the world as time goes on. And I feel like that's where a lot of shows go wrong, is they're just kind of copy pasting, and they're not creating that sense of wonderment, especially in the fantasy genre. But these shows,
because it's even sad in the in the fantasy genre and isekai specifically, where it's just they just assume that you know how video games work, and that is just the mechanics of the world. That's like maybe the most sad thing, is when they explain nothing and there's like all these complex systems, like, ooh, number go up, skill trees, magic like level up, and it's like, what does any of that mean in like a real life context? And it's like, well, it doesn't matter, you're a gamer, right? You know how video games
you know
work.
How it works.
It's just like, oh,
very presumptuous. Yeah,
they just don't even explain how it works. You just intuitively know, because they expect you to know, and it's just like, it's just so sad.
SAO did irreparable damage. It really be like
that. It, bro.
It's a shame when that happens.
It's like, it's funny. So you just made me think of something really quick. So we talked a little bit earlier about how like Cyberpunk was adhering slightly to like, or not slightly, but it was adhering to like Western audiences a little bit, because the problems were pretty Western. So like Cyberpunk was like made for like Western product, you know, it was like put on Netflix, CD Projekt Red, all this stuff. Or Western audience. Yet they still like did a big thing of like making the problems relatable to us, and this is like a part of their world building. It's like most of the people here probably watch Cyberpunk in the audience, but just like the stuff with like all the insurance stuff, like the insurance issues and healthcare stuff, that's a very like US centric problem that other people might not relate to, yet they still put the effort to like tell us about that world and do that. And like isekai won't even do it for the people that they already know are watching.
Like magic circle. Magic
circles.
Basically, the shows that have good world building stand out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And amongst all of the worlds, all the fantastic worlds that we've had the opportunity to be a part of in 2022, the golden whistle for best world building goes to Made in Abyss
It couldn't be
season
anything
2. Yeah, it just
Cannot
it's
be
it's
anything
almost
else.
it's like one of those categories that I feel is like almost a little unfair, because like, man, they just put so much effort, right? They just put so much effort into every single thing. Every time I boot up an episode of Abyss, nothing is by accident. Like it just, that's the way it makes you feel. It's like every single thing that happens in this world happens for a reason, and it makes sense for the world that they're in. And they like do it multiple times too, because the nature of the content, right, is that it's separated into layers. And like each layer has a very, very different feeling. It's almost a different world every time they go into new layers. Like we spend all of our time of season 2 in the 6th layer. That's a world in and of itself, that it just exists in the abyss that we've been experiencing the whole time up until this point. And it's just so crazy how they manage to make things that are so complicated but so rewarding. It's so crazy, man. I just they need to teach some of these other fantasy shows how to do it, man. It's just it's crazy.
There's so many different types of like creatures and monsters, and like all the different hollows, which are just vastly different from each other in the abyss. It's like the sheer amount of effort that it takes to like have like a character like Majikaja and like also Ma like both in the same show.
Yeah.
And like we have obviously our human character, Rico. It's like, it's crazy like how much attention they give and love.
Yeah,
I love the setups for all the societies and stuff, especially in this season in particular.
Oh, for
we
sure.
get an extremely different type of environment than we've had before, whereas before it was more like you're out in the wild, there's big scary monsters afoot. This one, there's like a set up like kind of village society that is established and exists, and they have their own rules. And so it's really awesome to me that like Made in Abyss is not just like an adventure, a survival adventure where you're going out and you're fighting monsters. There's also just like such a rich like society that exists with their own rules and values, and like the way their economy works is in itself is like it's like interesting and unique.
You could talk forever about this. I just thought of like 10 different things.
Yeah, bro.
When Rico was like in that like alley scene where she's like, hey, you know, you guys saw what happened to that to Ma, but to that pink thing when they tried to hurt me or whatever, like you'll die, and people are just like they still were just like fuck it.
Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. I think definitely the coolest thing from season 2 of World Build, I think most people will find the concept of like the balancing and the themes around value and whatnot, and like they do it in such like it's so not forced. That's the best part about it, is that all the themes in the world that go into Abyss, they're so organically presented to you. Like it is very natural. And all of it is logical, right? Like when they were talking about I love when like Majikaja talked about how like if someone can fool themselves into thinking they hold a certain value, then that is their truth. And like that is a theme that exists in this entire world, the entire season. That we see that throughout the entire season, and especially like when we involve scenes involving like the balancing and whatnot, which are just like absolutely crazy. Like that is like from the moment the balancing happens, you're like, what is causing this, right? And you spend the season hoping that they'll explain to you what is causing the balancing, and they everything just feels so natural. Like they
and the
do it
rules of the world don't get broken.
Yeah,
they gotta
exactly.
they either expound upon rules in a way that makes perfect sense, like you understand like, oh, the reason you can't go up normally in the abyss is this reason, but there are certain exceptions because the way it works is like this. And you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then there's other instances where it's like, because there are shows like I don't even want to say the name of this show, but maybe I should just say it. Fairy Tail has like an instance where they keep saying to this character, you can't eat this rock, you can't eat it, you'll literally die. It's imbued with too much magic energy, you will die if you eat this rock. Later in the arc, the character eats the rock and he gets powerful. And it's like, bro, why would you even spend so much time telling me he can't eat this rock if he's gonna eat the rock anyway and then become more powerful?
Or
why would you do that?
You can't eat other elements, proceeds to eat lightning. and it works out for him.
Hey! He had to do it
Yeah,
to save his friend, all right?
I have a big problem with shows that establish a set of rules and then they break them.
Break them?
I hate that so much. Why would you even bother, bro? Like, leave me alone.
Because it's raw.
How's
my
Kakashi
God.
not blind?
Right? Why did Mike Guy not die?
No one
Like,
knows.
Naruto Jesus.
He turns like going down rabbit holes talking about
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Mrs. Worldbuilding, but like one thing that I want to like draw attention to that I just thought of was like the way that they kind of like establish the world like through like the flashback sections, because like the flashback sections in this show like basically are like telling like how the world that you know the characters are in this season like came to be, and how that was like, you know, done parallel to like, you know, the actual like, you know, storyline. Like, I thought that was like really cool, and like the episodes where it like hyper focused on that, I'm just like, bro, it's like
Yeah.
it's so cool. And like you know, just to close things out, like I said this before so many times about this series, but like Made in Abyss's like world building is like inseparable from its like themes and its like narrative and everything that like makes up like the entirety of like this series. Like and like that is the mark of like masterful world building, when you cannot separate the world from literally everything else.
Yeah. Absolutely stand out for sure. But moving on to the next section, we have best character acting. Go ahead, Jeffrey. Go ahead, man.
Right, so just as a brief introduction, character acting in anime refers to the audiovisual aspects that make a character feel alive in ways that are intricate and organic. So things like facial expressions, like body language, voice acting performances, but you know, in the case of characters, it's just their actual voice. And these can all shape characters into like fully realized representations of humans, which is what characters are supposed to be if they're human. You know, we talked about non-humanoids earlier, but and you know, in my personal opinion, like character acting with like meticulous attention to detail is like one of the most valuable assets an anime can have, because it necessitates like a keen understanding of like how humans like visibly and audibly like express themselves. You know, sometimes like on a subconscious level even. And like great character acting like is it's a defining quality of so many of my favorite shows. And you know, some of the character acting like on display in like 2022 was immaculate. Like it really was like that level of quality. And yeah, that's all I'll say about it. I won't go too further down than that.
Yeah.
I think people got the idea.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. And man, really brings characters to life in a big way. Like, it's not enough to just have a character that's, you know, they might have a good character design, they might have good characterization, all that, but how do they act? What's going on? It is what they're doing in the show, like adhering to, you know, their character's personality or their demeanor. I think that is something that's much harder to capture, and that's why we have such appreciation for the shows that are able to do that well.
Yeah. It's like this like aspect of anime that like really makes me think that anime like is an artistic medium rather than just something that is meant to be entertainment media, you know?
Agreed.
Like I feel like the people who are like, you know, the people who can make characters like feel human are, you know, you can associate them with like, you know, modern artists, you know, in that light. And I'm like, bro, I really can't stress this enough. Like, this is like probably like my favorite part about anime in general, I think.
Yes, sir. And so the golden whistle for best character acting in 2022, it's going to Licorice Recoil, and
That's right.
Yeah, it was pretty.
This was
clear.
probably the cleanest sweep I think in the entire voting.
It was very convincing. It was like, it was like I think Abyss world building was also a pretty big sweep, but character acting for Licorice, like we knew what it was going in, bro.
Yeah, and like, so like at a baseline, like everything that I said about character acting like is like obviously like present in Licorice Recoil, but I think like what sets apart like Licorice Recoil from like its competition is like how it ties the character acting into like the central themes of the show. So like I spoke a little bit on this in like when we talked about like the best duo, but like some of the central themes in Rico is like authenticity and freedom, and how the society that's present within it kind of devalues those two things. And the characters and like through like the ways they like carry and express themselves like really like challenge this society in like, you know, because like they are existing like within it. So like Chisato like embodies both of these things, like freedom and authenticity, because like, you know, she's very like, you know, she's genuinely like, you know, wants to inspire like positivity in people that you know, need it, and also like just in general. And like this type of like attitude starts to rub off on Takina a lot as the two of them spend more time together, and you can see that Takina is learning to value these things like through her character acting. And just as like an example, so one of my favorite like subtle things or subtle details about the character acting is how like Takina subconsciously like adopts Chisato's impulsive like habit of inviting herself into people's personal space, because, you know, Chisato like does that a lot, just like naturally, like that's who she is. And so like in instances in like episode 5 where like Takina kind of like thinks nothing of like checking like Chisato's like lack of heartbeat like on the boat, like she like doesn't really like think anything of it, but like that's not something that she would do like in the earlier episodes of the show. And like the end of that episode like culminates in like a very like tender moment between the two in the cafe, where like Takina like kind of like rests on Chisato's chest, and like this is like something that is like it's just one example of many where like the character like development and progression is portrayed through purely character acting rather than like, you know, anything else like dialogue or like a very like, you know, monumental like moment happening. Like it is purely through the character acting, and I really love that about the show, and love how it ties it into like, you know, the essence of its themes. And yeah, like it stood above, like head and shoulders above like everything else this year in terms of that.
Yeah, for sure. Well deserving, very clear. We all this was a pretty quick deliberation. This one wasn't hard for us at all. So definitely deserving of that one. And then I believe this is the last one of the layer, which is best action sequence. And I gotta imagine a lot of you are very interested in this one. So action sequences, of course, there's a lot of different. We've experienced a lot of different flavors of action sequences, because like, not all of them are fights. A lot of them are fights, but just because, you know, there's action doesn't mean people have to be killing each other. But that being said, there's a lot of really, really cool things that go into making a standout action sequence. Of course, things like the animation, the choreography of the characters themselves. You know, backgrounds play a big factor into it. I even think like certain dialogue segments can really elevate action sequences over the top as well. And so we definitely wanted to recognize this particular one, because, you know, action sequences in particular are very, very hard to do, not only, but also there's a lot of competition, right? There's a ton of competition when it comes to action sequences. It feels like even shows that aren't supposed to necessarily be actiony, sometimes even they will have just segments where they just pop off and decide to do an action sequence. The biggest example is, if you've ever watched Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, you will know that it's a slice of life, right? It's a slice of life show, but then they have some of the most spectacular action sequences I've ever seen in the medium period. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be an action show for you to have a standout action sequence. So we wanted to take the time to recognize the sequences that we thought stood out to us the absolute most.
Is that Pop King Epic in the bottom left?
No.
It could be. It could be.
It is not.
It could be if they wanted it to be.
They had an episode like that in this season.
I understand why you would think that.
Is that just Gundam? It's just Gundam.
No,
It is
that's straight
Gundam,
Gundam.
yeah. The fact that you have to ask. That's actually hilarious. Okay. Best action sequence, Golden Whistle for 2022, going to the Blue Blazes versus the Undertakers from Bubble. Now, a lot of you probably did not watch Bubble, and so we'll quickly give you a rundown of kind of what's going on here. So Bubble was a film that came out in 2022. It was one that we all had our eyes on it because it had one of the most star-studded staffs of like any anime project we've ever seen. And we can confidently say after being done watching it, in terms of its audio-visual impact, it is definitely amongst one of the most stellar things that I've ever seen in the medium, for sure. It kind of lacks a little bit of, you know, it needs some more narrative in there, you know what I'm saying? It can use some narrative and character work, but at least in terms of what you're looking at, the aesthetic value and everything, it definitely just like, it goes absolutely crazy. And so if you have not seen Bubble, like, at least I think it is impactful enough that if you really appreciate anime as a medium, you should definitely watch it, because it is really spectacular.
Don't turn on the subs though. You'll be disappointed and they'll distract you.
You like that? You like that?
Chill. Watch it, please.
Okay. Let's show the.
It wasn't that bad. You heard it from me.
We're gonna break into a fucking argument. No. Well, let me
hang on. Pause.
Okay.
We need the full screen experience.
Are we gonna finesse? Are you gonna finesse? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Wait, hold on. How do I? Okay. This.
Wait, try clicking on this and like full screening it from here, I think.
Wait, what? Are you sure? Didn't we try this last time?
Maybe we didn't.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That works. Actually insane. Like, bro, the camera work and everything,
God.
bro. Like, it's so crazy that they're able to do this. Like, absolutely absurd.
I can say without exaggeration that this is probably like top 3 like audiovisual spectacles in this medium.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I can't even say that for what I think are the other 2. So in reality, this might be the number 1.
Crazy, bro.
He's like, I don't even know who I would have competing with this, bro.
I mean, it's like some contenders, but like this is like the only one where I'm like, man, this is something else, man. It's like I've praised like Wit for like their like tactility in their action sequences, and how much like they understand like how a movement should look, and like the impact of it. It's I mean, like you saw it. It's like, man, like when the camera like went into the fucking train, I'm just like, son, what were you on, bro? That looks so good.
They snapped. They snapped. 100%, bro. I've never seen camera work like that in this medium ever. That shit was insane. And also on top of that, you know, the melding of CG in there as well, which is like they just made it so seamless, like not jarring in the slightest. Everything was so fluid and so exciting the whole way through. Just such an amazing action sequence. Yeah, insane.
Unreal.
Yeah, crazy. But now we're in to the 5th layer, the Sea of Corpses. And now this is actually going to be it's pretty much the last layer before we get into like our super final ultimate Omega penultimate attacks. And so we got a few more awards before we crown our anime of the year and whatnot. So just hang in there. And so we're going to kick off this layer with biggest disappointment. And we gotta get this over with, because man, there were some shows that we really were thinking, you know, this could be incredible, right? Or maybe this could just be something that's super good. And unfortunately, not every show can live up to those expectations. You know, it just is what it is. Sometimes you go in thinking something is going to be a 10. It doesn't end up being a 10. Sometimes it ends up being as low for some people. I think, Bobby, you gave Bubble what?
I gave it like a 5.9.
Yeah, I gave it like a 6. It's like, you know, going into it, right? Going into it, we were thinking like this could be like one of the best pieces of overall work of all time. And while it does shine in the audio visual that we talked about before, right? Obviously, the narrative and characters leave much to be desired. And like, you know, there's a lot of different types of disappointment. Some of them are like, you know, original works that we just think can be really spectacular, and they don't end up being spectacular. You know, I know for me, in terms of like what's on the screen, like Ruby, I was like, this could be super cool, especially because I feel like a lot of people had not watched the original Ruby because of the way the CG is and whatnot. And so, like, you know, packaging up into this medium, I thought was gonna be really cool. Unfortunately, did not really live up to my expectations in that way. But you know, it is what it is. I would say that's a different type of disappointment than
sometimes you think that something is going to be like a hilarious dumpster fire, and it ends up being like mid forgettable.
Mess.
Yeah. Bro, being middle of the road boring is like the worst thing you can be. Because like you can't even get your laughs out of it, right? At least if something's a complete train wreck, you can have some laughs with the friends and talk about how bad it is. But if your show is just boring, like if it's just boring and uninteresting, it's like, okay, well, we can't get any enjoyment out of this at all. I'm just existing, suffering the entire time.
Walking.
Yeah. No, it's ugly. But the biggest disappointment, the golden dumpster fire, as we call it, for 2022 is gonna go to Your Eternity season 2, and man, it's just awful. It's just now listen, the thing about it is that like season 1 was like once again, we always talk about this when we bring up To Your Eternity. It's like season 1 started off so incredibly strong, like one of the strongest first episodes that we've ever seen in a show, and unfortunately, you know, season 1 wasn't able to maintain that quality all the way through, and so, you know, going into season 2, it's like, you know, they're under a new studio, we're thinking about, you know, maybe they can potentially redeem what kind of got dropped onto the ground with the last season. And man, it's pretty bad. It's
yeah, To Eternity season 2 was like a disappointment on like so many levels. Because like for one, like season 1 was like serviceable but underwhelming. I would say, like, you know, it had its strong start. Like its first episode was its best episode. You know, take that as you will.
Yeah.
And so like going into this, like we were like, okay, if it like maintains that, then maybe like we could still like say it has like some merits.
Yeah.
But it did not even like live up to the expectations of like a mediocre show.
Yeah.
It's
like one of the shows
like,
that I actually think is a chore to watch week to week. Like
it does not feel like the same show anymore. It's like,
yeah.
I don't know like what they were thinking. Like maybe it's like a source material thing, or maybe it's just like, wow, like we're just like not really passionate about this.
Yeah.
Because like, I don't know, it feels so soulless when I feel like that there's a lot that they can do with the premise and like the type of characters that they have, and it's just like
yeah, I think the premise is like, to this day I think the premise is like actually really interesting.
Yeah.
It's just executed so poorly. It's like, what are we supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
What are we left to do? But all I have to say is let this die, please. I don't think it needs to go on any further. I don't know if I have no idea about the source material.
I'm gonna like shoot myself, bro. It's like, please don't let me watch more.
Don't force me to go on any longer. This is insane. I'm already behind on this season as it is. It's insane. Okay, moving on. We got Bestest Girl. And so, once again, right, there's a lot of fantastic female characters throughout the entire year. A lot of them for different reasons. There's just so much personality that a lot of them brought to the table this year that really stand out. And like, this is like definitely one of the hardest categories. I think a lot of people, this is like one of those categories that is not only difficult for us, but I think the general populace has a hard time picking their favorite female character every season as well. It's always something that people get into arguments over. But there's a lot of things to consider with a lot of these characters. There's just no shortage of fantastic ones. Of course, you see the 4 on the screen. There's more. Trust me, there's more. There were plenty more. We had plenty more. We can only fit 4 on a slide, but there were definitely a ton of strong female characters in the year. And you know, we were tasked with the unfortunate fate of having to narrow it down to just one, which is definitely not an easy feat. In the slightest, I would say definitely harder than picking Best Boy. You know, it just turns out that way. I wonder why that is, though. I wonder why it ends up being that way, but it just does. It just does.
Because the people who make anime know what people want.
I feel that. I feel that. I
don't know. Maybe it's like just like years of like, you know, people like having wars over like this category. It's like in each season, like it's become like ingrained in the culture that like people like are very like adamant about their favorite female character or something.
It's caused irreparable damage
I think
to character discussions.
Yeah, that's true. I think part of it for me is that, like, you know, I was talking about in Best Boy that like we are male, so we have that like point of relation. So I think that makes it kind of easier in some ways to relate to. Whereas obviously, I mean, we're not girls, so like it's kind of harder. It's kind of harder to pick in that regard because we're not necessarily going to relate as heavily to them in that aspect. There obviously are relatable aspects of each of them, but not to the same level as like picking a male character. I think so. That married to this day thought the entire internet in a chokehold. I think pretty much all these characters too, bro. Like, and even some of them that aren't on the screen. Like,
I don't know. It was a pretty quick switch after your.
I mean,
I think springtime.
Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It never ends. It's never gonna end. It'll never end. But we only have to have one winner, and our choice for Bestest Girl of 2022 goes to Marin. Yeah, it had to be Marin. And this was hard. This is difficult because I think Marin is one of the characters that that kind of not gets forgotten, but it's kind of unfair in a way, because her show was at the beginning of the season. People definitely have recency bias. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say like having recency bias on your side is like so strong, because like I how easily like people like forget certain things nowadays with the media that they consume. So like Just Like Darling coming out at the beginning of the year, it's like, yeah, like this was like fantastic, and like by the end of the year, like a lot of people would forget that. You know, we didn't forget.
For sure. We didn't forget. We made sure we had a giant spreadsheet with all the shows, and it took us a while to arrive here. But you know, they're just, like I said, there were just so many. Even there are so many shows that have multiple strong female characters that's like really, really hard to pick. But we definitely think that Marin is deserving of the Best Girl award.
Yeah. It's really surprising too, because like there's like a lot of like talk about like shows like Dress Up Darling where like I don't know, like the type of like female characters like that like tease the protagonists are like kind of frowned upon. But like, you know, actually like watching the show, you can tell that that's like not really the case, and it's actually like a well written like rom-com in that regard.
She encourages him, actually. It's like quite the opposite.
Yeah,
she digs what he does.
Yeah,
like you remember the conversations like around like spring where it's like, oh, like it's like Just Like Darling, like Nagatoro, and like what's the other show?
They put Kobe in there.
Like they group like these shows together just based on like the type of dynamic that they think the main characters are gonna have, and I'm like, that's kind of disingenuous. And like I'm not gonna share any opinion I have about like the other two shows that I listed, but you know, but Just Like Darling for sure is like not part of that group. It is a great show.
Agreed. And you know, we get more of it too. We're gonna be getting more Dress Up Darling, so definitely a joy to watch Marin and how she interacts with those around her. It should be really fun in the next season that we get to watch them, so definitely deserving. Now our next award is one that you're not gonna see many other award shows, if any, do at all, and so like one of the things that we love to talk about is giving recognition to staff and to studios for their outstanding work, because honestly guys, I've gone over this so many times, this show, but man, did these people work hard. They work so incredibly hard to create these shows that, you know, people fall in love with, change lives, right? I can say like there are definitely a few shows in 2022 that had a big impact in my life, and I'm sure if you're out there and you watch anime, you probably found something that really changed you as well. And that large in part is due to the brilliant minds behind it. Studios are, you know, kind of the rigid way that people think about things. We know that it gets a little bit more granular than that, of course. Like people can kind of act as mercenaries for mercenary staff for other studios. They can jump back and forth, but we did want to at least recognize brands that continually put out just the highest level of quality throughout the entire year. And yeah, definitely starting with the 4 on the screen, there's more than just this, of course, but like, man, think about the shows that all of these studios did this year. Not only just volume, but maintaining that level of quality on top of volume is like what's super, super important, right? Because there's a lot of shows, there's a lot of studios that can put out a ton of dog shit for you, and that's not that impressive. I mean, impressive in some way, I guess, if you can continue to make a ton of shows and not put out anything good for a long period of time, but it's not the end we want to be recognizing this time around. We want to recognize the best of the best, and so we definitely wanted to have a studio award because it's just kind of we got to give them recognition, man. We gotta. I would feel bad if we did this whole show and didn't speak on just how crazy some of these studios went this year.
And like this is like an award that I feel like can't happen like every year, because like there are like some years where like, you know, studios will like maybe like put out like one good thing or something, and like you know, that's not really like, you know, warranting of like an award like this. So like yeah, like you got like one thing, but like I think like the studios that we considered for this year had like at least like 2 or 3 shows that they really like that really delivered, you know.
Absolutely.
And like that is like an abnormality in most years.
Impressive, like honestly impressive. And some of them even like do multiple shows per season, and that's even more impressive. On top of it, it's like they really found the formula, bro. They know what they're doing, and I'm happy to watch shows from these studios that continually put out that quality time and time again. For sure. And so for this year, 2022, the Sovereign's Studio of the Year, it goes to Cloverworks for their work on such amazing series like Bocchi the Rock, like Spy X Family, like Akebi, like Dress Up Darling, Shadow's House on top of there. Like the quality that this studio, like it is grown in 2022 to a must-watch studio in my eyes. Like if Cloverworks is doing something, I'm watching it. They have impressed me that much with the level of quality that they have put out throughout 2022.
It's so crazy to think that.
Only a couple years ago, no one would have like mentioned Cloverworks as like an animation studio as even existing. Like it was not on the radar for anyone just a few years ago. But they're just so consistently put out like such works of quality. It's just like it's staggering that like
it's crazy how they
so at the
branched out this quickly from like A1, because it used to be like they were like an in studio thing for A1 that did like I don't want to say like B-side projects, but like they did the
like
Persona 5 adaptation, and nobody really particularly liked that adaptation.
Darling in the Franxx.
They did the second half of Dark Franxx, and
Fairy
Bobby can tell you about that.
Be like that. Yeah, it's super impressive. Like it's such a cool story, honestly. When we're talking about Cloverworks and how, like he said, it started as a subsidiary of A1, and then they branched off, and like once they branched off, it feels like they really found their identity, right? And that's like what we're hoping for with every studio, is that they settle down on a style that they can really be proud of and they're really passionate about, and then they just continue to put out banger after banger after banger. And that's exactly what Cloverworks did in 2022. Like the average score that I gave a Cloverworks show in 2022 is like probably somewhere around 8 or might be even a little bit higher, which is like insane to think, right? Like,
they just did not have a miss in any season. Like normally studios take a break between seasons when they're done with the show. They just kept going, and
it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. But
that one ninja show, you know, everyone's got their misstep.
Yeah,
but they were also working on Spy at the same time, though. Like
it'd be like that.
Like, there's the one misstep, but they were still putting out banger and like put out.
No. I just gotta break the balls a little bit, you know.
It's like everybody gets one, but like it's so crazy thing, because like even like the most recent developments of like Cloverworks, because like we were like our eyes were on them like last year as well, 2021. I guess like 2 years ago at this point. You know, they had their like endeavors like with like Wonder Egg and like the first season of Shadow's House and Horror Mia as like some of the shows that they released like during that year that were very standout. But you know, like they were not a perfect studio, but they showed like a lot of like promise and ambition. And I feel like that was finally like acted upon in this year, where like 90% of the shows that they put out now are just like undeniable quality. I feel like
it's insane.
Like, how did all these come out in the same year? Like it's so crazy. You know, like I was like looking at at their like library of like in like 2022. I'm just like, they really did it. They really did it all. Like Akebi and like Just Darling were in the same season even.
Yep.
I'm like, how?
Yep.
It's like
insane. Absolutely crazy stuff. Like doing two amazing seasons of Spy X Family. Of course, you guys all know about Bocchi the Rock. Like it's just. They really flexed, and like it really just comes down to, right, they came into their own, and they really found the formula that works for them. And so long as they keep on with that train, like I'm very curious as to how they'll apply the new philosophy to some of their older projects. Like I know they're doing more follow-ups to Bunny Girl, I think they're going back and doing so. Like that'll be interesting, because like, you know, a lot has changed since Bunny Girl aired, and they put out a lot of really great stuff in the meantime. So I wonder how that will look down the line. But Cloverworks, more than fantastic studio, man. Like I said, I have a few studio. I have like 5 studios. They're like auto watch. It's on the list. It's on the list. I gotta watch.
I would like argue that like this year for Cloverworks is like the best year that a studio has ever had, like ever.
It's arguable, like, for sure.
I cannot think of like another time in like my history as like an anime watcher, where like a studio has popped off this much in any given year. It's like
it was definitely like their year.
The next closest thing I feel like was like KyoAni in like 2018 when they put out like amazing like TV series and films, and I'm like, bro, it's crazy. But like Cloverworks this year, it's like, it's like they couldn't do wrong.
Yeah,
like,
really they don't miss. It really did feel that way, man. Yeah, no, definitely amazing work to everyone that worked on any of the shows that Cloverworks put out in 2022, and we can only hope that you continue to do so for seasons to come. If they keep putting out years like 2022, we're gonna have arguments for GOAT Studio years down the line, because man, what an incredible year.
They got some beacons to look for, because like Spy X Family is obviously continuing, and so is Joseph Drawing, so like we can at least expect the same level of quality like on those shows, I feel.
Yep, agreed. Amazing stuff to Cloverworks. Okay, and now we move on to best main character. Man, the MCs, man, just look at this lineup, bro. Like, sheesh. Look at the what incredible characters that we were given. And like, the role of a main character, so important. Of course, they act as the focal point of pretty much everything that goes on in a particular series. And, not all MCs are created equal, and they all decide to, act as that focal point in different ways. These 4 characters on the screen are not anything like each other, like in the slightest. And they're all incredible in their own ways, for sure. Like, definitely very, very standout. And I could not imagine their shows being as good as they were without as strong as an MC as they have. It's very impressive. What in the Persona 3 is bottom right?
What was that?
No, someone in chat said, what in the Persona 3 is bottom right?
Oh my. Yeah, I think like, speaking on like main characters, I think like one of like the worst like qualities of like a show that a show could have is like not having a good main character.
Yeah.
Like if your main character is like not good, and you have to like look to like other aspects of like your show to like find something like good about it, then I feel like you're dodging something like really important. I was like,
agreed.
So like, yeah, just speaking on like how important like this is for any given show.
The cornerstone, man. Like, usually the main character is the conduit through which every other, like pretty much everything that happens, whether it's the development of side characters, important plot progression, all that stuff, like it all starts and ends with the MC. And so if they do not have a strong foundation, very hard for shows to be compelling over long periods of time. Yeah, but these guys didn't have any of that. I didn't have any of those issues. They definitely filled their role spectacularly, 100%.
They're definitely like the lens that you view most of the show through, and if that lens isn't like clear or like well, like intentioned or well written, then it's like, what do I got to think about the show? And like,
that's facts. Yeah, it's definitely facts. And the golden whistle for best main character of 2022, it goes to Bocchi from Bocchi the Rock, and this one was hard. This is a hard one. There's so many amazing characters, but Bocchi, something special. There's something different about this character. There's a reason that she takes the internet by storm. There's a reason that you see a gif of Bocchi on your timeline every day. There's a reason that happens, and it's because Bocchi brings a unique flavor to the table that I don't think I've really experienced in the medium in terms of characters. She's like so eccentric, and the way that they choose to lean into her visual design and the way that she expresses herself is like kind of unlike any other character I've seen in that way. And so like, it's just a joy whenever she's on the screen. It's always going to be really funny for one way or another, and in some ways inspiring. It's like cool to see her overcome her demons and kind of like progress in that way. There's just a lot of really, really cool aspects of what makes Bocchi a great character.
Yeah, like I've talked about like Bocchi like at length like before, but like I think one of like the coolest parts about like Bocchi as like a main character is like how much like the series and like both its like source material form and its anime adaptation like respects the character. And like in that respect, it like it like makes a spectacle out of like Bochi's headspace, just so that you always like know like what she's feeling, or like whatever like phase of her development that she's at, or like what's changed about her like over time as she experiences like more things with more people. It's just like such a clear depiction and a clear like understanding of the main character that I feel like it's like a nice like ebb and flow of like a character on like a conceptual level, and like how well the show and like the staff members like respect that character,
Yeah, I see some conversations, like a thing that is happening a lot is people comparing Bochi and Komi, as they're both main characters that have the social awkwardity issue, and people comparing this and that, but I really think one of the sentiments that I saw expressed was like it's so unrealistic that it's so over the top that it's unrealistic. But I think that like that's the beautiful thing about this character, right, is that it is supposed to be relatable to people that suffer some type of social anxiety, but at the same time she's overly expressive. Like she it's not an issue of she can't talk to people without she definitely has trouble talking to people without freaking out, but like I would not say that this character lacks expression in the slightest. It's like one of the most expressive characters I've ever seen ever. It's just the way that she expresses herself is kind of weird. She's kind of a weirdo, and that's fine. That's very endearing in that regard. And some of the funniest moments of 2022 is just because of her being in a situation that would be normal for a normal character, but because of just the way she is, things get out of hand. And I love how her like beads like are like a character of themselves. Like they turn into like puddles and they like melt. I'm like, what is going on here? Like I don't know.
They're physical manifestation of like her current mental state. So if they're melting, then she's melting.
Yep. Absolutely crazy. Definitely. It's like it's not one of those things where I feel like the internet needlessly gasses something without there actually being the substance. I think there's a ton of substance to Bochi, and it's definitely well deserved that she's getting the exposure that she deserves. Definitely well deserving of the best main character award, I would say. And now we're moving on to a section that probably a lot of you will find important. So talking about best animation, not to be confused with the anime of the year, where I know someone got confused with that last time. But we're talking about animation in terms of the actual like visuals, what you're watching, the motion, how is it animated. There's so many different ways of attacking animation, from a technical perspective, and a lot of different staff members experiment with a lot of different things. We saw a lot of innovation this year in terms of animation. There was a lot of things there were a lot of shows that tried a lot of different things. Some of them were a little bit too big for their britches and too ambitious, and some really did wow us. Like there was some really amazing stuff in 2022, and like most of the things that were in the argument for best animation, it's not just like isolated segments of this scene looked really good, right? It's like there's a certain level of consistency, a certain level of wow that they bring to the table at any given moment, not only with the action things, because we talked about the action sequences earlier, but also the very like intimate organic sections where small character animations actually contribute a lot to finding out how the character feels and how they're interacting with each other. I think that's a part that kind of gets glossed over because it's easy to talk about big fight scenes, obviously, but sometimes the smaller animations are what make what really drive characters over the top, and what drives certain scenes over the top. So we want you guys to
there's like true to life animation, and there's also like the very like fantastical, like I can't experience this in real life type of animation. I feel like both like are like deserve to like be talked about and considered for a type of category like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It is it's a hard category. it's a real hard category.
It gets progressively harder like each year, because like as anime like innovates or like at least tries to, things just become like so much, the standards like raise exponentially like each and every year. I feel like there's something that comes out each year that like makes people think like, man, like anime like all anime like might look like this in a couple of years, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, that's kind of scary. That's
Isn't
kind
that
of scary.
crazy? Right. It's insane to think about how much like stuff is so good now, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy how good shows look in current year. It's very,
I say
very
it's
crazy.
irreparable damage.
Yeah. You're right. He's right.
Irreparable
He's
damage.
right. He's right. He's right. The power creep.
Shows getting better has just caused irreparable damage, bro. I can't believe things are getting good. Like, why are things so good all the time? Come on now.
Bro, there's always got to be that one show a year that like goes above and beyond and sets that higher standard that everyone else kind of has to catch up to, and that's the one that we're given the best animation award to in 2022. So the golden whistle for this year goes to Bubble. You guys saw the scene we played earlier. I've never seen a level of care, a level of innovation, a level of just like absolute spectacle than when I experienced this show all the way through. There's like so many cool things. Not only the camera work, I think is like what really dazzles me. I love the way they use the camera in this show, but I also love the way they do their particle effects. I love the way they use 2D and 3D intermelding with each other. There's just so many cool things, and also, you know, making it in tandem with its music as well. Like like they often sync the animation to go along with the soundtrack and whatnot as well, and I think that's super cool from a thematic sense. The train sequence took it for you. Right. Nah, they snapped. They went absolutely crazy. And there's like, and the competition is not easy, right? It's definitely not easy to be named best animation in any season anymore because everything is just so goddamn good. But you know, after everything that we saw this year, we just thought that this is definitely one. Satoshi Kadawaki is different. He's different.
Yeah, like under like his guidance is like so many people like, and like, you know, obviously animation is like, you know, like an effort of like several individuals.
Absolutely.
But like, you know, the one, if there is like one sole like chief animation director that we can credit, then you know that it's the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
But you know, give credit to all like
Everyone,
key animators and the in betweens. Like anime cannot be made by a singular person. Like,
Definitely
in
not.
any context.
Imagine.
Yeah, imagine. Like you're that goated, you're that cracked. You just make an anime yourself.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, I definitely agree. You definitely got to give credit to every single animator that worked on all the shows this year, because that shit is not easy. But I will say that, like, you know, Satoshi in particular, man, his repertoire is getting kind of out of hand. He's been director or involved with key animation of so many strong shows at this point. There's definitely something that this guy knows. And it's not a coincidence that he started in KyoAni, by the way. It's not a coincidence.
I definitely saw that.
It's not a coincidence.
KyoAni like breeds geniuses, bro.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like if you did not consider this for like best animation, like maybe like not even like this year, but maybe like all time, you probably didn't watch it.
Probably,
I feel.
yeah.
I think it's gotten to that point.
The crazy part is like, you know, every year, not even every year, every season, you know, the mainstream shows get gassed up a lot for their animation, and some of it is amazing. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like shows like Demon Slayer and shows like Chainsaw Man, like they have amazing animation, right? But you know, I never have once seen someone post a clip of Bubble, and this stuff is like game changing.
That's
right?
true. That's so true, bro.
That's game changing. Like, not a single one.
Everybody was literally on the Demon Slayer train, like you know, by the end of like winter, and I saw so much of that, like, and it's not like like I said, it's not like we don't like give that the credit that it's due.
Yeah,
like it's amazing what Ufotable accomplishes with Demon Slayer and all of their series. It's just that like, man, like people actually like don't know about this.
Yeah, they literally just don't know. They just haven't seen it. It's just that's just how it goes.
Netflix jail, baby.
Yeah, it'd be like that. It really be like that. But Bubble, definitely well deserving. And it also gets the rare honor of having Hanazeve play while we're presenting its award, so good shit.
That's what's up.
And the last one of this section, guys, you know that this one's important. You know for a fact this one is important. one of the things that people always talk about in every single season. How good is the show's opening? Openings, so important for a lot of reasons. Obviously, it's the gateway to the show. It's the first thing that people see whenever they boot up a show. But I also think it goes above and beyond in importance, because like it's one of those things that, you know, mainstream will always feel is super relevant, right? Like there's certain aspects of anime that like an overwhelming majority of the population won't talk about, obviously, like some of the really deep nerdy stuff that we like talking about. But one of those things that will always be talked about is openings. Always. Like it's highly competitive. It has only gotten extremely more difficult as time has gone on. These opening directors are just snapping, bro. They're going absolutely crazy. We've seen some of the craziest openings of all time in 2022. Like it is absolutely bonkers how much they're managing to put into these openings, and it all still feels very coherent. And also, you know, there's bangers to go along with most of these as well. Like it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And some of them even go as far as to use like very unique like artistic direction. Like it's almost like sometimes it feels like the opening director is like trying to flex on the people that made the show. Like,
no,
like
for sure,
they're like, yeah, you guys have good animation in your shows and stuff, but I'm gonna show you what's up with this opening real quick. Like,
yeah, it's definitely like an opportunity for like, you know, the OP directors and also just like the show itself to like, you know, make a good opening, because like openings are like very like shareable, you know, like it's like they're all like standardized to like 1.5 minutes.
1 minute, yep.
Like you know, segment of like animation and music. So like this is something that you can literally just like show to people and like say like that, yeah, this is like really cool. And like if your show doesn't have that, then I feel like the word of mouth decreases significantly.
Openings definitely feel like a show me what the show, give me what the best this show has to offer in 90 seconds now.
Yeah, actually though, like
literally, like the way that openings are used nowadays, it's like they really are like a way that most people like get into shows. It's just like, I don't know if I want to commit to this show, but I have 90 seconds.
Yeah, that's facts. That's definitely facts. It's like one of those things that will never not be relevant when we talk about anime, and people will argue about what has the best opening to the end of time. It will never stop. It will never ever stop. But despite all of that, we can only award the golden whistle to one show in 2022, and man, this was difficult. This is the hard one. Because
this was
of course
the hardest one for me. I like couldn't choose.
It's so hard because like there's so many different styles of OP as well, and like, you know, some have certain relevances to the show itself, and some of them, you know, actually like set up the show's themes and stuff like that. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But we had to choose one, and after a lot of deliberation, the golden whistle for best opening 2022, it goes to Spy X Family Season 2, and we'll talk about why we gave it this award, but we'll play it for you guys first and then go from there.
おそらく気づいてしまったみたいあくびの色した毎日を丸ごと映画のように変える種と仕掛けに出会えたこと仲良くなれない空の下心は閉まって書きかけてそんな風にどうにか生きてきたメロディーが重なった小ささっていいもちろんどんな明かりよりもちゃんと見つけられる目印が欲しかったこの目が選んだ景色に一つずつリボンかけてお土産みたいに集めながら続くよ風季節が挨拶くれたよ涙もちょっと拾ったよどこから話そう
They flexed so goddamn
Lord,
hard on
bro.
this opening, bro. They flexed so goddamn hard.
This is like the biggest flex I think an opening like has had, where it's like, literally like I am better than you, like type of flex. It's like
yeah,
It's just gorgeous. All of it.
It's so crazy. Like there's so many things that this OP does that like I feel like shows themselves have not even done. Like their use of the lighting, the way they use depth of field, like everything is so fluid and also feels very personal with the characters. Their personality really like shines the whole way through, and there's just so much to it. It's like all original. Like, it's so crazy. It's so insane, bro.
It's incredibly like well thought out too, because like my favorite part about the opening is like probably like how it like jumps between like cold, like isolating like solo shots of the characters until like the very like warm shots where they're like together. So
Agreed.
like it uses like color temperature like really well in that regard, and like it does it like so seamlessly. And like bro, and it's very like indicative of the type of show it is, because you know when the characters are together, like that is, you know, what the times when they feel like the most happy. And like, you know, when they're alone, they're kind of like, you know, left to their own devices, and they kind of like fall into like this mindset of like, you know, their doubts and like, you know, whatever it is like they're anxious about at any given time. And you know, for that to like just be in an opening, I'm just like, son, bro, like calm down, chill.
They did so much in a minute 30 that like, bro, I swear there are shows that never even remotely touch the surface of what they did here, bro. Like, it's crazy. Actually crazy. And the song's an incredibly good vibe. The full version is also really, really pleasant to listen to. So if you haven't listened to the full version, you know, do that as well. But man,
and
Tetsuro Rocky, man.
Rocky, bro.
Yeah.
Like
Legend in the industry.
Absolute legend.
He's come up like time and time again this year, like just in conversation with like things that he's made, but like just to have him on an opening is actually like very rare, because obviously like you want him on like things like, you know, the actual like series director position is what he's most known for, but like they wanted him to direct an opening and he's like, bet.
Right.
He snapped, bro.
He
like,
did the
oh,
storyboarding
God.
for this show too, so it's not even like the only part he had. So it's like, oh my god, bro, this guy is this guy different. Yeah, absolutely standout. This is an unskippable opening in my eyes. Like, there's no way I would ever skip this shit ever in my life. What's the band name?
Bump of Chicken.
Bump of Chicken, man.
It is indeed Bump of Chicken.
Yep.
That is the band name.
He's just in disbelief. He can't believe that that's
like,
their
what?
name.
Welcome to J-Rock, babe.
Yep, that's facts. That's facts. Okay, we arrive, ladies and gentlemen, at the 6th layer, the capital of the unreturned. We only have 2 things to show you guys here, and they're more based on things that we want to express to you guys, our audience, our community. And so we're gonna start off with the community choice. The community choice. I put out a form about the Anime of the Year show, and I got a lot of opinions from you guys about what you guys were feeling were the standouts, and so we're just gonna run through and show you guys what you guys were feeling in terms of you know, what were the standout shows in certain aspects this year. So
yeah, all y'all watching, this is your time to be heard. So
yeah, absolutely.
Don't blame us. This was your fault.
It is their fault. So best animation going to Chainsaw Man. I think this one was painstakingly obvious. Like, I pretty much knew that Chainsaw Man was gonna win, because not only is its animation amazing, it also has recency bias going for it as well, right? Like, and we kind of expect that to be the case. I don't think it's a wrong choice at all. I think Chainsaw Man definitely flexed. It definitely flexed really hard in terms of its visual design.
In a different universe, it could have won our award.
Yeah. No, that's
easily.
facts. That's facts. It definitely was in the conversation, 100%. But yeah, you guys are 1 for 1 so far. You guys picked a good one. Good stuff on Chainsaw Man. If you guys want to see the voting breakdown, here you go. It was pretty clear. Chainsaw Man with 6 votes. The next 2 being Demon Slayer and actually Bleach afterwards, which was cool to see. We got a lot of Bleach fans out there.
3 votes for that.
Yeah. So the rest of them got 1 vote. Yeah, there you go. Someone watched Bubble. Someone watched it, bro. Someone. It'd be like that. Okay. All right, moving on to the next one. Best plot going to a tie between Made in Abyss season 2 and Kaguya-sama season 3. Yeah, this is 2 for 2. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of you guys on this one.
Bruh.
Yeah, this is good. This is good stuff.
This is like interesting to me because like obviously like we picked something like different for like best plot, and like it's not, that's not to like, you know, undersell like these two shows that like won, but like, you know, some part of me like wants to be like, man, like people really didn't watch some of the things that we thought had the best, because like things like Summertime, things like Totemi, Time Machine Blues, like are things that like weren't like widely accessible to people.
True.
And I'm like, maybe that has like maybe that reflects in like the community vote a little bit, or like accessibility.
True. No, it does for sure. These are two of the most popular shows as well. So like that all lines up. Like that definitely lines up. But you know, both very fantastic shows, so I'm not mad at that either. You guys are 2 for 2. Here's the breakdown. Both Abyss and Kaguya getting 3 votes. Very close, very contested. Mob Psycho, Summertime, and Spy X Family all getting 2 votes, and then the rest pulling up the rear with
Mushi Pedal.
Yo, I know. I was like, Bobby sent an agent
Bobby's
to
burner?
Yo, Mushi Pedal.
Bobby had a burner? Bobby's burner?
The plot is they ride bikes.
Yeah. So
it'd be like,
you got it, bro.
I don't make the rules. All right, and the next one, best character. You guys, yes, Bochi. Yeah, and you guys are 3 for 3 so far. We obviously gave Bochi best MC. I didn't think that there was any character that was even gonna come close to her in the community vote. I thought it was gonna be Bochi free. And yeah, you guys, bro. Like, listen, how much it circulated on my timeline, I was like, bro, there's no way they're gonna choose.
People love Bochi, bro.
But they love Bochi, bro. And like I said, like, bro, when it's relatively recent too, right? Like, I think that definitely has like something to do with it as well. So let's see the breakdown. Bochi getting 4, and then Anya, big Anya. With 3, this was definitely like it definitely between these two. I could
Pink
see
hair, bro. It's powerful.
I could see that. I could definitely.
There's definitely like a wide distribution too. Like a lot of people like said like one-offs of a lot of characters. We could see here.
That is true. The only ones that received multiple votes were Anya and Bochi, and that makes sense. And that definitely makes sense. Because those two characters, they're the pink-haired warriors, bro. They're out here, bro. People love pink hair. All right, and best OP, y'all gave it to Chainsaw Man. This is not a bad choice at all, guys. I think this opening is so spectacular. Yeah, this is such a spectacular opening. I think the song is an absolute bop. I love how it's like just riddled with movie references, because you know Shingo Yamashita obviously cares about film in a big way. Like it's really fucking dope.
I think it's pretty easy to like say that this year this was the most popular opening, even like disregarding recency bias.
Yeah. No, agreed.
Like it was like the most talked about.
Yeah. Bro.
Sick opening.
It is a sick opening. Let's watch it, shall we? We like watching.
Sorry, I spoiled the first 3 seconds already.
Oh my god.
2160p.
I'm disliking this video. there's so many cool parts of this opening. Honestly, it's like it's
It's
so
crazy. It's a
complicated
crazy
too.
opening.
Like it's so complicated. There's so many parts. There's so many parts to this opening, man. Like it's crazy.
I've like broken down like each second of
Yeah.
this opening.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, it's so
Yeah, I've seen
Video
I've seen the
analyses
videos.
like go hard on this OP for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that makes it so like have such a broad appeal with the masses, definitely the drop, right? The drop is kind of crazy. Like people really fuck with the drop whenever it transitions to the second part. So yeah, definitely
Like,
not a bad choice. Good.
even like talking about like our criteria. I mean, like we said that this could have easily won.
Oh, yeah,
like, you
yeah,
know,
for
like,
sure.
Speaking on our like criteria for like a good opening is that like, you know, if you show this to anybody, like first of all they're gonna think it's sick. Second of all, like it is like very indicative of like what you're going to experience when you actually watch the show, because like it has like a very like cinematic quality to it, and like that definitely like translates to the rest of the show. Like it's definitely like unlike most things that you would find in anime in that regard, and you know, able to like contain that in like a 1 minute and 30-second package is like definitely like beyond impressive. Like
Yeah.
Jingo Yamashita, like he made many bangers of openings this year, and this was definitely like his most popular, and you know, for good reason.
Yeah, the Chainsaw Man follow-up is gonna have a hard time unless they get him again. If they get him again, then maybe not. But it's gonna be pretty tough for people to beat this one this time around. So good choice, guys. Good choice. And here's the breakdown.
Overwhelming.
Landslide for Chainsaw Man. 5 votes. Next one's being Spy X Family season 1. Actually, season 2 didn't get any votes from you guys, but I kind of get that. The first OP obviously is really good. It's also like kind of higher octane, and I think people really like. They really like OPs that kind of hype you up as well. And then some love
Also,
for
like,
good.
really.
I'm so glad this is here. 'Cause, like this is another like Shingo Yamashita opening, and
Yeah.
that one snapped as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, there's just so many good openings, bro. It's so like it's so hard to just chill. Like it's so hard to sit someone down and be like, yeah, dude, like choose one opening. Like
Some of the ones in like the lower part are kind of interesting to me. Like
Zombie Bisco chilling.
Somebody
I
voted
actually
for
think that, no, this
Panther
opening's really good, actually.
I agree.
Bisco's opening is pretty elite. Gunjo Fanfare. The funniest thing about that opening is that to me it sounds like a Jonas Brothers song.
Bro.
Like,
Interesting.
Like, no, actually, go listen to it. It sounds just like a Jonas
I
Brothers
listened
song.
to. I watched the show.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
The song is good. Like I like the song.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. But yeah, it actually very, very interesting. I haven't seen many people talk about Bleach's opening. I don't know how are people feeling about that, Bobby?
I don't think it's that great, but I mean,
Okay.
that's just me.
And then random Overlord appearance. I didn't expect that one either.
Amazing.
I have no idea what that opening even looks like, to tell you the truth. So it'd be like that.
Madhouse probably put in effort.
All right, and then according to you guys and all your votes, the 3 most voted upon anime of the year nominees were as follows: Bocchi the Rock, Spy X Family, Chainsaw Man. I think these probably the least surprising lineup that possible, right? Like I can't. What else would have been here, right? For the general masses.
I feel like these make the most sense.
Yeah,
like
for a community
I
vote.
feel like,
Yeah.
like
Bro,
Chainsaw
where's
Man was
Titan?
the most anticipated thing this whole year. Like Spy X Family, like people had expectations for it because of its popularity and like Shonen Jump, and like Bocchi has that like recency bias while also being like actually like one of the best shows the entire year.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fresh in people's minds.
Yeah, for sure. You said where's Titan? The thing is, people got mad at each other over Titan this year, bro. They were just arguing with each other the whole time.
True.
It really be like that. So
Titan was the most controversial.
Yeah, that's
anime
facts.
year.
That's definitely facts. And so these are the 3 shows that you guys thought stood out above all others. All these shows are good, so I'm not mad at you guys. I'm pretty happy with how the community votes have panned out so far. Good.
I feel like your community did good, Khalil.
Yeah, no, they did. No, they did. I taught them well. They keep watching, and you know, we won't have any problems. You know what I'm saying? And the golden whistle for the Community Award, Community's Anime of the Year 2022, it goes to Chainsaw Man. That's not
There
surprising.
it
Yeah, I'm like Chainsaw Man is probably gonna win this shit, I would imagine. The only one in my mind that would have given it a run for its money in terms of the community vote would probably be Spy X Family. So I was actually surprised that it was that close with Bocchi as well, but obviously Bocchi is very good. I just feel like less people probably would have watched it. But yeah, Chainsaw Man, everyone leading up to it was talking about it. Everyone while it was airing, that's all they talk about. And now that it's over, people are still talking about it. It doesn't end.
Not mad at this anyway. Chainsaw Man is like a fantastic show, and like and a fantastic adaptation to something that was like, you know, very, very like highly acclaimed in manga form.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm happy about most, is that they didn't get their adaptation stomped all over. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
Don't even. It's not gonna go there. It's not gonna go there.
So congratulations to Chainsaw Man, and that is Community Wars. Next, we'll show you the distribution. So 5 for Chainsaw Man, then next Spy X Family and Bocchi the Rock, and then Kaguya pull it up right after it. And then everyone else is one off. Yowamushi Pedal on the list again. There you go.
Bobby definitely put in a vote, a burner account.
I have not voted on here at all. I don't know who that is. He has good taste, but it's not me.
That's so funny. All right, and so now we want to talk about sleeper picks. So obviously, guys, this show has been pretty thought out. There's a lot of things that we have awarded, but obviously not every show has received an award. And so we just want to make it obviously painstakingly clear that even if a show does not receive an award, does not mean that it is not spectacular, because obviously there are tons of great shows in a year. We just don't have time to give everything an award. We just get out of hand. We'd have like 3 winners for each category at least. It'd be out of control. So we just want to talk a little bit about the sleeper picks, because even though they did not win an award here, we do think that they are very, very quality and worth you going out and, you know, watching them if you have the time. This is like kind of like the sovereign recommendation slide. So we'll start out with Awashi. Unfortunately, Miguel had to dip, but there are a lot of things to talk about when it comes to Awashi. As far as sports shows go, it's very, very down to earth, very organic, very relatable in terms of, you know, the main character Aoi and his struggles. I think one of the things it does so well is like depicting the familial impact of like what he's doing. Like obviously he wants to go on and be the best soccer player he can be, but you know, when you have ambitions that large, it affects people around you. It affects your family members, it affects your friends, all those relationships. You know, you have to sacrifice a lot to really like all into your passions in this way. And I think they do a really, really great job of depicting that, and also in-game struggle where, you know, he thinks he should be a certain way and maybe things don't pan out the way that he originally envisioned, so he has to kind of shift goalposts and kind of adjust with the times and really find out, like, you know, what is he in this for? Is he in this for just one aspect of the game, or is he there to win? I think that is definitely something super cool about Awashi. It's longer as well, 24 eps, and IG definitely knows how to do sports shows. Like they definitely are out there.
Yeah, this is a very like grounded sports show as well. Like it's not like it's hype in places, obviously. Like I feel like most sports shows like have to have those types of moments, but like I feel like the most like intriguing like part of it is like, you know, the inner character struggle of like the main character. Like in everything that he like goes through. Like you talked about, like when he really wants to be a forward, but like his coaches thinks that he's more suited to be like a fullback, and like that is like a very like, you know, it like he can like feel like his entire like understanding of soccer like crumble beneath him. Like he just doesn't know what to do anymore, and I feel like that struggle is like what really like sells like why the show is like pretty like amazing. And I think a lot of people will like compare it to like Blue Lock as well, since it's like the same sport, where like Blue Lock is like definitely like hyper ridiculous in what it wants to do, but if you are looking for that more like grounded, like true to the sport experience, like Awashi's got you covered. So
yeah, 100%. And then moving on to the next one, we have Akebi's Sailor Uniform. Man, this show is good. It came out so early in the year that I feel like it, of course, it's like one of those that kind of gets glossed over. It's one of the cooler Yashikes that I've had the pleasure of watching. It just does so many things so well. Like Akebi is such an endearing character, and like in some ways it's definitely relatable with her trying to figure out like what kind of things like she's into. Like she tries a lot of different hobbies throughout the entire show. And like it's like it's so crazy because like the whole premise of the show is like, you know, she really cares about like the sailor uniform and being being super jazzed to wear it to school, and then like she kind of gets her world rocked whenever she finds out certain things during the show. It's also like kind of episodic in a way as well, so like it's pretty easily digestible, I would say, in that regard. And then they also have some amazing flex scenes during the show, like some crazy flex scenes of like, oh my god, the
animation in this show was so extra for no good reason, bro. I mean, like good reason in that it was Cloverworks, but you know, in terms of like, you know, the type of show it is, you don't think that this show is going to have like spectacular like animation or anything that like, you know, breaks the mold in any way. But like just like watching like the first episode of this is enough to like tell you that like, man, like this, like in all honesty, like I'm a slice of life enthusiast. I watch a lot of slice of life, like more than any other like genre that I've like consumed. Like this, it like stands like near the top of like the best animation in a pure slice of life, you know, with like without any like gimmicks attached to it. It's like it was so crazy. And like Akebi is like one of like the most like best characterized characters of this year. I could say that with confidence, just because of like these, like the character animation was like super good, and like the way the show treats her, I really enjoy, because like as I was like watching the show, like, you know, obviously like Akebi like kind of like sees the world like in a more like whimsical way than like her classmates, so she stands out in like that way, but like everybody like really like, you know, loves her for that, instead of like, you know, thinking that she's like a weirdo or whatnot. Like obviously they think she's like, you know, different, but not in like, you know, a malicious or like nefarious way. It's not like they like want to like bully her or whatnot. They just like want to like become like friends with her, and I think like that's very like sweet and endearing that a character like this is like very respected in this way. And yeah, like I think I've like gone on record saying that like this is probably like the best like looking slice of life outside of anything that KyoAni has created, I would say.
It's like one of those it's like one of those shows that like this could be anime of the year in so many years, but it's just like 2022 is really hard, bro. This could have definitely been definitely towards the top of like so many seasons, and it was towards the top in this one too. It's just like competition stiff, man. It's tough out here.
It could have won a lot of things. Like I was definitely considering like Akebi for like best main character or like best character acting. Like it could have won, but you know, the competition in this
really tough.
In this year was too steep, bro.
Yeah, for sure. But definitely super fun show. Definitely check it out. Cloverworks. Once again, bruh, flexing. And then our last one we have on this particular slide is Heroines Run the Show, which is a story of our main character who has to get a job. I know, scary, right? She has to get a job, and she ends up taking a job as a manager for 2 male idols, and it's Inori Minase in a very go-getter, spunky, like really like down to earth role, and it's just like really like driven by the characters and their interactions and their develop over time. And this show's VA cast is absurd, like absolutely crazy. Insane. It doesn't make any sense that this show has this VA cast. In fact, like that was pretty much the reason that Jeffrey and I picked up the show originally, is that when it was getting ready to air, we both looked at the staff page and was like, wait, what the fuck, what? Why are there so many gods of VAs in this show?
It's kind of funny how that turned out, because like, you know, like I feel like the overall VA cast wasn't like utilized like as much as I thought it would be, because like a lot of like the characters who were voiced by like, you know, the godlike VAs like had very like minor roles.
Yeah.
But you know, we stayed for the show itself because the show itself was actually like quite good.
Absolutely.
And so it's funny how like, you know, we kind of like got baited into thinking like, man, like this is gonna be the main thing that the show is like that makes the show good, when it's really like the show itself is just good. So
yeah, it's a very very good story. I found myself enjoying it like the whole way through. Honestly, I think this is one of Inori's better performances.
Yeah.
And I love the type of character she played here. I think that her voice is really well suited, like the perfect casting for the MC. So man, it was really cool. It was really cool, and it's like a little different too, because like we don't get to watch many shows about male idols, right? We don't really like, that's, you know, it's definitely skewed in terms of representation. It's definitely way more
on that. It's like the performances that they had actually like looked significantly better than like most like highly like produced like idol franchises. And I think that's largely because like, you know, there's only 2 of them, so it's a lot easier to like make performances look better.
Agreed.
And actually just like hand animate them when you only have 2 characters.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't change the fact that like, man, like this is a late douche show. Like they don't really have that much of a repertoire when it comes to this things, and the production quality of the show was very consistent.
Yeah, definitely. That like I remember thinking, well, like, 'cause it's not very popular. Like we look at the popularity rating and everything. Is like, while I was watching it, I was like, damn, this is like one of those shows that I wish more people were watching, because it definitely flies completely under the radar. I can't imagine many of you in chat, or you know, if you're on YouTube watching this, will have seen this up until this point. But hopefully this little blurb kind of convinces you guys to give it a try, because it was definitely standout for sure. And then we have 3 more. Dylan, you want to talk to them about Love After World Domination, bro?
Yeah, Love After World Domination was like one of the rom-coms during spring that got just lost in the shuffle of every other rom-com during the season. It's a really fun kind of like parody show where these 2 enemies just kind of happen to fall for each other, and it's very cute and it's very fun. Honestly, like this duo was also pretty strong, and I considered putting them, or you know, mentioning them as like a nomination for like one of the best duos. But like the way these characters interact, it's really fun, and like the way they have to like interact while they're on the battlefield, like really awkwardly, you know, because they're trying not to hurt each other and nothing like that.
Yep.
It was just like a cool little rom-com. I dug it.
Yeah, I watched this one too, and I was pretty impressed. Honestly, I didn't go in really expecting anything, but I think the nonsensical nature of you know, not only the premise, because obviously they're like they're like good against evil, but it's kind of like a Romeo and Juliet in some ways, except there's giant ass fucking transformations and stuff going on the entire time. Somehow those premises go really well in hand, and it's just like very cute. Honestly, just a very cute rom-com all the way through. I was pleasantly surprised by that one for sure. And then we have The Executioner and A Way of Life. This one was just out of left field, bro. Holy shit. Like, JC, what is JC doing, bro?
JC finally tried, and it worked out. You know,
rare JC flex.
Rare, you know, JC, and usually they put in, you know, the C stands for C grade animation, but you know, they kind of went in this time.
Yeah,
they've made good shows in the past. They don't make too many impressive shows.
Yeah.
And this show is fairly impressive. Like,
they've made
audio visual, it's like, whoa.
Yeah,
it's like good shows, but from like an audio visual perspective, it's never been like, whoa, this is cool.
This one, it also kind of mixes you, because one of the most popular tags for it on AniList is isekai. It is definitely gonna subvert your expectations without spoiling.
It's a twist
definitely different.
on isekai.
It's definitely different than your average isekai, so don't let that put you off. Really impressed by, like you said.
Yeah, they actually do have like a sense of world building here. Like they've got like historical lore events, and like the way the magic system works. Like it's not just like cast magic. They don't go into it like too in depth, but it's like pretty intuitive.
It's way more effort than most others for sure. So I definitely commend them for that, because that that is deserving of praise 100%. I actually liked some of the characters quite a lot as well. And so like it definitely had a lot of really solid parts of a show that we didn't expect, because like we said going into it, like JC doesn't always put out the best that they have, put out some really good stuff, but you know, when's the last spectacular thing before this that JC had put out, right? It's kind of
maybe like 2010.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's got some time beforehand.
This is where all that Don Machi money goes.
Maybe. I mean, if they give us more shows like this, I'll be down. You know what I'm saying? Like, be like that. But yeah, definitely give it a try. Also, banging OST, really good OST.
Yeah, go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like a
Incredible
sucker.
OST.
I was like the accordion, like the depth. I guess like the variety of it, like really cool. Like you don't really hear accordions too much in.
Definitely not.
They just pressed it and it was cool.
Yeah.
I'm also just like a sucker for like Latin, like fingerstyle guitar.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a lot of genres
I'm with you
that
there.
they do really well.
That is true. It is very it's a lot of range actually. Yeah.
We got some electronic beats in there. That was kind of nice.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Definitely cool. And then our last one, we have Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. This one just finished airing, and man, like one of the things that is always relevant is that, you know, when it comes to mech shows and to by extension Gundam, you know, a lot of people will see Gundam or they see mecha and they're like, man, I don't want to watch this, because it's very polarizing, very polarizing subgenre of the medium. Do not let the Gundam tag fool you. It does have Gundam, absolutely. There are giant robots, and they're even relevant, right? They are relevant to some of the plot points and some of the themes in the show. But really, where this show shines is its characters. Its characters are so good, and they all develop so well alongside of each other. Soletta is an amazing MC. You know. Without butchering his name, it's Guel, right? Yeah, Guel. Guel Jet Turk is one of the strongest side characters we've had in a long time. He's amazing. There's really strong thematic presence with this one. I especially like the themes of, you know, the classism. I think is definitely something that is a big deal. You know,
when you're inspired by Utena, you better like have a very strong thematic presence. You know,
absolutely. Living up to the family name, like all that stuff. Like they even dabble with some race stuff. Like there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it, and so like I said, if you're afraid because it's Gundam, don't let that stop you. It's really strong, and also has one of the most insane moments of the entire year in it.
I don't know if it's insane.
Yeah, I'm not spoiling it.
It's a Gundam show. You know something had to come around the way.
But yeah, absolutely insane show, and a banging OP as well. Yoasobi snapped on that shit. Just
banger ending too, actually. Really strong. Just really good overall. Really a lot of strong vocal performances on top. Soundtrack good. Yeah, it's good. There's like one track in particular that just it gets
also full. It's full animated as well. So like the Gundam fights are not CG. And they kind of snap on some of them, to be honest. Like they kind of go crazy. It's like I always make the joke that if we had to suffer through that other full animated Sunrise show, like to get this one, then, you know, I'll take the L. I'll take the L if we have to suffer through that one.
It exists. I won't watch it. I'll just let it exist.
Yeah, like, you know, it is what it is. But this was definitely a super cool show, and like we said, takes a lot of inspiration from Utena. So definitely give it a try.
It's also like not over. Like the second part of it comes out in spring this year. So if you haven't watched it and you're interested, you have time to like catch up and, you know, be, you know, with the rest of the people watching the show.
Yeah, and you don't need to watch any other. You don't need to watch any other series for this either. Like you can just come into
absolutely
it.
Not. I would not wish that
I
upon
sure didn't
anybody.
watch any other Gundam before I came into this one, so it'd be like that. So those are our sleeper picks for the year. I hope you guys decide to check them out. There's so much quality in 2022. It would be a shame for us to not tell you what's up with these shows. And then the last and the final layer, we have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. We have two categories. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Or is it? Is it the moment that you've been waiting for? let's talk
Depends
about
on who you are.
Yeah, it really does depend on who you talk to. And so we're starting off with the worst of the year nominees. We've gassed a lot of really good shows. We've given you guys the rundown of stuff that you should spend your time on, stuff that is a really good investment, a really good experience, some stuff that will teach you something, make you feel inspired, make you feel something, right? And then we have these shows that were less than good. In fact, kind of dog shit. And so
Welcome to
we're
the
gonna
porn block, boys.
We're gonna pass it off to our resident dumpster diver, Mr. Mr. Dylan. If you want to talk about these shows, feel free. You take point, brother.
Welcome to the porn block of the show. All three of these. Yeah, this is literally just porn.
You're right.
Hey, it's at least different flavors of porn, right? You've got isekai. It's like isekai porn, right? So you can you can huff on the copium that like you're actually watching a show, but we all know you're here for the big giant titties on the left side. From a show, from a show standpoint, it's awful. There's nothing interesting about the show at all. They kind of hint like the character thinks he's like in a game, and so he like starts killing bandits. And so when he realizes he does kill these bandits, there's kind of like this implication that like he's kind of regretful and like understood what he's just done, and then they immediately drop it, because they can't do anything. There's no consistency with the show other than the porn.
If killing is real, then sex is real too.
Facts.
So like, hey, if you're here for bland isekai and porn, this is for you. Honestly, this was probably unfortunate to say, this was probably the best of the three in this lineup.
Hilarious, because if I remember correctly, the title of Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World is also a lie of a title.
Yes. So you see those characters on the right side of the poster.
Mm-hmm.
They don't show up until the end of episode 12. Well, really, this is a duo. This is really not a harem. It's really just a
You're telling
just
me,
the dog
you're telling me it's
girl.
vanilla? You're telling me it's vanilla?
It's straight.
It
It's
ain't vanilla. She's got dog ears, bro.
It's she's also how do I put this? A former slave. It's a very weird dynamic.
She's a slave dog girl. Yeah, she's a slave dog girl.
Bro. I blame Shield Hero for this.
Done. So funny story. Like, I obviously did not watch any of these. But when I was building the show and I was gathering every show that we had watched this year, I missed Harem in 11th and Another World, and also Worlds and Harem on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is because Anilus added this new adult tag. To the show. So
Yep.
If you're searching via year or season or that type of filter, you need to manually put on the adult tag to see that these shows exist. Otherwise, you will not be able to find them.
Yep.
And I realized this because I manually went through all of our lists to see if I missed anything, and I'm like, oh yeah, they did watch a Harem in the Labyrinth of Another World. Why did I miss that? I'm usually very thorough about these things, and I realized oh, some of these were so bad and so poor.
Well, no, I mean, but those ones had actual, stuff going in where, so they had to moving on to Gilded Child, it's
which is also porn.
It's also softcore porn, but it's etchy, but that etchy type of porn, where they put them in compromising positions.
Very softcore, relative,
with that,
just strange.
With monsters, they just ramped it up with nudity. Funny story, we actually didn't watch this show at full speed or 1.0 speed. Every time they just did something very sexual, we kind of sped it up. And so usually we were watching the show in about episodes in a span of I don't know 5-6 minutes, right, Bobby?
Yeah, no, it would go from we'd go from 1 time speed, and then there'd be a flash of nipple, and we'd be 1.5. Then it's big tentacle thing. 2 times. Not 4 times, 8 times speed. And you know what's really impressive is that the subtitles being faster, it didn't matter because the substance didn't exist anyway.
It'd be like
Moving on to World's End Harem.
Oh,
This was the one that tried to have a plot, but didn't actually do anything with it.
Bro, the plot is porn. Like
no. So yeah, the plot is
it's the
porn,
repopulating.
Right? So they need to repopulate the world. But the main
There was a
character,
man-killing virus that killed all the men.
Literally
And
called the
there's
male
like-
killer virus.
and there's like this plot where it's like, oh right, the virus was man-made, and they drop all of that in like the last 2 episodes because we were sidetracked on like this. I don't want to say incel. No, not incel. Just a very weird side plot in like a high school for whatever reason. And it just spent its time just doing nothing for a large portion of the show, and towards the end, I feel like the people at the studio just gave up because there were certain portions of the last episode where they weren't even animating stuff. It would be like you would hear sound effects and things going off, and it would be like a single freeze frame, and then it would cut to a different shot.
That's up.
It was like beyond PowerPoint. Like they weren't even using the funny PowerPoint transitions in their animation. It was just
it wasn't even like they would like zoom out. They would just have a panel and just cut to the next shot.
Dynamic zoom, baby.
Yeah. Sheesh.
So,
all right. Well, it'd be like that. We got more.
Yeah, no, we still have
there's
more.
good.
This, despite anime is a large encompassing medium, so despite all the quality we've had this year, we're always going to get dumpster garbage stuff. Red Girlfriend, I will say, none of us did watch it. None of us watched season 2. However, I am currently reading the manga, as is Bobby, and I can say with full confidence, this is the worst manga I've ever read in my life. I will give it credit, right? It does have a unique MC. Usually it's a very self-insert, bland MC. This one is like the biggest loser who's just incapable of being a normal person. It's incredible how a 21-year-old can just act like he's mentally 12. It's incredible. It's awful.
They don't even feel like he's important enough to put on the key art.
He's worse than a self-insert. He's just a terrible person.
It's very funny. Hey, I mean, on the key inserts, like, you know what they're going for. I'm not gonna go down the line with each of these characters, but the one sitting on the right side with the hair bun, she's probably the worst character I've ever seen in my life.
That's tough.
Not the worst. I'm being harsh. I do hate her though. It's fucking terrible.
That's what's up.
Smile of the Arch Notoria. Bobby, you wanna take the reins on how you got debated?
So every episode of this show, so it's like it starts you off like thinking like, oh, this is a slice of life show. Like it's about these girls at this magic academy and they're just kind of like living life. The majority of the first episode was like the conflict of the episode was like something about marmalade and tea. Like I can't even really remember. There's like biscuits, marmalade, and tea. Like they needed to figure out like, I don't know, something. It was nothing, bro. But the first episode, they would, and I mean this literally, flash to a black screen that would come with big red letters shining in your face that said warning. And you're like, what? And then you keep watching, and after that transition, you see in a completely different art style, completely different tone. Like everything looks like in that key visual up there, it looks really like happy and bright and everything. The other side of this show is extremely dark. Like characters, the male characters that are like, there's like war going on, people are dying, there's blood and gore, and it's like, what? And so there's like this hidden subplot developed like throughout the show, because like most of the episodes have these warnings, and as you just keep on progressing, there's like maybe one like good episode throughout the whole show where like they go into like a human town and like they have to like pretend to not be witches in the human town, And then in the last episode, you think to yourself, okay, they're converging the warning and like the moe stuff, right? The slice and the violence, they have to intersect. And in the last episode, there's like that scene where like a character opens a door and you presumably think like, oh, the bad guys are here. But no, it's a different door to a completely unrelated place. So they never interact directly. Every episode, they have this big warning, and there's no payoff. Nothing happens.
Wowzers.
Moving on to Greatest Demon Lord is typical nobody. That's how I would describe this show. Typical nobody. It's not even it's not even an isekai, but it just feels so generic and so very boring that it might as well be an isekai. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I can't even remember what happened during the show. All I remember is that like Silverlink didn't even try with this one. Like Silverlink, like usually they put in a lot of effort to animate, and they animate really well, like action sequences really well for like just not very good shows. But even for this one, they couldn't even be bothered to like try and like do cool and good sequences. They just kind of threw shit at the screen and said, "Yep, call it a day. Let's move on to the next one, boys."
There will always be another Silverlink project.
Oh, bro, Silverlink just does it to us, man. I don't know why. They just do that, bro.
They had help on this one, but I guess it didn't amount to much. In
I
fact,
have a
probably
feeling that Silverlink was helping them.
Yeah,
true.
That might be the thing, that Silverlink was not the main producer on this one, but who knows?
Actually crazy.
And so that's
and
all right.
The worst of the year, 2022. After seeing all of our nominees, seeing the porn, all right, seeing the the absolute dog shit, the worst of the year 2022 is actually Platinum End. It's not any of those, you fucking fools. It's like,
yeah,
you thought it was
that's
gonna be
right.
one of them.
Yeah, that's right. Y'all forgot about this, right? Yeah, so this aired at the end of last year, and it carried over. Core 2 carried over into this year. And I'm so very, very glad that this carried over into this year, because this second arc was the biggest. It's the biggest insult to writing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's actually just fucking terrible. It's so fucking dog shit. Like, Khalil knows about Metropolitan Man, right?
Bro, of course.
He remembers about his outlandish and just incredibly villainous behavior. You know, and eventually we learned that he's like this incestuous, classist person, and you know, it's dog shit, but at least it's funny. With this, they just replaced him with like the biggest doom loser cuck that I've ever seen in my life. He's just so depressed. He's like, why does everybody believe in God? It's like he's trying to disprove God with like this whole, I'm losing track. I'm so angry with this show. It does.
Bro, it only multiplies everyone's disappointment, because of course a lot of what drew people to this is of course the Death Note creators, right? The Death Note creators were the people that made this. They were like, okay, Death Note, I like Death Note, and so this one's got to be good, right? Psych.
We transitioned from like a very high action, high chaos show to a very dry, unengaging, surface level philosophical debate about whether God exists or not, or whether a deity exists or not, and it just felt very unintelligent considering this.
The ending was the most insulting thing to me.
Oh
The
my
last
God.
few minutes of the show where they were like, hey, so we understand that you probably didn't understand any of the themes that we were attempting to execute because we didn't execute them. So we're just going to tell you through words. Literally, Japanese words just appeared on the screen and the subtitles translated them, and that's how they communicated to you the message that you were supposed to get from the show. They couldn't respect your intelligence enough because there was nothing intelligible to draw from.
It was also a dog shit theme too. It was like, yeah, people want to die. It was like, shut the fuck up, you fucking moron. I don't.
We can't stress enough how how like flabbergasted
hysterically
we were
awful it was.
to do this at the end. Like when like Bobby and Dylan watched it together. I watched it individually, and so did Miguel. Like we all had like very like different reactions to it. Like I personally was like laughing my ass off. Like it was another like I cannot breathe properly moments that they actually like put this on like live television and thought that it was okay. It was like, I think they had like a mature audience rating on it, like or warning at the beginning of the episode. For most of the episodes in the second half, as for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it's like if you do not want to suffer through the series, and I do not like want to wish this series upon anybody, I'm not that type of human being where I can understand that that's inhumane.
Mm-hmm.
You should just watch like the last like 5 minutes of the last episode to like see what we're talking about. Like
This decision came after they decided. So the way so if you don't know, if this is a competition, like a battle royale to determine who's becoming the next god of the world, so to say. And so after a whole bunch of deliberation and just talking back and forth, they decided that the suicidal 11-year-old was going to be god. And it just made no sense to me whatsoever. Unbelievable.
Complete irredeemable dog shit.
This is definitely a valid contender for like worst anime I've ever seen.
Yeah,
like,
this is bottom 3. If King's Game did not exist as an anime, this would actually be the worst anime I've ever seen.
That's tough.
This shit lost to porn, dude.
That's true. That's impressive.
It lost to 3 separate shows that were just porn, that were just titties, that were just titties and ass, just titties, ass, and moaning. How do you lose to that? It's actually incredible. The porn show, 2 of the porn shows didn't even have a plot. They weren't even trying anything. They were just trying to get titties and ass on your screen.
It really be like that, bro. Please, don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again, bro. I can't take this anymore, bro. Please. Please, no. Oh my God.
is a historic landmark in the anime industry. You need to try so hard to be worse than this.
Really fucking bad.
Hey, at least the porn accomplished their goals.
Yeah, I mean, but we're not gonna pretend like those shows are good either, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But
all right,
ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the final award of the night. Of course, we've gone through a lot of different aspects of anime, but here we are. We've arrived at Anime of the Year nominees for 2022, and our first nominee, Bocchi the Rock. Bocchi is my rock.
Bocchi is my rock, baby.
An absolutely crazy ride. Through and through, like depicting, like being able to take a character like this, and being able to depict the ploy of people that is socially awkward, and like also blow it up to a proportion that is very unique, and also like very engaging the entire time. Like the show is just like it's really fun to watch the entire way through, but you can also tell that there's a very important message that you're trying to get across as well, and I think being able to represent both is really important in a show. Not every show is able to do it as well, but I think Bocchi is definitely one that does it very well.
Yeah, Bocchi is a show that wanted to do a lot of things and it did all of them spectacularly. Like the show is like, I feel like it's very hard to nitpick, and the way it was like executed, I feel like is irreplicable by other like creators or studios. And speaking on like studios, like in Clover, and what was like Cloverworks' like best year as like an anime studio, I think that this was the best show that they put out. And this is like not recency bias. Like I know like Spy X Family is like phenomenal in a lot of people's eyes, and it definitely is like for us as well. But like there's something special about this show, and I feel like if Cloverworks like takes or like invests like this much like creative effort into their shows, like they're gonna have a very bright future ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And then next we have Dance Dancer. Bobby, go ahead, bro. Let him know, bro.
This show is it's such an inspirational, like incredible work of like passion and discovering passion, you know. Obviously, like you guys have seen throughout like the awards show that it won best scene, best episode, and best developed character. Like this show has so much to offer, and it was criminally underwatched. It's an incredible show where the performances are stunning, the messages are impactful. Like I've had physiological responses to the several moments in the show that really made me feel like there was like a burning passion igniting inside of me. And like it's incredible. It does so much, and it doesn't stagnate either. It just keeps evolving and evolving. And I say this as if it's like a show that's been going on, but it was 11 episodes, guys. The amount of content, the amount of quality that is jam-packed in these 11 episodes is genuinely incredible.
Yeah, definitely agreed. It is absolute powerhouse, especially given that it's working with less real estate than an overwhelming majority of shows. Definitely a joy to watch every single week. And Mappa, man, these are the type of shows that I look at Mappa and I'm like, man, that's a studio, bro. That's a studio. A lot of people will obviously look at Titan and whatnot, like, but yeah, good.
Yeah, you'll hear from us that like this is the best show that Mappa put out this year, and that is going up against things like Chainsaw Man and things like Attack on Titan.
Yeah,
and
where's Titan?
Where's Titan?
Where's Aaron, bro?
Damn it, man.
Titan who?
It really be like that. And then we got Licorice Recoil. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
All right, and like honestly, like if you like asked me like, you know, before like the show aired, like, you know, as we were like sampling things, that this was going to be like, you know, my absolute like favorite of like the season and like of the year even, like I would probably like, you know, I would probably hesitate, you know, like because it's not like typically like on the surface level, it's not like typically the show that I would consider like, you know, to be one of my favorites just from looking at it. But I was like blown away with like how much it like, you know, resonated with like my values of like a good and quality anime. There was like so much there's so much love put into the characters, and it was like very well thought out. It was an original project, and like to me that kind of like gets it like more points just like on a personal level, that like something like this that started from zero. And the fan reception of the show is also like extremely positive, and it was just like a nice like time to like, you know, be an anime fan where like people can like watch shows like this and like recognize that this is like, you know, an amazing show in, you know, an entire year of, you know, high profile, highly anticipated works. And, you know, like it was surprising to me, but like at this point, like, you know, I if I'm being like very honest with myself, like it's a new personal favorite of mine, and I can't stress it enough that it, you know, it deserves a spot here.
Yeah, 100%.
Blew up to the top 10 real quick.
There you go.
Like even like if you didn't like I understand like a lot of people weren't engaged with the plot as much as others, or with the characters as much, but even then, like it's just a fun show to watch. Like the amount of the amount of like time and work they put into like the like individual character animations, the fun little slice of life sequences, to like the cool action sequences. It's just it's all so cool to watch, all very fun to watch. Just a very easy watch.
At a baseline, that's what you're getting. But if you dig just a little bit deeper, I think you'll find something like really special and very standout.
There you go. There you go. Can't complain about that one. And then our next three nominees, we have Made in Abyss Season 2. And man, there's just so much that this second season of Abyss did correctly. They took a different route this time around. They could have just literally done the same thing that they did in the first season of Abyss, and that would have worked, because we all know how quality the first season of the show was. But they decided to do something different. They decided to do kind of like a parallel storytelling, where we're not only advancing our main three characters, but they're also giving us backstory through the flashbacks with other relevant characters. And they do it in a way that's so incredibly natural. It doesn't feel like you're taken out of the experience for too long. It really juggles, you know, giving you all the information that you need in a way that I think is really, really, really cool. I think the new characters they introduced are all really fun and interesting. Fabatas, obviously a standout. Majikaja is amazing. All of the all of the new sages that we get introduced to as well, without spoiling, of course. There's just like so many cool things, so many emotional moments as well. Like I'm still recovering from episode 10. It's absolutely what you expect from Abyss, and more. And you know, it's really hard. It was really hard for me when before it started. I was like, you know, there's always that kind of there's always that small minutia of concern. It's like, you know, this is a series that means a lot to me, and you know, you just hope that the follow-up series can be just as good, if not better. And I can confidently say that Kinema, they did an absolutely fantastic job. Everyone on the staff of the show they just made me want even more. And like, you know, thankfully we got confirmation of season 3. Who knows when it will be, but they just really put a lot of time into fleshing out Abyss's themes, creating new ones. I think all of our original trio got a fair amount of time to shine in their own developments as well. It's just everything I asked for with Abyss, I got it and more with season 2. So I cannot thank them enough for giving us another fantastic season. And of course, you guys have been listening to Kevin Penkin's work this entire time. Absolutely killed it with the soundtrack, of course, as we've come to expect from him. Yeah, just man, give me a season 3 date whenever. Whenever.
I've never been so happy to be so miserable in my life.
Right, bro. Actually, though, like it's actually crazy how excited I am to just be emotionally destroyed week in and week out. It's like, bro, come on.
And that is the power of anime. Like it makes you like feel things and think things that you would never do in your like normal daily life, like, you know, unstimulated by anything, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And then we got Kaguya-sama season 3. I don't know who wants to take the reins on this one, but we talked about it a little bit before.
Yeah, I mean, Kaguya is just like we've said, it's nearing the peak of like the rom-com genre. Like it's an incredible season. Like the romance gets like heavily developed, which is very rare for romance series, ironically. The comedy is stellar. It's on point. The direction is incredible. Like A1 in general, these past couple years, I'd even say, have just been nailing like most of their stuff out of the park, which is crazy because like Cloverworks, who is like the subsidiary of them, you would think that like, well, they're just leaving the guys at A1 to not have the quality, but I don't know, like maybe they're getting competitive with each other or something like that. Like, because A1's been putting out bangers, and Kaguya is definitely the shining star among even the greats that they've been putting out recently.
Absolutely.
It's so like I almost feel like it's unfair to like call Kaguya like the new standard of like rom-com, because like we mentioned, like, you know, how a lot of shows like this year have like really like changed the standards of some things, like you got your cyberpunks like changing like how people think about video game adaptations and such, and like, you know, Bubble like really like breaking conventions and how animation like can look and can be. But like when it comes to like Kaguya, I feel like saying that like rom-coms need to achieve this level of quality, otherwise they're not going to be serviceable, is like, so I can't imagine that.
Yeah,
I can't imagine
it's
that,
pretty
bro.
unfair.
So like, I don't even like I want to say that, but like I can say with confidence that like it is like a contender for the best rom-com ever created, and that rom-coms in the future should strive for this level of quality. But like, is that asking too much? Are we like at that point where like where like something like drastic needs to happen in order to like change the standards, or are we just going to like continuously like name Kaguya like the best that's ever happened in that genre?
I think
like,
that we have to
do not know.
on the field. Yeah, we have to rely on the field to change what the standard is. Like this one singular thing can set a precedent, but I don't think that Kaguya is setting a precedent. I think Kaguya has just cleanly refined all of the things that we've come to expect and enjoy.
Yeah,
we have not hit peak yet.
He said we can
We
go
have not hit
further.
peak Kaguya yet.
We can go further.
We can go way further.
He said we're not done yet, and they're not done yet because you guys are getting continuation real soon too. So, it definitely, I'm sure tons of people are looking forward to that one for sure. And then the last one to round out our Anime of the Year nominees is one that we haven't actually gotten to talk about this show yet in depth. Time Machine Blues. You know, it's man, this show, this was so good. This was so good, bro.
It was so fun. I've never seen like a time machine story just so tightly woven together like this. Like every small little detail worked out.
Yeah,
and I think
good.
For them to like do like continue like kind of reiterate what like Tatami Galaxy's themes are with like in like a different format of the show or like a different format of storytelling was just really cool.
Yeah, it's a shorter show, but man, it gets so much done, right? It just does so much with the lesson real estate that it has. It's like actually crazy. There's there's so many realizations. I think is like the thing that hit me the most during Time Machine Blues is like its direction is so well done that like throughout the viewers are like you're starting to put the pieces together and you're like, oh shit, and that payoff is incredible the entire way through.
They just like introduce things at like the exact right moment when you're starting to figure things out, and then they like reveal it and you just lose it.
Yeah, we all like watched it like together. Like actually, it was like me, Dylan, and Miguel. I think.
Yeah,
I
was
watched it on his own, and you watched it on
yeah,
your
I
own.
watched it.
Well, like we were actually just like screaming our heads off, like when they were revealing like one thing after another, like, and like you know, not to like speak too much on it because like I do want people to like watch it and experience it. But it is definitely like one of like the most like well thought out and well like planned time machine stories, like, and it's self-contained like 6 episodes because like, you know, obviously like we could say that it is 6 episodes long and those episodes are shorter than normal. They're like 17-18 minutes.
It's basically a film.
It was meant to be a film at first, and then they thought it was like more suited to be like a shorter like ONA series, which I agree with. Like it doesn't feel like the thing I would like want to like be like in a theater for, or like experience like all in one continuous thing without like a small break in the middle. Otherwise I think I would actually just die. And yeah, like honestly, like we could have like had this as like in the sleeper category because it technically didn't win anything, but like it is like that level of like quality where we feel like it deserves to be here. And like it goes to show like how like ahead of its time Tatami Galaxy was, because it actually just like doesn't look any different than Tatami Galaxy did.
It looks
incredible
ago. Yeah, it looks so good.
Like more than 10 years ago at this point. It's like how is like something like that like done that early, and like it like obviously if we have high expectations, or like if we think it's like so amazing, then obviously they can like bring it into like this modern era. But like the fact that it was like done that long ago and it still like keeps up with like the things that released today, because like obviously like, you know, the standards of the industry change each year. Like we get like better and better like looking things, better like, or not better, but like, you know, narratives like told in different ways. But it just came back. It was like
yep. And it's still one of the better looking shows out there, despite it being so long. So impressive, man. So impressive. It's like I cannot believe, like it's crazy that there are shows that can do this and with so little episodes, man. Like that is like, and they're shorter episodes too. It's not even just volume. Yeah. They're also shorter episodes. It does have a double at the beginning. Definitely warranted. Like it definitely, I'm glad they did that. They definitely needed that double episode at the beginning, but I think the normal episode length is like 17 minutes or something like that. So a little bit shorter. Minutes. Yeah, a little bit shorter than your average show, but absolutely incredible fun ride the entire way through. I definitely had a ton of fun catching up on this. So like once I started it, I couldn't stop. I was like, I gotta binge this all the way through. I didn't want to stop.
If you haven't seen this, it's probably because like the show had accessibility issues when it released. Like let me like look at like words out right now, because I'm actually like not sure. I just know
it was on Hulu when I was watching, but
it was Disney Plus at first. They were like, I think it was like exclusive or something.
Yeah, so like I'm looking like Disney Plus and Hulu. Like I don't think it was on Hulu on release though, so it was like, man, why anime gotta do this to us? Like putting like these shows in like some kind of like streaming jail. And like,
Yeah, it's tragic. Annoying as hell. We need everyone to be able to experience shows like this, for sure. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, after everything we've given today, we've seen a lot of fantastic shows. Our 6 nominees are all incredible, but only one show can be crowned Anime of the Year 2022 by the Sovereigns, which means a lot. Means a lot. All right, I don't know about the CR awards and all that shit, but you know, this award definitely well warranted. I think any of the nominees could have won. It's just a lot. Just a lot of deliberation went into this one. And your Sovereign Award for Anime of the Year 2022. We'll be back after this break. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. It is Made in Abyss Season 2.
Clap it up, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kinema Citrus has accomplished something that I did not think was possible. I did not think it was possible to do another 12-episode series that could hit that same level of quality of the first and the follow-up movie, which of course was spectacular. It just blew me away once again. I'm just always so blown away by this show. How did they keep doing it? I don't know. How did they keep doing it, guys? I don't get it.
It's some kind of wizardry that we will like never understand just as like watchers of it. Like,
best part is season 3 is coming.
Right. I just like, this show has changed. It has changed the medium. Like, there is no greater fantasy. There's no greater fantasy series than Abyss. I'll argue with anyone about this. This is genre defining. This is insanity, bro. I don't know how they managed to do this, but I'm so glad, so glad to live in the same timeline as this show. Literally life-changing for me.
Yeah, Made in Abyss is definitely like a singularity in the medium in like so many ways. Like it's definitely got one of like the best soundtracks like ever created for an anime. It is like, you know, a masterclass of world building, arguably like one of, if not like the best to do it in that aspect. And like, man, like I think you touched upon it where like, man, the fantasy genre, like I think Made in Abyss is like made better with like how like muddled the fantasy genre has gotten in recent years, like you know, with your isekais and your very like uninspired shows that just like use fantasy as a tag. Like
just putting
it's at this point where like if your tag like has fantasy as like one of its like genres or its tags, then your expectations should actually like not be very high. It's sad to say, but there are few exceptions to that, and Made in Abyss is definitely like the exception that like stands above all others.
Giving the credit to Made in Abyss where it's due too. 2022 is one of the most top heavy anime like years for anime that we've had in the past like decade. Maybe more. Like genuinely like the level of competition of like what the best anime are, like this was not a clean sweep at all for deciding like what the best anime of the year was. You know, we have so many shows like Bocchi the Rock, Rico Rico, Dance Dancer, like Made in Abyss, like Kaguya, Chainsaw Man. The list just keeps going.
Bro, it keeps going.
Every time I breathe, I think about more shows.
There's so many,
and like to stand above the rest, like that is an accomplishment. You know, to be just by like a razor's margin, like better than everything else. When the whole field has clearly improved, it's like crazy that it's so impressive, and it's honestly a huge thing for Made in Abyss to be able to stand above and be like, yeah, we're probably better than everything else.
They impressed me with so many things. They impressed me with this season, man. Like especially like their ability to take new characters and like in a 12 episode series, like really get you to care, right? Like that's like something that I think so many shows don't do well. They, you know, they have a ton of characters, but because of the limitations of how long obviously the show runs, they don't have enough time to give them all sufficient shine. And I feel like that just was not a problem here. It almost feels like they discovered a way to do more with the time that they were given, because you got to keep in mind this is 12 eps, right? The original series was 13. And it feels like they still were able to do everything involving their world building, you know, the setting up of their themes and introducing characters, like doing twists and plot points and going back and forth between, you know, the Sage's timeline and our original 3 protagonists. Like, it manages to do all that in 12 episodes. Like, yeah, it has a double episode at the end. Thank God. Need that.
But they also had triple the characters.
But that's what I was like. They also have a lot more that they have to deal with. And just, man, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed every time. I'm really glad that anime is this good. I'm so glad.
Like nothing that like came before Made in Abyss is like Made in Abyss, and it's pretty like safe to say that nothing that comes after it will ever be like Made in Abyss as well. Like this is like such a like standalone experience that like it's really like incomparable to other things. Like just like thinking about it, like what is like the closest thing to this show? And, like I'm wrapping my mind around the idea, and I can't think of anything.
I don't think there's really a good comparison, honestly.
There isn't, and like I feel like that a show like that like has to like be given the highest praise, like just for that, and on top of everything else that we've said about it.
Absolutely. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Anime of the year 2022, and man, we had a lot of words today. we did. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. We definitely put more time into this one than we ever have for a show before, and so definitely want to give a shout out to my co-casters. Of course, it's not possible without you guys, of course. Jeffrey, thank you for putting in the legwork with the slideshow and everything.
Hey, I got you. Don't worry.
And you know, I love all my co-casters. Appreciate you guys. Definitely wouldn't have it any other way starting off 2023 doing shows like this. So I definitely appreciate you guys.
Your brother.
Yeah, there you go. And you know, I want to say thank you to our audience as well, in our community. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and supporting and everything. This is kind of epic with this music behind. Hold on. Thank you guys so much for supporting. Expect to see more from us in 2023. But yeah, this is where it ends, friends. Until next time, I hope you guys have a great night, and we'll see ya next time.
Take it easy, everyone.